Welcome back to Curse, Code, and Crown, a live play Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition podcast featuring a fully original world and campaign. I am the wizard Cronox, observer of time. Curse, Code, and Crown features our regular voiceover artists and improvisers, Laura Elizabeth as Princess Gwendolyn, Tyler Hewitt as Makka Deathcap, and Ryan LaPlante as Duncan Danno, alongside our dungeon master, the incredible Tom McGee. So get ready for an adventure including thrills, chills, and hope for a brighter tomorrow. It's time for Curse, Code, and Crown!
So once upon a time, there were 3 witches out on an adventure. Makka Deathcap, Shaw, and Vickers. All 3 of which were brand new names. The 3 of you are making your way through the streets, and now that you're able to walk a little more openly, you can kind of see people going about their business. Again, mostly elves, most of whom have just a single familiar. You get the sense that there are, again, kind of leaning on our occupied France metaphor, there are people who are like all about the Chimeran thing, and there are people who are just kind of on board with the thing. You're getting the sense that whatever magic one has to use to achieve multiple familiars, it isn't an easy thing. It isn't something you just have. It's something you have to like actively engage in and work at, and it would seem that the average witch doesn't really care. Necessarily, or either doesn't care or just can't do it. It's too complicated a process for them. The thing I would like you to determine before you arrive at the mausoleum is what your cover story is going to be.
Mark is not going to be one to go. Mark is like,
we are here to receive the painting. We'll stop at nothing. We'll kill everyone in our way.
Hail, Jossie.
Yeah. Jossie wills it so stay out of our way.
So what I'm thinking is, what if we go in saying we want to just look at the various familiars that have been stored so that we could further our own experiments and then see what the security is like. If we can just sneak in or bop someone on the head, then attack who we need to and take the painting. Otherwise, if it's too complicated, I do have a backup plan with a series of elaborate lies that might help us win them over.
It is my understanding that libraries are often house books that can help with spellcasting and things like that. Perhaps because we are witches, we are there to do some research.
So we want to see their books and we want to see their familiars and walk the grounds.
Well, yes. I mean, like, what if, for instance, something happened to my familiar and I needed to, I don't know, do more research in conjuring another one?
Admittedly, I am starting to fall apart, says Victor Macklin.
Indeed, look at him. What a wreck.
I mean, there's no cause for that language.
This might be brilliant. What if we say that you had captured more than one familiar, and one of them is collapsing and wasting away into nothing? We need to do research to save Victor Macklin. Victor, will people know who you are?
As much as I would like to imagine that the works that Ezra, One Ear, and I did during our times at the Parks and Recreation would be remembered by all, in truth, very few people are concerned about the placement of water fountains in public parks. So,
all right, well, would you like to have a new name as a disguise? What shall we call you?
Why don't I just have captured him from Ezra?
Well, we don't... I guess it could work. I mean, we don't know anything about Ezra. It's my only concern. This story stopped right there. Also, everyone on that patrol died.
It would also beg the question why you didn't have a familiar to begin with. The untethered would generally be killed on sight around these parts.
Indeed. All right. Vickers' plan, then. Continue.
Okay, sure. Makka Deathcap, Vickers.
Okay, what if my name was Duncan Danno?
No, we're not going to allow that.
Far too confusing.
Small monkey.
A little too on the nose. Also baboon. Thank you.
What if we
Baboon
call
isn't-
you Babe? Babe, baboon in the city.
That's some baboon. Yes, I like this a lot. La la la. I remember that from the trailer.
That'll do, babe. That'll do.
Very good. I shall be Babe, baboon in the city. Also, word people call me as cars drive by because they're assholes.
You do have a flaming red anus, which is distracting.
Surely I do. I must say, of all of the different forms I have taken, the flaming red buttocks was a surprise and a delight. And he just
I'm
wiggles it.
enjoying not having a penis for a bit.
Oh, I mean, do tell.
Well, you can move
Don't.
more, and there's nothing you have to move aside, you know, and you sweat. There's nothing sticking to your thigh.
Oh, I do look forward to that. I've been stuck in male bodies for the past few incarnations. It is quite tiresome.
I think I'm literally
Hashtag
just
smash
like
the baboon patriarchy.
no. I'm literally just like squishing into my skin, feeling the squishiness. Like, oh, squishy.
And Makka, what's this like for you? This is just a vastly different proportional body for you.
Yeah, it's. I think there's a sort of like equilibrium calibration that needs to kind of take place, and he kind of accomplishes that like while walking. So he starts to like kind of waddle, and then he kind of gets a steadier gait. But I mean, Makka's on a mission, so he's not really marveling at his new form or anything like that. It's basically like this is what had to happen for us to move forward. So that happened.
I also think based on the sort of terms we've been discussing over the past few episodes, as we kind of learn more about the lore of this realm, given that Makka falls more on the sort of the weirdly, even though your magic is directly related to biology, the actual biology of your body has never really seemed to be of concern. Like your, in Gren terms, like your Azul is very linked to the ideas of biology, but not to the specific biological body. Like, I feel like if you ended up in Gwendolyn's situation, you likely wouldn't care as long as the spores came with you. It'd be like, you're a turtle because you're a turtle, but
I mean, with the one exception that if I was in an entirely metal body, that would be a fucking nightmare. But
as long as the spore, like as long as it was another biological. I guess what I'm getting at is I don't think Makka's identity is tied up in his physical form at all, other than the fact that it is an organic thing.
No, yeah, obsession with the permanence of your physical form flies in the face of the cycle of life and death. And sort of it's very much in line with his beliefs that you shed one form and your essence and energy carries forward into another or multiple.
Right. Okay. Very good. Cool. So with your cover story of finding a cure for Babe, or at least understanding what's going wrong with Babe so that poor Shaw doesn't have to just keep summoning familiars because that's a pain in the ass. You approach the mausoleum gallery of familiars. So there is, as General Bridge indicated, there does seem to be sort of a magical force field around this space. It looks like a massive wrought iron gate. But Makka, you being kind of magically attuned, can feel just the reek of magic. So cast iron gate around, or sort of wrought iron gate rather, all the way around. On either side of the gate are kind of two massive stone columns, atop which are two gargoyles. You can feel a lot of magical energy focused on these two gargoyles, and you get the sense that they're likely centuries of some description. So as you approach, the gargoyles kind of look down You see their mouths open and kind of a massive red energy start to form as their eyes go red, and you can almost feel like they're scanning you up and down. Like it almost looks like they're checking you out, like they're giving you a full kind of like head to toe. And then after a moment, their heads just shift back to facing forward. Their mouths shut, and the gates swing open.
Since Makka sort of gleaned the purpose and the energy coming off of these creatures, he'll just kind of mention under his breath to the group,
it would appear we've passed the first checkpoint.
Excellent.
Yes, as expected.
Let us proceed.
With me.
I'm Babe.
Yes, you are. Come, Sparrow. And we just wander forwards.
Come along, babe. And I literally, like, take his hand.
Yeah. Oh man, I love
That's
humans
nice.
holding monkey hands. It's always very funny. So he's doing
As
like
he-
a little
as he-
like happy
yeah.
like little chip
Yeah.
walk or
Yeah,
baboon
exactly.
walk.
It's beautiful.
The sparrow's name is Jack because it's easy to remember. So Jack Sparrow, and the frog's name is Murgatroyd.
Murgatroyd and Makka, swamp lovers.
Yeah, we'll say Murgatroyd Leapington is the frog name.
Yay!
I just wrote down frog and forgot the O. So, like Ferg.
The Ferg Murgatroyd.
I was just gonna say it.
Very good. Honestly, the Ferg has great songs like My Humps, London Bridge, and he's fantastic on a bunch of Black Eyed Peas tracks. So, good work. All right, so you make your way up the stairs. Think like really any grand museum entrance in Toronto would be like the Royal Ontario Museum, the ROM, but that classic kind of like fancy ass, very very classy kind of walk up, and as you approach the doors, they open on their own to reveal a sloth. A three-toed sloth standing there in a little tiny tuxedo with incredibly long sleeves that just looks up and says, "Oh, hello. We weren't expecting any guests today, but always nice to see such distinguished people stopping by the gallery mausoleum. My name is Frederick, and welcome. How can I assist you?"
Greetings, Frederick. We seek your library.
Do you mean the librarian?
Yes. We seek
Okay.
an audience with the librarian. We would also...
Or you could just take us to the books and the paintings of familiars. We're here for research purposes. You see my friend Shaw? And I gesture to her. And I say, this is Babe, her familiar. Babe is breaking. We need to figure out how to fix it.
Oh, that's a shame indeed. Babe, I am very sorry to hear that. That's a tough break. Babe? Baboon in the city? Okay. Well, the librarian is busy right now. We can take you to the archives if you like. But you understand, she'll need to take you in there. You can't just walk in there all willy-nilly. You might mess up the filing system. But in the meantime, you're welcome to look at some of the familiars here in the front hallway, and the librarian will be with you shortly. Okay.
Fantastic. We'll peruse
Okay.
while we
Please peruse.
wait.
Yeah, you just go right ahead. Please do not touch any of the paintings. The gargoyles are real touchy about that, and I don't like cleaning up vaporized people. Okay, great. Well, have fun, and we'll be with you shortly. And then just that loping sloth walk away. So you find yourselves in the sort of entrance hallway of the mausoleum gallery. Essentially, you are in a large circular room with kind of exits to the sort of the north and then the northeast and the northwest on diagonals deeper into the museum. This is clearly like if you were to assemble a tour, this is where you would do it. And there are portraits up all along the walls and little benches sort of in front of them. There's a sort of cylindrical depository for spare coins next to the door. And there is a sort of a desk in the center of the room that seems to be an information desk of some sort that is currently not manned by anyone. You do also notice there are gargoyles perched in the corners around the room, similar to how you would place security cameras that are sort of constantly, every so often when they don't think you're looking, you can see their heads kind of shifting around a bit.
How big are these gargoyles? Are they like Disney's gargoyles? Like, is it
No,
Goliath
they
up
are
there?
Disney's the hunchback-sized gargoyles.
Got it, okay. So they're still pretty sizable then.
It's like 2-3 feet.
They're I would say about 3 feet. They are kind of like crunched up in like those little sort of Gothic architecture poses, but they're not small. But no, they're not like Goliath-sized.
Got it.
I love that fucking show. Gotta rewatch that show.
Keith David, baby.
Forever Keith David. 100 years Keith David.
Good to see that there are gargoyles ready to vaporize anyone who dares to break the rules of this here gallery.
I'm going to go see if there are maps at the information desk one could have.
Duncan, I should ask, are you walking like Duncan or are you trying to walk like Vickers?
I think he's just made his stride a little bit longer to like play fully into the sweeping qualities of the dress.
Very funny. Okay, I like that a lot. Great.
Yeah, the voice is like Tiny Crone. All the gestures are like elaborate, beautiful showgirl.
Yeah. It's all the flair you get to do with the cape, but in a more capable body.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, so you make your way up to the desk. Can you roll me an investigation check, please? For our, like, 8th roll of 2 straight days of D&D.
That is a 10.
Okay, so there are guides, but they're unfortunately kind of useless in the way that a lot of, like, mall maps are, where rather than just telling you where the thing is, they're like, oh, well, I mean, in the Hall of Hags, you'll find all sorts of portraits from all sorts of hags. Make sure you try and like match the hag to their familiar. But it does give you, it's like useless from a find specifically what you're looking for way. It is useful in giving you a broad overview of the building. So there's this entry chamber. The hallways sort of split off. There's a space called the Hall of Hags. There is a space that is known as the Hall of Memoriam for fallen heroes familiars, and then sort of deeper in there's sort of a general. There seems to be 2 floors, so it only shows the first floor. It does show stairs, but doesn't show you what's beneath. The massive chamber kind of beyond this is again sort of in a cathedral, sort of the central chapel space where people can congregate, except that it's just like multiple stacks of familiars. I mean, the Covenant's very old, so they don't preserve every familiar, but there are a pretty fucking decent amount. In library terms, this would be the stacks, so just like where all of the fucking main familiars are. Based on a quick glance, you would assume that Proctor's portrait is not there. It's probably downstairs in the like Vatican archive or the rare books room, depending on which mixed metaphor you want to live with.
The restricted section?
Yeah. Except the restricted section, if it wasn't just like a place you could walk into if no one was looking. Fucking Hogwarts, man. It's a death trap.
Yeah, so I spaced for a second, but okay, yeah, restricted section is good. Is there something that we think would be directly over it? Like, is that...
Not that you can tell from this, because it isn't on the map.
Got it.
But, Duncan, just kind of based on the buildings you've been in Orville, like, odds are it's under that, like, the main section, because likely you need a lot of space. So your guess is it's down there. You just, again, need access.
Yeah, cool.
Makka and Shaw, is there anything you would do in this room? Do you want to examine pardon me. Do you want to examine the pictures? Do you want to get a lay of the land? What's up?
Yeah, I want to get just kind of a basic sense of how the pictures are put up, like how they're mounted. Just knowing that, like, hey, if we try to take one of these, like, we're gonna be in some shit. So it's really just like, let's get familiar with what we're dealing with.
Sure. They seem to be affixed to the walls in that kind of way you would find in a proper like art gallery or museum, where they're completely flush to the wall, and secured in some way that you can't exactly determine from just kind of a cursory look, but definitely more secured than, you know, hanging off a nail, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Portraits are all of different sizes. Every so often a creature will look up at you as you walk by, and then kind of settle back into whatever pose it was in. Think like a mopey zoo lion. Like, it's just a really fucking bummer of a space. Every so often you will find one where the familiar's like doing things that keep you sane and solitary, like doing the equivalent of like push-ups or like running on the spot or yoga, but generally speaking, it's a fairly grim space. It's also very funny because there's like a panda, and a sad panda is very funny, if sad.
I think Makka is just kind of hanging back, trying to get a wider sense of the space in the room and the comings of goings of any other witches.
There's no one else. You've seen no one
so
except
it's
for
Stark.
Frederick the Sloth.
Okay. I think he's also content to wait for the librarian, since it sounds like we need A, permission to get there, B, we don't know where the painting is anyway. So waiting for someone to guide us there makes sense to Makka. So I think he's patiently waiting and just taking everything in.
I think Duncan, if he saw how grumpy the familiars were inside the paintings, would like take a quill and then like write a note very like small on his stupid map that he found, and then he'd show it to Babe, and it would just say, if we break the paintings and let the familiars out, do you think they'd leave right away, or would they stay and free other familiars and fuck shit up? And then it would just say, like, say you're worried you're going to dissolve if you think they'd just leave. Say you're sure that Shaw can save you if you think they'd stay and try to free other familiars. And then just, like, show it to Victor.
Oh man, I feel like I sure would half disappear and half be saved by Shaw if all goes according to plan. I think it would really depend on my nature and how mad I am and the nature of why I was summoned and what my powers are. And maybe I sure would try and hurt Shaw as well as other people, but maybe not. I don't know. I'm
yes.
Babe.
Without research, this is a very complicated situation, Babe. I understand.
Suffice to say, sometimes I would get twisted and turn pretty dark if I stuck around with the wrong people, which syncs with what Toby also explained to you about familiars, that some of these familiars might be bored, but like you're not sure how many of these are serial killers is the
Right.
Yeah,
short
we've
of
got a lot of prisoners in cages. We don't know what'll happen if we let them out.
Yeah, that panda has eaten people. Panda Lecter. Pandable Lecter. There's
Pandable,
the joke.
yeah.
It took you a sec. With that, you hear a sort of a throat being cleared, and you turn to see the head librarian, Riga Thought Ponder, who is a stooped giantess of a woman. She clearly, like, her bones are vaguely elongated, and as a result, her back is very hunched, largely just because it seems that her mass grew too quickly. So she sort of has a cane under each hand, and Frederick is just kind of riding on her shoulder. And she's wearing like a matching tuxedo, and she just says, "Well, hi. Welcome to the mausoleum gallery. It's so nice to have visitors. It's been very quiet here since the war began. Oh, and 3 such distinguished hags." And she kind of like lifts one cane in a flourish and like manages to bow with like incredible balance, and then puts it back down. She says, my name is Riga Thought Ponder. I am the head librarian of our fine facility. I don't believe any of you have visited. I would remember. Is this your first time?
Indeed. I've had no need to visit here before today.
Can you roll me a deception check, Gwendolyn?
Yep. 18.
I believe you. To tell what dear Frederick told me that you had some concerns about a familiar. I understand it must be hard getting an answer from the Bureau right now, what with, the war.
Indeed. Well, in my opinion, war schmore, life goes on.
Ha! War schmores. They sound delicious.
Ha!
Yes,
Anyway.
This is Babe. My dear friend Shaw's familiar, and as you can see, it's unraveling. We need to see the research that would be appropriate, other familiars, different steps that the paintings may take. There may be some way that we could re-harness that energy.
So she walks over and just looks to you, Gwendolyn Shaw, and says, may I?
Indeed. Just, I do want to say this is quite embarrassing.
So she nods and says, don't worry, it happens more often than you'd think. And then she just fucking decks Victor with with one of her canes. And he slams into a wall and collapses, and then she just uses one to kind of roll him over a couple times. And she says, oh, yes, not an insignificant amount of degradation when he hit the wall. Yes, he is unraveling at a rather rapid rate. May I ask, how did you summon him? With what entity did you make your pact?
With the standard entity.
She looks at you blankly. You get the sense you've made a faux pas. Duncan or Makka, how do you try and help her out of this?
I think Duncan would just dive in and be like,
Well, sometimes, as you know, pacts have their own terms, and one of them is Shaw can't give the name. She wants to. She's a gossip, but it's a secret.
Oh, okay, well, yes, sorry, that makes sense. I understand that all too well. Okay, dear, well, the good news is you needn't be ashamed of this. This is common enough. And then she uses again the tip of one of her canes to help Victor get back up, and then she just pats him on the head with it, and she says, "That's a good boy, babe. That's a good boy. Okay, well, why don't you come with me? There are a few familiars here who are in not a great state. Most of our specimens are in tremendously good order, but a few of them are a little bit degraded. That's actually one of the great reasons why we preserve them here. That's why the Great Archive exists. So follow me, and I will take you to some of them. Come along."
Oh, excellent.
And Victor just he does that thing that I do after I exercise for the one time a year I do that, where he's just gets up super sore and stiff. And he's just oh, well, that was most unpleasant, but it seems very necessary. Victor, my friend Victor Macklin would be quite upset by that. But Babe Baboon in the city is looking for a cure. And then he straightens himself up and starts marching forward, flicking a tear very dramatically off of his eye. So the three of you begin to make your way kind of deeper into the facility. She takes you into the memorial hall. the Hall of Memory. Shit. Why do I keep making up Latin versions of these? I don't speak Latin. The Memorial Hall. She says, so as you can imagine, a lot of dead witches will their familiars here to the archive. And it's our job to protect them so that future generations can come and speak to them like you. Of course, sometimes it takes us a little while to catch the little buggers. And she, like, taps angrily on the portrait of a snake who kind of unfurls slightly, looks up, and then just, like, sticks the little snake tongue out and then kind of curls back up. And she says, but there are 3 in particular that I think are certainly worth your time. First, let's talk to Michael Mabel. And she points to, I almost said Myers, and I was like, nope, that's a guy. She points to a crocodile that is missing half of its face. And she says,
oh, dear.
Michael, dear, there are some people here who'd like to speak to you. And the portrait shows Michael Mabel just kind of like hanging out on the edge of a pond. And you notice that he starts to drag himself towards the portrait, and you realize that his entire left side is mostly gone. And he reaches the portrait and says, hi. Of course, like, please keep in mind all of this with, like, massive crocodile jaws, so talking is inherently kind of hilarious, but also, like, slightly missing crocodile jaws. It's like that new Dr. Dolittle movie, but, you know, watchable.
Yeah, if it had 2/3 of the budget, which just meant they left out 1/3 of every shot.
Yeah, they just, they only had enough CGI budget for half of every animal. Like, couldn't you just double it? They're like, not on this budget, no. Spend it all on RDJ. Michael says, how can I be of assistance?
Well, my friend, Shaw. I'm
Everybody
sorry. Someone else was talking. Go ahead, Shaw. Go ahead.
Actually, I was hoping you could go ahead. I'm still rather embarrassed.
All right, well, Michael, my friend Shaw, her familiar Babe is disintegrating, and we don't want that to happen. So we're trying to figure out all of the things we can know about familiars and keeping them in the world and what we can capture from the paintings.
So he looks to Victor Macklin / Babe and says, well, do you want to stay? Surely your pact with this woman must still be existent. And then his one crocodile eye narrows and he says, right.
Babe, have you broken our pact?
Babe is panicking because there is actually no good answer for this. What do... Gwendolyn, you're the one who jumped in. I need a deception check from you, please.
10.
Babe just says, no, obviously not. Otherwise we'd be untethered, right? Because that would totally make this happen to someone. If they were untethered, they would just start to fade away, right? That's how it works. So you'd have to be dead.
I smack him. To shut him up.
The crocodile looks like disgusted by you, but says, well, my tether, my person, was killed rather violently by this vicious panda motherfucker who ate him. I tried desperately to help him, but I was unable to, and after he was dead, I stayed as long as I could, but with him gone, I saw no reason to stay in this horrible world. I wanted to get to the bar. I know you have bars. You can't really... It's a long story, but in any case, I wanted to get to the bar, so I tried to leave. And then he looks at the librarian. He's like, until her agents decided to keep me here. So my recommendation, lady, would be let him go if he desires to go.
This is an unsatisfactory answer. How long ago were you placed in this painting?
Time doesn't really work in here, but a while.
I say, how long ago, creature?
It's a living. By my estimation, roughly 200 years ago.
No. This one knows far too little. He is of no use to us. We must go older. We need older knowledge.
Riga looks at you with, like, newfound respect. And she's like, "Ah, yes, you're very smart. That is true. He is perhaps too fresh and too stupid." And she, like, taps the painting angrily. The crocodile doesn't respond. It's not like glass. He's just like,
Please, thought ponder. We must find the older paintings. The more ancient, the better. The
Very
more
good.
ancient the knowledge will be.
"Excellent. I will lead you away from this mere child. Go back to sleep, Michael Mabel." He says, "It's Myers," and she just wanders off down the hall. So the next...
Tom, just for my brain, are
yeah.
there gargoyles lining these rooms as well, or was it
There
more
are
like...
fucking gargoyles everywhere. There are less in this space. There's kind of like one at each end of the room.
It's
Also,
basically like, sorry, it's basically like where there would be a security camera, there's a gargoyle.
Pretty much. And it's also worth noting that this space is much smaller. So in the much bigger, more public spaces, there are a lot. But in this case, again, like thinking of those museum exhibit rooms that are kind of a narrow hallway, there's still things lining the walls. But in this case...
it's like relative to the size of crowd that could be present if they're crowd control kind of thing?
Absolutely. And I think also to some extent, the odds of someone just randomly wandering through these parts is low without... Like, it's pretty clear, I think, from the way this place is set up, that tour guides are actually kind of handlers and security guards more than, like, tour guides. But yes, much less secured room. Also, 2 gargoyles shooting mouth lasers from either side of this hallway could decimate pretty much anything in a straight line in this hallway, so
Cool.
a little easier, fewer angles.
Wow, I can't wait to meet the mouth lasers.
Maybe you won't. I don't know. No, what could go wrong? Great. So she brings you to the end of this hallway. And there is a painting that seems to just be submerged. And there is a koi fish swimming around in it. And this time she doesn't tap angrily. She just says, "Karen, we have visitors." And the koi fish comes over and just says, like, "Hi, what's your deal?"
Well, I've told this story a few times before, so maybe third time's the charm. My dear friend Shaw over here has her familiar Babe, one of many, and Babe is disintegrating, and we need to talk to the oldest paintings we can to try to recapture Babe in a way we can keep him.
Oh, okay. Have you, like, tried not dying? 'Cause that's usually what works. Are you, like, dying?
Am I dying? Is this what we're learning? No,
Maybe.
no, silliness.
I don't believe you're dying. That would be very strange. But you know, of the three of us, Makka has always been the most capable with the magic biological. Makka, is Shaw dying?
Most certainly not. We have already tried not dying.
Oh, that's a bummer, because when my mistress was poisoned, I started to disappear too. But luckily, I got saved by this cool painting business, and now I can dispense wisdom on people like you. Would you like some wisdom?
You are sharing much of the same wisdom we've already received from newer paintings, Karen.
Okay, well, like, What do you want then? Do you want some gossip? It might be old. You seem pretty young to be a witch.
Thank you.
You remind me of Leonora. She was the Leonea, whatever. She was the worst. You're the worst. Riga, don't bring any more boring people to me. Bring cool people. Like if people were infiltrating to try and steal a painting, that's who I want to talk to. Cool secret people who are up to no good, not these posers. And Riga's like, I'm really sorry about this. This is just she's a Karen.
Riga, I must restate the importance of speaking to the ancient paintings, the ones that have ancient knowledge. Only they will help us solve this strange affliction.
Can you roll me a persuasion check, please? I'll give you advantage because truly these paintings have been completely useless to you.
15 plus 15 minus 1, so 14.
That's my Makka.
Yeah.
So Riga's actually looking kind of embarrassed now. She'd sincerely hoped that one of them would have enough of an answer. Truthfully, it's less her fault and more the fact that this actually, like, they are giving you the solution to this problem.
Oh, yes, I know. Yes.
But she is pretty embarrassed about this. So she says, well, I'm not really supposed to show you the oldest ones, but perhaps you have something you could sweeten the deal with. And you can tell she's clearly asking for a bribe. How would you bribe the master librarian of the mausoleum gallery?
I mean, Makka would have nothing to infer from that. He's on the verge of asking, what do you want? Unless someone wants to be smooth and cool and say something else.
What is it that you wish to receive?
You know, something to sweeten the deal a bit. Let's just say that it is hard for a master librarian to achieve the finer things in life on my meager interweave salary. And particularly since the war, a lot of people are more concerned about spending it on, summoning rituals and the like. So, what can you give me to make my life a bit easier?
One of the things, everyone believes that, shall we say, coin is king, but we live in an era of secrets, so perhaps we could give you a secret that would be of use if you were to bring it to, say, the council, those who are interested in the war, trading information of the highest caliber. We could give you the name. Let's say, we just listen. We put our ear to the ground. We put our ear to the wind. We put our ear to magic. We could give you the name of one of the rebellion's agents and a description of, let's say, a watchtower where they could be found alone in the wilderness.
That's pretty good, although I must say I don't know exactly who I would tell. The council's not likely to listen to me, but perhaps. Tell you what, you give me that, and wheel one of your familiars to me. If you can't save your babe, let me add him to my collection.
Do you already have an existing collection? Or is this your
just
only
like
familiar?
gestures to everything around.
No. I speak of the chimeras.
Oh, yes. Well, of course I serve the cause, but no, I get along just fine with my Frederick. It is distasteful to me to make other pacts. I don't care what those fancy fellows with the shimmering armor said.
Oh, in my research I have found I can command many familiars without making additional pacts. I could share some of this with you.
Okay, well, show me.
I cast Conjure Animals.
Her jaw drops. She is just like, Coven mother's tit, how did you do that?
Let's see. How blown away should I make her? Let's see. My spell, I can create 8 beasts of challenge rating 1/4 or lower. So 8 panthers appear.
They should call you Makka 8 Panther. Well, fuck. Okay. Yeah, if you can teach me that. Sorry, Frederick. You're getting some siblings.
I will will these beasts, these familiars, to you right now.
Oh, well, I shall set up my gallery. Okay, well, excellent. Incidentally, on my way to the gallery is the oldest painting we have. I really shouldn't show you this, but if you can give me 8 panthers, who can say no to 8 panthers?
Please know that I recognize that this is a high payment, and I hope you understand how urgent our situation is.
Yes, well, I mean, you're helping me to found my own pantheon, so yes, I understand. This is a great gift indeed. Yes, I think I might know one. Just you must promise you will never tell anyone that you saw it.
You have
indeed.
a word.
I need
Our
deception
word
checks from
is
all
our
3.
bond.
Oh, I'm not going to tell anybody. I'm just going to deliver it.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So you're fine. But the 2 of you, I need.
That's so good for Makka, because again, it is -1 on deception rolls. So factoring that in, it's an 18.
I also have a -1, and I rolled a 1.
Ooh, okay.
You were doing so well.
Gwendolyn just yells, "Panthers attack!"
She
She's not that dumb.
she nods and she says, yes, but I don't know that I trust the desperation of this one. So she will have to stay here.
Well, do you know what? We're already putting you in a bit of a difficult position. If you're not comfortable, then I shall stay here.
Wonderful. So with Gwendolyn, you're kind of she shows you to a bench in the middle of the room, and both the gargoyles just like look down, and one of them locks eyes with you. The other one is clearly covering all escape vectors, and she says, also I'll have my other friends keep an eye on them. Karen, be a dear and entertain our guest. And Karen's like, okay, so let me tell you about my day in the koi pond. It has been fucking awful. And Gwendolyn, you are left in what is essentially a torture chamber as Karen the koi fish begins to tell you about the types of algae she cares for and the types of algae she doesn't, and why they keep fucking asking her to wear a mask. It's so frustrating. Meanwhile, the rest of you are led down further into the crypt. So Makka and Vickers / Duncan, you are led by Riga sort of down a curving set of stairs in one of those classic dungeon circle spirally step thingies.
Yep.
And you come out into a subterranean place that looks a lot more like a tomb. Obviously, there's no windows, sort of big stone archways on either side, and all of the portraits here, rather than simply hanging on the wall, have their own little sort of recess or alcove that they're in. And as you walk, you see a hippopotamus. You see something that looks a lot like a dragon, but that would be insane. You see a mouse, and at the far end of the hallway, there is a massive set of iron double doors that are Makka giving off a distinct anti-magic vibe. And Riga says, "So down here is where we keep all of the more special pictures." And again, most people aren't supposed to see it, but with 8 panthers, I surely would. It behooves me to show you. So we're going to go speak to Isa Proctor, who, as you of course know, is our beloved Crekate's familiar. I do ask that you keep it to 1 question each. She's a little bit touchy, not thrilled about being in a portrait, so we try not to disturb her unless we really need something. So please consider your question carefully. And then she approaches the giant double doors. She takes off an amulet and kind of pushes it into the center, and the doors slide open to reveal in classic portrait heist fashion a single pedestal with top light, very dramatically lighting it, probably a sweeping John Williams score, and a very, very plain picture kind of propped up on it in a very, very thin wooden frame, inside of which is a sleeping badger.
Tom, tell me more about this anti-magic field that you mentioned me sensing. Are we going to lose our disguises? Are my panthers going to disappear?
No.
Okay.
With the doors being open, everything's fine.
Okay.
They're just made of iron because iron has a distinct effect on the Fae and on magic. So if you were to try and force these doors with magic, you would have been in a real bad situation.
Okay.
But no, there's not. Sorry, I should have been clear. The doors themselves are enchanted so that if anyone tries to fuck with them using magic, they will suffer dire consequences. I was just pointing out one of the many traps you would have faced if you tried to do this without successfully charming old Riga.
Bribing her with 8 panthers.
8 panthers. Yeah. Sounds like a Kevin Malone deal. I'll give you 8 panthers if you let me look at this picture. Great. So you and the Panthers and Duncan are allowed into the space. As Riga approaches the portrait, she says, Miss Proctor, there are some people here to see you. And in a flash, the badger leaps at the front of the portrait and just kind of like rebounds off it. You actually see the surface ripple. And it falls away. And she comes back up, baring her teeth, because you know what, Proctor Badger don't give a fuck. And it just says, "What do you want?"
Is this the one and only Isa Proctor?
It is. Your question was a poor choice. What do you want?
My question was not directed to you.
Roll a persuasion check.
-1. 16.
The badger grins cruelly and says, "Touché. I will grant you one other, because you're amusing." And Riga is like, "Oh, that's literally never happened anytime someone's come down here. Very impressive. Yes, this is the famous Isa Proctor." And the badger just growls in almost frustration at that. There's like a, You've never seen a badger roll their eyes, but this one manages it handily.
I honestly, Makka, being as direct as he is kind of having a hard time dancing around this one. Lying and like bribing has basically got like smoke coming out of his ears at this point, of just like his brain working so hard to being like, like there's one thing you're not supposed to do, and that's walk in there, grab the thing, and walk out. And so he's just, I think, just like looking around the room. Is it just a completely
We've got 8 panthers. We've got us. Can we see security, Tom? What are we seeing? Are there gargoyles?
Unremarkable room with just the
you
pedestal?
actually can't see much in the dim light beyond it. There seems to be an ever-moving smoke that seems to be lining the walls. So like it looks like walls, but then the as you observe them a bit closer, you see that there's what looks to be a thin film of smoke constantly shifting on these walls. You don't see gargoyles. And yeah, that's about it. It really does seem to be a purpose-built isolation chamber.
Well, if you don't mind, Riga, I mean, I'm just tagging along, but I have a question. I mean, I hope you'll allow me my little extension of my own interests. I know Makka will ask about Shaw's concerns, but this is such a delightful opportunity that so few people would have. Would you mind if I ask a purely theoretical question?
If he'd given me any less than 8 panthers, I would probably say no, but honestly, I would have done it for 5. So sure, we'll count 3 of those as yours.
Wonderful.
It's a 3-panther question.
Delightful. I would like to ask you, friend, or new familiar that I've met, what would you do if we could return you to Crecate?
The badger grits its teeth and just says, "Such wonderful things." And then you see it literally like roll its claws.
I'm assuming I can't hope for more specificity with that answer. You get to be as vague as you please.
The badger starts to like prowl closer and just says, "I have many designs on that creature's throat." And then it bares its teeth.
So you want to kill Crecate? That is quite a surprise.
Well, unless an alternative presents itself. But I've been trapped in this far too long to want much else. She took everything from me, everything I am owed.
Interesting. I've been told that if a familiar left their painting, they would just immediately return to the Espatide and disappear.
That's true of familiars. And Riga says, "Okay, all right, I think we've had enough fun for now. That seemed like more of a 4.5 panther question, truly, if I'm being honest."
I'm sorry.
Mr.
You know, it became a
Deathcap.
conversation. My bad.
Understandably. Mr. Deathcap, your question. Oh, sorry, Miss Deathcap, your question.
I think Makka's just going to kind of try to pick up where Vickers left off and just say,
What is the nature of your existence if you are not a familiar?
And Riga's like, "Ooh, that's not really about protecting one's familiar." And Proctor just snarls and says, "Suffice to say that some familiars are cleverer than others, and if I ever get my fangs on Proctor, I shall teach her a lesson she shall not forget."
Well, I guess
Riga's
that's
like, "Well, I
all
hope
our
that
questions.
taught you how to save your friend. I suppose we should be going back now."
Makka looks over at Vickers.
Yes, it's time for us to go. It's true. It's time for us to go.
And then I would like to use a swashing point to lunge, which extends an attack range by 5 feet. And I would like to rip my rapier out of my leg and just go at Thought Pounder.
Okay. Go
You mean
ahead.
Thought Ponder?
Whatever her name is. I'm going to pound the thoughts out of Thought Ponder is what I'm going to tell you right now. Oh, lordy. This isn't smart, but he doesn't have another plan, so welcome to the plan.
It's okay, I have 8 backup plans.
All right. Do I have advantage, Tom? Is this a surprise?
I'm gonna say no because you guys have been weird enough since you got into the chamber that she's not exactly flat-footed.
Fair enough. All right, so I have a 17 and a 15 for my attacks.
That's what you get for being weird.
Both will hit. Are your attacks aren't magical? The weapon isn't magical. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yep, that hits.
Yeah, I think actually, not only does he lunge, Duncan moves so fast that after he draws the sword, he actually blurs through the illusion. So you just see Duncan spinning and stab, and then it catches up with him, except for the sword piece that's missing.
Very cool.
Damage will be...
It's just really bad CGI. I can see your fucking arm, cats.
The first strike does 8 piercing damage.
Okay.
And the second strike does 7 piercing damage. So 15 damage total.
All right, so you just like stab directly into her. You're going for a lunge, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, you it's a good clear strike right under the ribs. The sword passes through her a bit too easily. Particularly, I think for you've stabbed enough folks to know what that feels like, and that's not what it feels like. And you notice that she doesn't seem to take as much damage as you'd hoped. And as soon as you do, just like full librarian from Ghostbusters style, her teeth begin to elongate, her mouth stretches back, her eyes turn black, and with a sickening kind of multiple crunch of bones, she kind of like rolls her spine, and you see kind of like massive bone talons split off of her back, and kind of like hang down over her shoulders. And we're gonna roll for initiative.
God damn, she's a Todd McFarlane character. She's a violator or something.
Yeah, you're gonna have to buy.
Ya.
You're gonna want to buy this action figure. Is all.
Yeah, this action figure is actually called Thought Pounder.
Okay. Makka's initiative is 11.
Okay.
Duncan's is 7.
All 8 Panthers get an initiative of 10.
Yep.
They are a group, is how I have to roll them.
And I'm sorry, Duncan, what did you get?
7.
Okay. Okay. One moment, please. Just gotta write this order out properly. I have this bad habit of just rolling all the initiative orders and just like writing them down as I hear them, and then not rearranging them based on the numbers. So I'll be like, all right, it's next person, and it's like I rolled a 20, and I'm like, you did. You just spoke last.
Yep. This is just the order in which I wrote down names.
I have the brain of a goldfish. Oh, fuck, I almost did it again. Jesus. All right.
Oh yeah, and Victor's here, isn't he? That weird baboon little fucker.
He is, but for the purposes of 8 Panthers.
Oh yeah,
he's
he's
also not
he
a
was the hide in the
combat
cave baboon. Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, he's like,
he's going to offer some tremendously good suggestions on like poison form. Mostly just complimenting it because he doesn't really know what else.
And combat safety.
He's like me watching a dance competition. I'm like, that was really, really good. I couldn't do that. 10 out of 10.
He just yells like, "You should surrender, and maybe they'll let you live." From the corner, we can go to a cave.
Both sides. Cool. Okay, so top of the round, Riga. She just says, "You really shouldn't be loud here. This was a 12 Panther question." And she's going to strike at you, Duncan, with the 2 kind of overarm blades. What's your AC right now, sir?
16.
All right. Because you kind of spring forward in a blur, stab, both these blades come down, you whip the blade out and just sweep it over. You don't slice them off, but you do knock them back. So she fails to hit with either one, which is very good for you.
Yeah. Oh, I would also like to use a swashing point to riposte.
Sure.
Which lets me, if a creature misses with a melee weapon attack, you can use your reaction to make a melee weapon attack against that creature.
Have at it, bud.
And that is an 18 to hit.
Yep,
Which
that
I
hits.
know hits. So great. Sweeps them aside, and then I think At this point, realizing stabbing doesn't work, he does not want to break his sword off inside the giant monster, so I think he's going to be slashing at the face, because people, no matter how big, like their faces. That is
chapter 3 of his duelist handbook.
And that's at 9 piercing damage from...
Again, like solid slash, kind of like from the lower jaw, like right up across the nose. Cypher versus Squall style.
Nice.
But the where her face should separate very pleasantly and usefully. Instead, you just see a solid line where the slash cut, but it's not nearly as deep as it ought to be. Cool. She also, as a free action, will she just kind of like, as she's kind of hulking out, like slams her canes into the ground, and just yells, "Wakey, wakey, sunshines! It's time to fight!" And the smoke on the walls begins to form into creatures. Next up, Makka.
So I will, I'll shout out the instruction,
Attack the librarian!
and that's like a free verbal command. So now my Panthers on their turn are poised to attack. As a bonus action, I'll cast Shillelagh. So I have it's a magic club now that deals more damage. And yeah. And I'll run in and take a swing at Riga. I'm going to keep forgetting her name. At Riga.
Librarian's also fine, but whatever works best for your brain.
Shillelagh, okay. So
I always want, whenever Shillelagh's cast, for there to just be like a delightful, like little Irish tune in the background. Be like, honestly, there's so few...
turtle. That's what he says when it happens.
Sing the song of my people and swing that shillelagh.
I don't think it's going to hit. That's an 11.
No, sadly.
No, okay. I'm in melee range though, so I'll just hang out there.
Great. Brings us to the Panthers.
They attack. They've got 2 different attacks, so I'm gonna do 4 bite attacks and 4 claw attacks. I'm just gonna roll a shit ton here. Okay, so +4. Okay, so 6 plus 4,
Listen,
10.
the princess is useful, but Duncan is realizing that you are way more used, like to a scale more, 8 times more.
First one's a 10, so that's a no-go. Just give me yes or no's here, then quick succession. That's 6.
Nope.
16.
Yep.
That's 3. Nat 1, so that's 4. Dirty 20. 14.
Yes.
20. 3. One more. 18.
Yep, that'll hit. For the nat 1, I'm gonna say as that one leaps, she just like cane knocks it into the wall, and the shadows consume it.
Okay.
So you had 5 hits, Tyler.
5 hits, thank you.
Yep.
So
you have 5 hits, and you've got 7 Panthers left.
Okay, so I'm just rolling a combination. The bite attacks are D6 and the claw attacks are D4s. I'm just rolling it all just to get a total, if that's cool with you.
Sounds like a really weird, like Malcolm Gladwell book, like the 7 Panther Solution.
Not bad. 17 damage in all.
Do the Panthers count as magic?
No. I believe not. Let me just double check. I don't think so. They are like fae that have been summoned to this plane, but I don't think that's going to cut it. Conjure animals.
I think it.
Yeah, because they'd be fae by nature, so their weapons, if they're their
it'll,
hands.
It'll specify.
I don't know, interesting.
Yeah, it doesn't specify. It's just that they're beasts. So I checked the beast stats table, and obviously panthers are non-magical.
Right, because I would also argue like familiars' attacks aren't inherently magical because they're in a corporeal form. Great. Okay, that's good to know. It has no bearing whatsoever on this combat, of course, but if it did.
Okay, so one of these is dead. I'm tracking 8 HPs on paper. So
yeah, man, welcome to my world. It's just a bunch of fucking nonsense numbers and garbage.
Yeah, Tyler, you only got to track 7 now. This is gonna get easier.
Yeah, I'm really just I'm doing this for you. This hurts me more than it hurts you. I'm doing it for you. I'm doing it for us. Okay, Duncan. You watch a panther get decimated, and then you watch
7 more panthers jump into the combat we're
just
already
start in. Like, we're just for visual sake, they're on her. And again, as I mentioned, she's very tall, although stooped. But even stooped, she's still like much taller than anyone else in the room. So this is a full-on like just panthers all over her. She says, "I always wanted a panther suit." Duncan.
Cool. I think A, Duncan has never seen anyone more surrounded in their life. And B, he would like to actually try to snatch off her amulet. He's going to attack, but only as a cover to try to pull the amulet that unlocked the door. That's what he wants.
Okay. All right, so give me sleight of hand, please, and I'll give you advantage from flailing your sword and, the panthers.
Panther vantage.
At Panthage?
Oh, pretty good all around.
I'll see myself.
Pretty
Right?
good
You're Laura, you're the DM now. Goodbye.
All right, I've got...
Fuck!
That is a 24 on sleight of hand.
Sorry, I rolled over my dog. What'd you get, Ryan?
24.
24.
I am shockingly good at sleight of hand to begin with.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say you successfully snatched the amulet.
Great. Then I would like to expend a swashing point to use a tactic that I call fallback, because none of them really have names, and fallback sounds a lot better than just reading the rules.
Tactic number 8.
Which means I get to use the disengage action and move my full movement distance as a bonus action. Mm-hmm. So I would like to roll back out of combat to where the painting is. And then I would like to grab the painting, and I would like to run out the door while yelling, "Makka, get out of the room and leave the Panthers!"
Man, no loyalty to the Panthers. Go ahead and roll me a Constitution save, please.
That is a 10.
Okay, you are racked by green lightning as you grab the most valuable portrait in the fortress off its stand. Okay. I rolled pretty badly, so you might be all right. That is 16 points of lightning damage as the trap goes off.
Oh yeah, I'm like, "Makka, out the door!" And then he just like bolts with like surprisingly longer legs than he's used to, because he's back inside his like woman suit.
Yep. Cool. So you've got the portrait, and you just hear the voice say, "Nice." You rush towards the door. Unfortunately, as you reach it with the amulet up, a specter steps out of the wall and into your way. So you get to the door, but now you're facing 2 specters who have formed out of the shadows on either side.
Yeah, so I like dodge aside and get the rapier up in the other hand. I'm like, "Makka, rephrase. I'm going to need some help at the doorway."
Great, which brings us to the specters. All right. So one moment, I gotta look up what specters are.
And while you guys are doing that, I'm just like sitting out there with Karen, I imagine. Mm-hmm. And I'm like really, really happy that I'm like finally in a form where I can literally like plug my ears. Because I haven't been able to do that. I haven't been able to do that in a very long time.
Right.
And with Karen just Karening all over the place, it's just...
Well, here's my question to you, though, Laura. You can do that. I think that's definitely an option. However, Karen also seems uniquely to only want to exist to complain about things and hear complaints about things. So this might be the only person you can complain to who will just be like, "That is terrible. You should be very mad about that."
Oh, if she's sympathizing, that changes everything.
It's less sympathizing from like an empathy perspective and more like she's one of those people who's like, "Don't you hate when this happens?" And you're like, "I do. This happened to me." She's like, "That's terrible."
Okay, yeah, then I'm
all right,
totally changing everything.
What are you ranting at her? We'll just catch you mid-conversation as we cut to you and Karen.
And did you know that I'm not supposed to have any bad days ever for the rest of my life? Even if I'm having the shittiest day,
What?
I'm not allowed to have it.
That's impossible. Like, what?
I know.
What if you went to the Whole Foods medieval market and they didn't have your asparagus water? What are you supposed to drink?
Then I would have to say, well, then no asparagus water, that's fine, because I didn't want asparagus water in the first place, even though that's a complete
That's
lie.
not fair.
And I would die inside.
That's what you wanted, though. You deserve it.
I know.
Are we, like, best friends?
Honestly, like, I've never been able to speak so openly with such a positive reaction in my life.
How do you feel about stealing a painting? We cut back downstairs. So 2 specters take their strikes against you, Duncan. They're going to be at disadvantage because they have summoning sickness, a rule I stole from Magic the Gathering.
Hey.
Doesn't matter on the first one and on the second one. Okay, so only 1 hits. So one of them just kind of reaches out with a sort of a smoky hand and wraps it around your throat. You will take 13 points of damage, of necrotic damage, and I need you to roll a Constitution save.
That is a dirty 20 for the con save.
Okay,
How much
cool.
damage was that, Tom? Sorry.
13.
Cool.
So, for a moment, similar to what you felt from the witches earlier, your whole body undulates. But luckily, enough of the enchantment is kind of in the way that the creature just like pulls away 1 green boob, kind of like it's sticky, like a weird, like kind of like it stretches off on its hand, and the wraith starts like shaking its hand, and then it kind of like whips back onto you, and the 2 specters kind of turn to each other with like the fuck is this nonsense? But the enchantment prevented it from sapping any of your life on top of the damage, which is good news bears. All right, good work, green boobs. They've saved you again. Top of the round, the librarian is covered in panthers.
She's got to make a Constitution save because now she's in my cloud of spores. Now that I'm up in her face.
All right. Constitution.
She's got a match or beat of 15.
She does.
Okay. Nothing happens.
So she breathes through the spores. She is going to Yeah, that's kind of fun. She's going to use her action to turn incorporeal. So all the panthers drop through her.
That's cool.
And as they do, they take 4 damage each.
Okay.
But it also means she can't attack.
Okay.
So she does that, and then she kind of like says something in an unfamiliar language, and 2 more specters begin to form at the back of the room. Bring us to Makka. She's just turned incorporeal. I will say if you're swinging a magic weapon, you can likely still damage her.
Okay.
But it will be at a disadvantage. Yeah. Let's do that.
I think I need to take this opportunity to bolster myself, just because druids, they're not like cool sword fighting badasses or knights or anything like that. So I have to spend my action, I think, using my ability Symbiotic Entity, which uses up a wild shape charge. So I'll just record that. But now the damage on my Halo of Spores is increased, the damage from my Shillelagh is increased, and I gain 5 hit points for every druid level. I gain 25 hit points.
Fuck, man.
Temporary hit points.
Yeah, man.
Okay, and so I'm getting ready for her like she's getting ready for me.
So is this like a standard Ninja Turtle to like Toka level of like jacked up? Like, do you sprout spikes? Is it just like, how do you imagine this jack up looking? Obviously you're still in Dame Judi Dench form, but like if you were Makka.
I think not much changes superficially. I did talk about this before, where just thorns jut out at the head of the club on the shillelagh. But now they're not consciousness the way that like animals or creatures are or anything like that, but there is a certain an air of like increased aggression in the spores that are kind of swirling around me. The mushrooms on like my neck and my shoulders are glowing slightly.
Cool. So in Dame Judi Dench terms, we'll just say that like...
Oh my god, yeah, I forgot I look completely different. Sorry.
No, I asked specifically about the Makka form so that I could do the math on this for you. Judi Dench is like her witch hat just like grows razor blades around it, and spikes kind of spring out of it, and her trademark M scowl gets slightly more disapproving. It is very intimidating because she's already terrifying. A thorn pattern begins to just kind of like magically appear around the cuffs of your judge's robe and along the sort of the lines of it. Cool. Panthers. So the Panthers will take more damage if they end their turn inside her. What do you do?
Their last order was to attack. So the way Conjure Animals works is they can also then just defend themselves from hostile creatures if they don't have like an active action that they can take. So I think they'll just be like circling, like the way like a predator cat does.
Yeah, totally. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh
So
man, that's spooky. Like
pacing.
one of them's like up up on top of the column, just like looking down. And
well, because they're panthers, they have like really good climbing stats too.
Yeah. No, I'm just fully imagining like just all those things you see, particularly like wildlife documentaries and stuff, where it's just like, oh fuck, they're on every level and they're faster and scarier than you are. Okay, that's awesome. I love that. Duncan, 2 specters in front of you. You've just been saved by your disguise's endowed nature. What do you do?
Nice. I would like to spend another swashing point, and I want to roll past them out the door, and then rise up and turn and face back into the room, because that's just a bonus action. And I want to put Mr. Bang to the frame of the image. And just say, all right, everyone, I'm going to free the familiar unless you all stop right now and back away.
You hear Riga laugh, although it's a wispy laugh, and she just says, "That frame was built by Cricket herself. You really think a gun can damage it?"
Well, you know, I could use the gun, or I could just throw it into this smoke that seems to destroy everything. Thanks for the tip. And then he'll just like step over and hold it where it's like an inch from the thing. So if he falls, it all goes in.
Okay, interesting. Gotta figure out how much control she has of this smoke. Okay, you're there. They're not gonna cease their attack. You're not quite sure what the smoke will do. You're not quite sure if this is a bluff on their part, but they will continue to act.
Cool. How fast did the doors open, Tom?
I mean, like, they're obviously not like sliding doors, but it isn't like fucking waiting for a Metal Gear platform where it's just like, oh, I gotta fight people for 5 minutes. It's, like a very steady, slow opening. So wide enough for you to sneak out pretty quickly, all things considered.
Great. Basically, what I'm wondering is, if I hit the amulet on the door, am I trapping Makka inside, or does he have time to try to get out?
He has time to try and get out.
Boom, I'm hitting that amulet on that door then. Yeah, because if they don't stop, then it's like, Makka, time to leave. And then I imagine I've used my action, my movement, so I probably don't need to do anything else too big.
So, and you're on the other side of the door, is that correct?
Yes, I'm on the outside.
Okay. The specters will turn to block Makka's exit. And they will... Can they do anything? They can't. So they will just sort of stand in front of the door in like Iron Man poses, because their hands don't shoot anything, but also their only attacks are with hands. So they don't know martial arts. So it's just like the repulsor hands, kind of out in front of them, in a very like back off, get your own sandwich kind of way. Bring us to top of the round. Riga recorporealizes.
Constitution save.
Oh,
I'm still here.
She fails.
Okay, so this one's a little bit more damage. Still not a ton, but 4 necrotic damage.
Okay. She seems to breathe easy. Cool. Bringing us to and then so it's her.
Yeah.
She's going to lunge at the door. What is her movement? Oh, yeah, all right. She's going to fly 60 feet, which is enough to kind of catch up, but that will mean all of the Panthers and Makka can take opportunity attacks.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll roll Makka's first because he's got different stats to hit. Show me. There we go. Nah, not great. So that's a 10 from Makka. We know that doesn't work. Okay, so counting the Panthers.
There are 7 Panthers.
Yep. 15.
Yep.
16.
Mm-hmm.
That is 7.
No.
That is 17.
Yes.
22.
Yes.
21.
Mm-hmm.
And 10. So that's a few more hits.
So you missed with 2, so that's 5.
It's 5 hits.
Oh, that's 5. Yeah. Okay.
Nice.
And they'll be claw attacks. Which one is claw? I think claw is weaker, but what the fuck, right? Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's pretty good. 5, 9, 12, and then one more as the 5th hit. 16.
Okay, not bad.
Slashing damage.
I imagine this is like a classic anime moment where it's just like cat. Great.
Makka uselessly shaking his big stick around.
Ooh. All right, so that is math. Spent my whole life trying not to do a job where I have to do math, and here we fucking are. Wicked. All right, so takes a not insignificant amount of damage as she burns through those, and as she barrels through the specters, Duncan, you're kind of like readying yourself, and then all of a sudden, Victor steps out around your from behind your leg, and he just says, "Fancy a cuppa, bitch!" And then he throws scalding tea at the librarian. He has one magic power that he learned from Ezra, and he's going to use it. God damn it! I rolled a 20.
Oh my god!
Hooray! Okay. That's my first 20 today. All right. She takes 3 points of damage from scalding tea.
Nat 20, it's still so low.
And it's 2d8, and I rolled very badly.
Well, it's tea. Honestly, this is better than I would have expected from someone throwing tea.
I mean, the biggest bummer is now no one gets tea. So she's going to take 1 strike at him and 1 strike at you. And your AC again, sir?
16.
Okay, so she will hit with both. Oof. So it's 4d8. I rolled 2 8s and then 2 1s. So you really got the full range there. So that is 18 points of damage to you, sir.
Can I use bonus reaction and reaction in the same term? I've never lived with a character who can do more than one thing.
You can only use 1 reaction in a turn.
Okay, so bonus action counts as a reaction.
Well, no. Did you use a? Sorry. You can use a bonus action and a reaction. You can't use a reaction as a bonus action and then also as
That's
a reaction.
dope, because I only used a bonus action. Swashing point. I used my swashing point so fast.
Okay, great.
Cool. I want to parry. This is my big hope here. So it's a reaction. So when I'm damaged with a melee, I can reduce the damage by 1d8 plus dex plus my swashbuckler level, which is +8. Come on, just give me
10.
I have 9 HP.
Oh God. Okay.
I just need a 2 or higher. Oh, and he's just like inside his mask. It's like, Justice, Lord of Blades, do this for me. And outside the mask, like, Justice, Lord of Blades, and he hates it. It's a 2. I'm conscious. 1 HP.
So you manage to just like, as this like blade is coming straight for your chest, just like using all of your strength while holding the gun and the picture, you just manage to roll, get your arm around it. It still like cuts through your ribs and out the back, but it didn't go straight through your center mass. So that's a win in old Duncan's book. Unfortunately, Victor Macklin takes 22 points of damage, and he had 3 HP. So poor Victor is fully impaled into the shadow wall, and screaming, the shadows consume him.
Jesus.
Bringing us to Makka.
Let me know how this sounds to you, Tom. I would like to, as a free action, issue a verbal command, and then delay the rest of my turn until after the Panthers go.
So a horde of Panthers and then Makka?
Yeah, honestly, you guys are back to back, so that's totally kosher by me.
Okay. Okay. So my understanding was that you made it through the door, right?
I'm outside. The door is shutting. I'm out.
Okay. So we've got some distance between us. Mm-hmm. So I issue a command to the Panthers. I say, make a hole. And then that's the end of my turn for now. My Panthers, I want... So it's 2 specters and then also the librarian?
Yes, there's 2 at the very back of the room that aren't currently engaged with anything because they're like far enough away. But yeah, there's 2 in front of the door that I will say are staggered because she just blew through them. So they're just kind of reforming. They are still enough to block the door, but the Panthers will have advantage.
Okay. So then I'll put with my 7 Panthers? 7? I'll put 2 on each specter and then the last 3 on the librarian. And they are all going to pounce, which is if a panther has at least 20 feet of movement before making a claw attack, the target is prone, and then they also get a free bite attack as well. So, okay. So
I like that a lot. Let's do it.
So on the first specter, 2 Panthers. First one, that's a 6. The second one, that's a 7. So I don't.
They
think
have
that's
advantage though, right, Tyler?
They do have advantage because the specters are in the process of reforming. So their Iron Man arms aren't out anymore. They're kind of like flopping and they're like recracking them together.
So we'll call that the first one missing, and this is the 2 for the second one. That's better. 15, and that's 22.
All right.
So you got 1 Panther hit on the first one, Tyler.
Okay. So he's prone. He's knocked down. So the other 2 on the other specter. That's an 8. That is a 19. And then, does that hit?
So that's just the first Panther. Bam, 19. Second Spectre down, Tom? Are they? Yeah.
That's a 23. And that's,
okay. That one's very knocked down.
Okay. So they've both been knocked down. I'll roll claw damage right now. So for the one that only got hit by 1 Panther, that is 5 damage. Mm-hmm. And the one that got hit by both, that is 7 damage.
Okay, so the one that was hit by both dissipates into a cloud of smoke, being like extra pounced. Okay. The one that was only pounced by 1 is still hanging on, but the Panther's doing that like cat throttle thing where it's
I'm
just
going to
like...
roll that free bite attack on it just to see if
Oh,
that
I'm sorry. I
takes
thought
it
that
out
was
of
the
it.
free bite. Yeah, go
No,
for
that
it.
was just the claw attack.
Christ.
3 damage.
That's enough.
Wow, okay.
It dissipates under the Panther's assault.
Okay, and the last 3 are gunning for the librarian. Again, they're going to try and pounce her also.
If I might quote Drag Race UK,
That's a 12.
Mm-hmm.
That is... Oh, great. The second one hits, I think, at 19.
Are these... Sorry, these are against...
Oh, I'm sorry, against the librarian. The 12 will not hit. I'm sorry.
12 will not, okay.
But knowing the librarian is engaged in combat with Duncan in front of her, would this not be advantage if they're attacking her back?
Yeah, I'd give this advantage.
Okay, so then that's the first one getting a 19. Must be so much fun for everyone listening and watching at home. I'm sorry. I will never spawn 8 panthers
Tyler,
again.
we're
No,
imagining
it's
a
so much
bunch
fun.
of phantom
Yeah.
panthers jumping on a Todd McFarlane monster. It's pretty good. It's pretty
Judi
good.
Dench is hurling panthers at Spawn right now. We're fine with it.
So the second one, using the advantage,
So it's a 19 for the first panther,
Yeah.
Tom?
Yep.
That hit? Great.
and the higher result is 17 for the second one.
Yep.
And the higher result is 15 for the third one.
Yep. All three
Okay,
go
so
through.
that's 3 claw attacks. I'll just do that damage now. Oh, nice. 8 plus 3 plus 2.
13.
13. Thank you.
Okay.
I haven't been adding that correctly. Fuck it. And then 3 bite attacks, because she's prone and they all landed their pounce. Holy shit, those are good numbers. 12 plus 2 plus 12 plus 6, 18.
Damn, son.
Bite damage.
All right, like she's still up, but she's looking pretty rough.
Okay. Well, that was the Panther's turn, and now Makka's resuming his turn.
The hole was made.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
He'll run up, and I think just to be on the safe side, he will run past the librarian while she's on the ground getting mauled by panthers, and just lay a hand on Duncan and cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level, just to be
My
extra
turtle.
safe.
Oh, turtle, my turtle.
I should have brought that up. Sorry, guys. That's my move. I'll give you the HP info in a second, Ryan, while I...
Cool.
that if you wanna
Duncan,
keep things moving.
you feel the soft healing touch of Judi Dench, and your wounds begin to heal back up. You have the librarian prone in front of you, being mauled by panthers. If there's ever been a time to have advantage, it now. And Tyler, what was the total on the health?
I rolled 2 d8s and each one had an 8, so 16 plus 7,
Oh, fuck.
23.
3.
Yeah.
Congratulations
Nice.
on your long rest, Duncan.
Yeah, Duncan goes from like essentially being a corpse who can barely stand up with his weapon aimed at the floor to just like himself on kind of a bad day at the bar. And he just looks down at her and he says, you know, it comes out wrong, so I have to do it in the wrong voice.
It's fine. At this point, I feel like you're holding weapons and like there's enough enchantment busted that you can just say it as Duncan.
Great. He says, you know, it might be too loud for a library. Oh, no, damn it. I've got a better one. Sorry, just a second. You know what my favorite thing to read about at the library is? The Big Bang. And then he like cocks his pistol and we'll take our shot at her on the ground. I'm going to spend a swashing point to make this as brutal as possible. That one will just be the power of a good line. The first one is a 22 to hit, so that will hit.
She's got cover from panthers, so yeah, that hits. Obviously.
Great, and the second one is an 18 to hit.
Yep, both hit.
Beautiful. All right, so it's oh shit, sorry, I got to do weird math with this because I'm adding charisma modifiers to things. 13 damage from the first shot and a grand total of 11 damage from the second one. So that's 24 piercing damage from Mr. Bang's 2 solid rounds in her Fucking dumb face.
So yeah, her face is down because of all the panthers. So you just kind of put it against the back of her head. You fire the first one and it bounces her face off the ground. You hear her nose crack. But again, as is always the way with non-magic weapons, it's not enough to drop her. But the good news is, much like the panthers, you made a hole. So you jam Mr. Bang into the hole that your first shot made. And in vaguely dodge this way, fire it again, and in a classic curling maneuver, the second bullet hits the first bullet deep into her brain. You see her kind of gasp and sort of undulate. And all of a sudden, in classic fucking Devil May Cry fashion, all of the shadow walls, like a hand comes out of them and then pulls back and they shatter. And suddenly you're just in an empty hallway. She is dead at your feet. You hear... fuck, we didn't even account for Frederick. Frederick is kind of like hiding behind the column. Even though his face is kind of in rictus, he just leans around and says, "You were not very kind guests," and then he just fades back into the Esper tides. His adorable little sloth bow tie bounces off the ground. Meanwhile, upstairs, Gwendolyn, are you going to try and smuggle your new best friend Karen out if the circumstances allow?
Well, of course I am.
Okay, how do you plan on doing this?
Of course I am. Sorry.
It's okay. Your internal monologue still sounds like you. It's not that good a potion.
I think I would ask Karen. It's like, Karen, how do you propose we do as you propose?
Well,
double propose.
There's a lot of angry people in these picture frames, although they're not angry about the same things you and I are. They're angry about stupid things like the loss of their liberty. So lame. So, I bet, though, that they would be, like, a real pain in the ass if you let them out. So, like, maybe if you just break a bunch of these frames, then you'll have enough time to, like, get me out of here. And then we can totally go talk about those people that have been mean to you. Because that's unfair.
I've been under the impression that if I broke these frames, that those trapped within would return to the Esper tides.
Well, maybe you should just ask them. We're all very reasonable. Just ask them if they want to, like, fuck up that librarian lady.
Hello? Anyone in here, would you like to, fuck up the librarian lady?
You hear the snap of crocodile jaws. And a voice just says, "She's been calling me Michael Mabel for 100 fucking years. I barely have any power in these jaws, but before I fade away, nom nom nom. Let's just say that it's the wrong game. I was gonna say I'm a very hungry hippo, but he's not a hippo. Let's just say after I'm done with her, I'm gonna need a trip to the crocodile dentist."
There it is.
You can call me a crocodile hunter.
All right, what do I do to let you out?
Oh, after I eat her, I'm Crocodile Dundee.
With this world in Los Angeles. It sounds like if you just break the frames, these guys will go. Your companions downstairs are facing like an ancient piece of incredibly well done magic. These are like the at cost ones.
Though you do have gargoyles aiming at you.
I don't think Gwendolyn remembers that, so let's break some frames.
All right. Anyone else beside crocodile person? Just
there's like a few people. The panda's like, "Let me out. I promise I'll only eat a few people this time."
I don't trust you.
Why not? I'm adorable. Actual cannibal panda.
Yay. All right, let's see this one first, and I will draw my sword from behind my back and just smash.
For Michael Myers, aka Michael Mabel?
Yes.
Cool. The second you draw your sword, a blast of laser energy shoots out of the gargoyle. I need you to roll. Do you think you would dodge, or are you just like focused on breaking this frame?
I would dodge just because like I'm also ready for this crocodile to like attack me possibly because I'm not totally sure what.
Cool. Yeah, I'm basically
what the
asking
deal
whether you would respond in a like whether you just tough it out or whether you try and jump out of the way.
Jump out of the way.
Cool. Roll me a dex save then, please.
Okay. And I am going to. Fuck! It doesn't work on dex saves. Oh yeah, fuck. No, never mind. 12.
Okay, that is not enough. So you will take 9 points of damage as the laser cuts across your back. The other gargoyle begins to just breathe noxious fumes that begin to fill the hallway. That said, a mighty crocodile, half a crocodile, emerges from the portrait and rearing up on his hind legs, hook style, springs up at the laser gargoyle and begins to like snap at it and like starts to like drag it down off the wall.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Can I just say to the panda, it's like, I'll let you go if you promise to eat a gargoyle.
I haven't had gargoyle before. I hope they scream.
Do we have a deal? Don't eat me.
That sounds fine.
Or any of my friends.
Now, you're changing a lot of things on this deal.
I will destroy you.
Okay. Take 10 points of poison damage. This isn't a good time to be having a chat in the hallway.
I will slash at the panda's frame, and
the frame drops to the ground, and the panda just lumbers out, and he looks at the gargoyle breathing noxious fumes, and he's like, "You're gonna be my bamboo shoot!" And then it just like full on like bear claws up the wall, hugs it the way pandas do, and just starts like nomming on the gargoyle.
I run down the hall to the direction of my friends.
Don't forget me.
Oh, yes, sorry. Pick her up out of the water?
It's a frame. You have to. Are you
I know,
breaking the frame?
frame's submerged, right?
Yeah, so you break the frame and water just like washes
Yeah.
out, and she like flips a couple times, coughs, and is like, "Okay, I'm good now. Can you pick me up though? I'm a fish."
Yes, indeed.
Thank you.
Really awkwardly pick her up. Like,
Yeah,
I don't
you're
know,
gonna,
I
like,
don't
carry her
quite
like a
know
football?
how the fuck do you hold a fish?
Is it like holding out awkwardly dangling like a dirty sock?
No, it's yeah, it's kind of like I have it in like one hand, but it's like really slippery, so it's like I don't know, grab it by the tail.
This is undignified for both of us, but thank you for saving me. Let's go. I'll cut back down to downstairs. What are you guys doing?
I think we're hauling ass at this point.
Oh, I was gonna say, I feel like if there's no alarm ringing where we are, Duncan is taking a minute to try to scoop back on his like hag face and try to bind his open wounds because he's still not 100%. So he'd take a minute because there's no alarm and there's nobody coming. And it's not modern day where he'd be like, oh, there might be a silent alarm. Like, he doesn't really know magic. So I think he would not consider a silent alarm he can't hear possible. He'd think there'd be something. But probably not hit dice worthy, but just like take a second to get goop face back on.
Yeah, you definitely have enough time to like quickly bind and like, you know, squish your face back on.
Yeah, all right. So, Makka, if nothing's gone wrong, Gwendolyn will just be sitting there. We can go up. We just walk back through that hallway. We've got the painting, which I don't think we can entirely hide. I'll tuck it under my cape. But we also have the amulet, which I'm thinking might turn off the gargoyle. So this should be an easy walk out. If we leave it inside that room and we lock the door, the corpse, I mean, maybe nobody will even know anything's happened for a bit. So we'll buy ourselves time for a clean escape.
Yes. However, there does appear to be some kind of noxious gas descending the stairs.
I don't know what you're talking. What did you?
Points of just like green, like mist trailing down the steps.
Gwendolyn and I are going to have words, and these words will come from an unpleasant place.
And I think he will then tear some cloth off of the dead witch's outfit, Riga's clothes, and then soak it down and put it on as a mask to try to give himself some cover from the fucking noxious fumes. And then they gotta go.
All right, sounds good. So much like Donald Glover returning with pizza, you come upstairs to find just an entire menagerie of animals attacking gargoyles. With your amulet, you're able to pass freely past them, at which point you find Gwendolyn looking very proud of herself in her Shaw disguise. And the three of you are able to exit as the museum burns behind you. What do you say to her as you approach?
No talking now, but we'll have a discussion later when we're safe.
And with that, and with familiars running amok, you all escape the mausoleum gallery of familiars with a new possible ally under your arm. So back in the pie shop, you arrive with...
Let's say, Tom, random request. I don't want to step on your toes, but knowing that the people there had said Crecate can, and the familiar wants to kill Crecate, Duncan might want to stop on the way to the pie shop to try
Totally
to talk
fair.
to the painting.
Yep, that's definitely fine. So you find an appropriately secluded alleyway, the kind that has like a bunch of dumpsters that look like they haven't been cleared in a while. If only the Parks and Rec department were better. You're able to kind of just tuck into sort of an alcove where no one seems to be about.
Great. And then I think Duncan would reach up and Mission Impossible his hag face off to have a real conversation. What is this familiar's name again? What's your name, friend? I'm sorry about this.
Isha Proctor. That's the name of the familiar.
Are we being honest out here, or are we abiding by the rules of the mausoleum?
There are no mausoleum rules here. I don't think there's a mausoleum anymore.
Good. I am not Proctor. I am Crecate.
Interesting.
Of the Covenant, you may have heard of it.
Then who's Proctor?
Proctor.
Or Proctor's dead, I assume.
No, not yet. Isa Proctor was my familiar. Unfortunately, it would seem she gathered a bit more information and power from me than the other way around, despite what I was promised in our pact. The last possible moment, she managed to consume my body and swap me into hers. She has been in control of the crossroads for generations, and I have been trapped in these God's damned badger body!
All right, I believe we could have an honest conversation here. No mausoleum rules. Right now, the Senkai have been assaulting the earth, and we need the crossroads closed. There's a civil war here in the Covenant, and they wanted us to bring you, who they say are Isa Proctor, the familiar, to them so they can raise Crecate. But you're saying that you're Crecate, and what they have is Isa Proctor. So what do they need you for?
They believe I am... And the Badger does air quotes. Crecate's familiar. And at the moment of our transfer, I had planned to be entombed in a sarcophagus linked to the very ley lines that control this space. I didn't tell Isa everything. I do believe she got more than she bargained for. She is likely drifting in and out of consciousness as the many dimensions tear at her psyche. This body, the body of a familiar, does not have the same capacity that mine did. I have lost many of my memories and many of my abilities in my years of solitude. Surely she has felt the same. But they need me to wake her up, because when we swapped is roughly when I had ordered that little bitch to be put in a frame. So they suspect that the reason dear, powerful Crecate is in a coma is because she doesn't have her little lackey. rather than her little lackey couldn't take the fucking heat.
So if we let you out, or they let you out, you kill that body?
Honestly, I'd rather transfer back in. I'm quite fond of it. We would have to defeat her. She will have by now, I'm sure, unlocked much of its potential. But if we could in fact drop her, I would be able to transfer her back into this vessel and then stomp on it.
There are Shinkai making excursions out into the wider world of Gren. Could it be that Isha is commanding an army?
Unlikely, but it is entirely possible that she was manipulated into letting them come and go as they please. Issa has always hungered for power, but has rarely done the work or effort to determine where that power may come from. It's really my fault. I never should have made a deal with a half-fey, half-infernal. It seemed like a really good 2-for-1, but I do believe that her unique mix of morality might be slightly problematic.
If we were to bring you to the people that we were planning on bringing you to, would you be able to convince them that what you say is true? Do you have a way to demonstrate this?
For generations, they've believed that they live under my rule, under my auspices, and trust me, for the first few 100 years, I spent a lot of time trying to convince them otherwise. It proved futile. They need to believe that their mother, Crecate, is watching over them, and unless I'm in that body, they simply will not. For their purposes, as I did in the mausoleum, I'm happy to portray Proctor, but we will know the truth, will we not? Tell them I'm Proctor. Tell them I will wake up Crecate. And when Issa comes for us, let us destroy her, restore me, and I made no deal with the Shinkai.
So you're saying you'll shut the gate and keep them out?
I'm saying I made no deal with them. I'm making a deal with you. Future deals will be entirely at my discretion, but surely one such as yourself understands the weight of rule.
What happens with the rest of the people of this nation and this land?
They are my people. They are my coven, whether they realize it or not. I will restore the order that I'd set out to build, but was cruelly stopped. Being entombed was merely the beginning. I was meant to rule as a god empress over these people, but sadly they got Proctor instead.
Would the floating nation of Orville be of any significance to Isha Proctor?
What's Orville?
The boon granted to the humans.
No. The lowborn paddock can remain its own little thing.
Gwendolyn opens her mouth, puts her finger up, and then, sees Duncan in the corner of her eye and just shuts up.
All right. So we can back you. Here's the big question that I think we need to ask, which is how do we know that you're Crecate and not some sort of Shinkai or other being disguised who's looking to destroy the rightful ruler of this land? We know even less than the locals.
This is true. But tell me, how did I present myself to you in the mausoleum where I assumed I would remain entombed?
With incredibly murderous intent.
Truly. I had nothing to gain from that, so surely I must have purely been expressing my own interests and desires, was I not? This one, and she nods to Makka, says, this one I noticed, observe, and react to my threat against Issa Proctor. He seemed to be the only one who picked it up.
This is true.
That would be a bit of a long game.
Well, why don't we bring her to Bridge? And she might know.
Well, the plan is to bring her to Bridge, but she said she was going to stay as Issa Proctor and we were not to tell what we know now.
Oh. This is a conundrum.
Thoughts?
It seems we are on the same path regardless. Either we know she is not Isha Proctor and we give her to the general, or we think she's Isha Proctor and we give her to the general. The same path lies out before us.
Makka lessons in this voice are a delight.
Yeah.
So if we follow through with this, and we do this, you will rise as a new god empress over the Shadowlands. But you will guarantee that you will make no deals with the Senkai, and you will close the threshold?
I guarantee you I have made no deals with the Senkai. If it is in the best interest of the Shadowlands, at some point in future I may. But I have no love for them, nor any interest in that at this current moment.
I understand what you're saying, but I think I'm trying to make the deal with us right now, because otherwise the deal is we make you God Empress, and in return, we have made you God Empress.
I will shut down the crossroads. I must restore order to my nation before anything else. Hopefully you can understand that that will take precedence over any half-baked invasion scheme.
Would this reverse the affliction that is happening to the cycle of life and death? Affecting Joshi?
Oh, there's an affliction affecting the circle of life and death with
The
Jossie.
cluster, adorable. We here do not abide by those rules. That's part of the reason I chose the Shadowlands as our home. I do not know what afflicts your cycle, but I can guarantee you it has nothing to do with us.
Yet again, there are no answers for this strange curse.
I mean, we are good at curses, but it's not really our jam.
So I guess this brings us to the last, request, question, statement that I sort of have about the challenge with this plan. Our weapons have proven brutally ineffective against anything magical. We were almost killed by Riga, who is a librarian. If we were to face off with Cricket, we would just die. We need something more if we are to actually support you. Otherwise, we'll be mowed down by the people who bring us in, and you'll be standing alone.
She nods and just says, I cannot vouch for the state of my tomb, but I was buried with some rather fun toys. Just in case, you know how it goes. If they have respected my wishes, and with Isa Proctor as me, I suspect they likely did, she wouldn't know a sword from a bag of stones. Odds are some of my weapons are still there. The sorts of things I used back when I had such need for them. If you can get inside the tomb, I'm sure you can re-equip yourselves more appropriately. Plus, you will have me assisting you. This form is limited, but not without power. After all, Isa Proctor was my familiar for quite some time. Also, if young Mr. Bridge is in the fold, he seemed quite a bright young lad when I knew him, although just starting out, but one can see potential quite some distance away. I'm sure if he has grown to be a general, that surely he will be of assistance as well.
Now, the bridge we met was a woman.
Ah, good, she finally came into her own. I'd hoped she would.
All right.
Very good. Well then,
Worried
Mistress...
for a moment that someone else was pretending to be someone else.
No. Such paths are truly up to the individual, and I'm very glad she found hers. Very good. Well, if she has grown to be a general, I'm sure she will be quite capable of assisting. There must surely be some witches who are still loyal to the cause.
That's who we're heading for. Otherwise, we have a collection of witches known as the Council who are enslaving and combining familiars for unholy power.
See, I don't care for that. That seems folly. After all, as I have learned from experience, best not to fuck with the familiar system, you know?
Well, normally I would suggest we go to a separate place to have our official decision made, but we also can't leave you anywhere publicly, so stay here.
You can
We'll just
slide
do
me
this.
under that dumpster. I've been in worse places with better people.
All right, we'll do that then. Just slide her under the dumpster. Turn back
It
to the
is
other two.
worse down here than I thought.
This appears to be the only way to move forwards. I cannot tell if Proctor stopped Cricket because Cricket was a tyrannical dictator, or if Proctor tried to rise as a monster in their own right. I just don't know. However, we theoretically get the threshold closed for the short term, but we do put someone who seems to have an incredibly hostile relationship with the rest of existence into power of this nation.
As a royal ruler seeking to create an uprising and an alliance, Cricket could prove to be a valuable ally in your war.
Well, Cricket seems to have a great interest in the progression of the Shadowlands, and I doubt will actually do anything to affect the mortal world in the short term. She won't even commit against the Sinkai for a long time, and it seems like they want to destroy all of life.
The nuances of diplomacy are beyond my grasp. If you don't think it is feasible, then it must be so.
Francis?
I do strongly doubt that she'll be willing to join the alliance of equals.
Well, I'd say she'll probably join if there's something in it for the Shadowlands, and then withdraw if it's going to cost anything she doesn't want to pay.
That sounds better, right? I don't know. Set her free, hope for the best.
She wants to take action to stop the
Chimerans?
The Chimerans, which do unnatural things with familiars. Someone who wishes to stop those that fly in the face of nature. They must be on the right side of things.
Yes,
Well,
all right.
And he'll reach down and pull the painting back out and say, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Issa Proctor. We look forward to a long and fruitful relationship."
She just like stretches her like badgery smile back into kind of razor sharp teeth, and she says, "Trust me, the pleasure's all mine."
Great. And then we'll go to the pie shop. I'll put my Mission Impossible face back on.
Cool. So you arrive in the pie shop, and like everyone's like, you know, the little bell dings, and everyone like turns in surprise. You know, the record skips, the piano player stops, everyone puts their drinks down, and General Bridge is like, "Well, now, that is most impressive. Welcome back. Did you have any success, or did you merely take a lap around the block?"
We assisted in the destruction of the mausoleum.
And we
Bridge,
have the
like-
painting you asked for from the center of it.
Bridge has one of those like, "Oh man, Riggs and Murtaugh, you're such a problem, but you get the job done" look, and Dante very disappointedly kind of deflates and like starts taking vials out of his vest, and he's just like, "I mean, I told them that's the way to do it. You just blow the thing up, but no. Anyway, good job. That's very impressive. That place was a fucking disaster." And he starts pouring like clearly explosive chemicals down into the sink. Francois comes
All into
out.
one sink? Oh my god, no.
Yeah, as soon as
Dante, don't do it.
As soon as they hit
That's
the
really bad chemical management.
yeah, as soon as they hit the bowl of the sink, you see they begin to become inert, mixing into like a still like probably poisonous, but at least not explosive slurry. What a gross word.
Then Duncan would produce the painting and be like, "Here is the painting they were protecting at the heart of the facility. Is this what you'd hoped for?"
And Bridget's eyes go wide, and she's like, "Yes, you did it. This is it. Issa Proctor. It is a pleasure. You may not remember, but we met when I was quite little. It was before I'd made my pact. My name is Proctor is like, "Yes, I remember. I understand you're a general now, Bridge. Congratulations." And Bridge actually blushes a little bit, is a little abashed at this, and says, thank you. That means a lot. Hey, Francois, let's get these folks out of their skin suits. And Francois comes out with like a little spray bottle and just gives you each a quick misting. And the disguises fall away. It's a little bit like if you swallow wrong to get the voice out. You just kind of choke a little bit and like cough it out, and your normal voices return. Gwendolyn, in your case, it's literally just like a weird like rattling.
Yeah.
So, Gwendolyn, as your true form sort of reshapes, Duncan and Makka, you're slightly distracted by a wet thwacking noise as out of the pocket of Shaw's fancy flowing pantsuit, a koi fish appears, who's just like, oh good, a pie shop. I'll take 1 meat and 3 veggie. I'm vegetarian, but the meat one's for my cheat day.
Is this why we were all poisoned? And we burnt down something we were supposed to sneakily leave?
Well, I mean, Karen here suggested, asked me if I wanted to, like, steal,
To liberate me from my picture.
And I was just like, well, shit, maybe I didn't know what was happening with you guys. And I was like, it's been taking an awful long time. So it's like, maybe I create a distraction up here. Helps you guys.
Also, you guys are, like, really mean to Gwenny.
Karen, shut up.
Okay, but, like, we'll talk about this later. I just don't like when you're mean.
I know, this is just not the time.
Perhaps this fish is the true cricket.
Bridge says, I'm sorry, the true cricket? What are you talking about?
Well, Market seems to have got in his head that anyone could be cricket. He's very interested in other religions, you understand. Like, he is part of the cluster, so he imagines that most people could be part of cricket, if that makes sense.
Isa Proctor's like, yes, that makes sense. I don't think we should pursue this particular line of inquiry any further. Trust me, I spent enough time with Cricket to know this would make her wicked pissed.
Makka lifts Karen with reverence and finds a bowl.
That's okay. Thanks, Mr. Turtle. That's very nice. But I feel like I'm, like, really bonding with Gwenny. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be quiet. And then she, like, moves a flipper up, like a fin up. It just, like, does a zip lip thing.
Duncan is so angry you can hear his teeth grinding. Like, just where he's standing. Like, he's not saying anything, but you can hear it.
So, Bridge, what is the plan now? How do you break the frame? We were told it was made of very, very strong magic.
Bridge nods and kind of like waves over Francois, who like unfurls a map of the keep, and she's like, "Yeah, so Cricket was buried with some particularly useful implements. There was a belief amongst us of the coven that." Well, you know, it's always best to prepare in case those we have made our pacts with decide they don't much like the way we conduct business. As a result, Cricket herself was buried with several powerful weapons and tools. One of these is a ceremonial dagger with which she first sliced through the veil, opening a way into the Shadowlands. This dagger is incredibly powerful and will be able to destroy the frame that she created. We will use this as the key to unleash Miss Proctor here, who will then wake up Cricket.
Interesting. We were speaking with Proctor on the way down, and it sounds like there may be other artifacts that could be of use for those of us not as familiar with your magic.
She nods and says, I haven't had opportunity to properly examine the weapons and munitions down there myself. However, yes, I would imagine she looks at your sword. She's like, Crecate was known to be quite a sword fighter in her early days before the Pact. Back then, things were a little looser with how we witches worked. Some of us had Pact, some of us had magic. There wasn't a lot of law and order to it. It wasn't until Crecate helped rally folks around in the face of the Necrotus fella that really we've turned fully to magic. So yeah, there's probably going to be some things down there with a little bit of punch for you.
Which faction currently holds Crecate's tomb?
She smiles and she says, well, my friend Tortle, that is actually a good fucking piece of news I can deliver. We have the last remnants of the Red Circle, the folks who were with me, my best unit, aside from obviously Dante and Francois here, and they're both like, yeah, come on. She's like, they managed to hold it down. The Black Circle was instrumental in altering some records, sent the Council and the Chimerans on quite a wild goose chase to several tombs of somewhat lesser witches while we secured Crecate's. Unfortunately, it's been completely fucking useless to us without Miss Proctor here. So I can get us in, but part of the urgency that's forced us into this dire circumstance is that the armies are forming up against it. It'll take some time to wake up Crecate, but if we can keep the armies at bay, well, if we unleash her, then we got a real chance.
We should leave now, then. Strike while we can.
Sounds about right to me. Listen, we bringing that there fish?
Makka holds it up and looks at the group.
Well, yeah. Can I fill up like my body with some water?
You can't.
Is that
You could fill a shoe.
It goes through me.
As you propose that, Karen says like, that's a nice idea, but I think it'll just rush out of your sides. Listen, we're best friends, right?
Well, yeah, aren't we?
All right, that sounds enough like a tether to me. And she leaps out of the bowl, and just like slams into your armor. And the shape of a koi fish begins to appear kind of up and over your shoulder pauldron.
That's fucking right as hell.
I am a familiar!
And then echoing from like vaguely metallic inside your chest, it's like, yeah, and I've got a sick ride.
That's amazing.
And I think to myself, like, Karen, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Fuck yes.
Duncan, how loud's the gritting of your teeth right now?
Duncan drinks
Do
a
you
lot
have
of milk.
teeth still?
Duncan drinks a lot of milk, or he would need to go to a dentist right now. I cannot describe the level of his displeasure. The fact that she risked everyone's life to pick up a pet, the fact that she has now defaced the armor of a Malakan Solaris, which is a religious relic to him, by putting a snide, useless fish in it. Like, I cannot describe how disillusioned and outraged he is with her right now. He just will not bring it up in this room in front of foreign dignitaries.
On a personal note, I love how we've somehow managed to accurately capture the challenges of raising a child, where at first she was like really kind of like looking to you for guidance, and then kind of testing limits, and then kind of on side again, but is now clearly a teenager and is like, I have friends now, Dad. It's very
Karen
fun.
gets me.
Yeah, except essentially she's just yelling at her landlord, which is a really different relationship than if it was her dad.
I mean, tomato.
Oh man, if only my landlord pledged fealty to me. God, that would be sweet as hell.
Oh, you're on Serb? That's fine. Let's just call it a wash this month. Cool. So, with all that in mind, General Bridge says, well, all right, if y'all are ready to go, then we can activate the portal. It'll only work once. We needed a lot of bird bones to make this, so yeah, we're witches. We do rituals. What of it? Anyway, all right. Y'all ready to rock?
I'm just having a quick look at my character sheet.
I was going to say, Duncan, still bleeding and so exhausted he can barely stand, says, if we have to be.
Keep in mind, the army isn't on the threshold of the keep. The keep is still, like, you likely have a day before a day to prepare. So you will actually get better sleep there than here.
Oh,
unless you're just looking
Duncan
for, like,
is
a
more
quick...
like,
Yeah,
yes,
sorry,
I don't need
clarify
anything for this
Bridges'
location.
Yeah, to clarify Bridges' intentions, she was like, it's safer there. It's about to be very unsafe there, but that's our base. Like, it's safer there now.
We can
than it
travel
is here.
now. The battle will be tomorrow.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Got
You're
it.
not going straight into battle. No. Yeah.
Super. Then Duncan feels less angry at Bridge and Bridge alone.
That's good. All right, cool. So with that, she reaches down with her skeletal hand and kind of leaning on her crutch, picks up the fistful of bones, and she runs them over her tongue and then throws them at the wall. And as they hit, the wall shatters. And you see a sort of swirling mist, and through it you can see kind of a war room that's been set up in clearly what would have been like a dining hall of a castle.
Makka looks to Bridge and Dante and is it Francis?
Francois.
Just kind of not sure, gesturing like, is it safe? Is it safe to go? Looking for basically like permission to.
The sink begins to bubble, and Dante's like, "Yep, we should go. We should definitely go." And
Makka says, "Just so," and he runs through.
Great. Francois and Dante go through. Bridge is going to bring up the rear, just because that's kind of her way and it's her spell. Duncan or Gwendolyn, who goes first, or do you go through together?
Gwendolyn will go first. Duncan will wait, because then Duncan could theoretically cover Bridge through the gap if someone comes through the door after them. With a flaming mausoleum, he's more paranoid than he'd normally be.
Great. So as the sink begins to like literally fizz and spit, and like sparks start flying out of it, Gwendolyn, you step up to the portal, and just before you step through, Karen says, "But like, can I get those pies though?" And then you step through into the castle. Bridge turns to you, and you can start to hear footsteps outside. Duncan, and she just nods and she says, "Yeah, I think it's about time we go. I gotta be the last through, or else the portal will explode. But you hop now. I think that sink's about to blow, so we should be good."
Duncan will nod and jump.
Great. And then as you jump through, you hear the door get blasted open. And Bridge just like full shoulder roll throws herself through. And she does a perfect Trinity from the Matrix as she goes through. She manages to turn around and just like unleash a witch bolt as she comes through the portal, at which point the sink explodes, taking the pie shop, several Chimerans, and half a city block with it.
Hi, I'm Ryan LaPlante, and I'm one of the crazy founders of Dumb Dumbs and Dice, the production company that's made the video you're watching or the podcast you're listening to right now. Now, we're clearly busy. We're producing 4 weekly podcasts, Dumb Dumbs and Dragons, Blood and Syrup, The Mythos Mysteries, and Warhammer 40,000 The Valentine Heresy, as well as 4 event podcasts with mini-series releases at staggered intervals, Curse Code and Crown, Dumb Scum and Villainy, One-Shots, and the bad movie review show, Garbage Town the Movie Podcast. But we want to take this time to invite you to become a part of our company and a part of our Patreon at patreon.com/dumbdumbdice. You can get access to our Discord, access to exclusive DM and character chats. You can get the chance to name characters in our shows. You can even become a recurring NPC and hear yourself interacting with our characters each week through the voice of Tom. You can become a patron for as little as $1, and there's great value for you at even that level. So please, join the Dumb Dumbs and Dice family and help us make even more content content in a way that you are guaranteed to love. That's patreon.com/dumbdumbdice. DUMBDICE. So let's do something dumb together, and thanks for being part of our stories.
You find yourselves in a large audience hall in a castle. Admittedly, you've only ever really been in the one. Both Duncan and Gwendolyn, and because of the kind of vaguely overdone nature of Orville, you're used to these things being a bit fancier, but this is a little closer to like a proper medieval keep. So stone walls of unadorned stone. There are occasional banners hanging. Massive, large wrought iron chandelier. Sort of a throne that's been set up atop some stairs. But all of that's being disused because there is a sort of a big circular table that's been kind of wheeled into the center of the room, and it's been repurposed as a war room. As you emerge, there's a general cheer from the witches that are assembled as General Bridge, general cheer for General Bridge. Woof, McGee. As Bridge emerges from the portal, kind of on her back, having launched a witch bolt, and she kind of like flips her crutch up and kind of rises quickly.
I totally missed the opportunity to yell out, "Here comes the general," before she came in.
Well,
That's
she
okay.
rose up, so you're a few bars too late. You're immediately kind of assaulted by smells as there are several cauldrons brewing all manner of concoction kind of throughout this space. So a little bit like when you walk into a bulk barn and it's just like every spice hits you at the same time aggressively. It's sort of that, but with the heat that comes from multiple boiling cauldrons. So you're welcomed in. The general pats you on the back, Duncan, and kind of gives you a nod of thanks for kind of covering her retreat. And then she goes to kind of get some updates. You're greeted by a witch named Molly, and she will say Molly Thickmane. She's completely bald, and she just kind of greets you all. She's got like wearing a fine golden kind of very thin chain, just kind of around her head that kind of drops to a gem in the middle of her forehead. And she says, "Hello, welcome to the Tomb of Crecate. I am Molly Fullmane, and I understand from the general that you will be assisting in the defense of the castle. You all look a bit rough, if you don't mind me saying, so allow me to show you to somewhere where you can freshen up, where you can rest, where you can patch your wounds. We have only a couple green circle mages, or green circle witches here, but they'll see to your wounds if you need it. But it would seem that a proper breath or two of fresh air might do you some good. Do you guys want to stick around and kind of observe the war room, or do you want to go check in for kind of food, drink, and rest?
Well, I don't want to miss anything that's going on, so...
It's not... This isn't the, like, all right, everyone, here's the plan moment. This is a, like, they're still collecting information, and, yeah, it's just general hustle and bustle.
Tom, Duncan would follow up about this, but we could probably save the conversation. I'm imagining the magic items we're looking at collecting are inside the dungeon. They don't have them out here, right? Great.
You are correct.
Then Duncan's...
They have not breached the tomb yet.
Oh.
Cool. Then I think the only thing Duncan would be looking for is a map of the interior of the fortress, if there is one. He'd want to look at it for a few minutes just to get a lay of the land, because despite all of his internal conflict, a bodyguard is only as useful as the number of ways out he's aware of. So he doesn't want to get stuck like, I only know where the bedroom is. Oops, a war. Like he needs to know.
Okay, cool. That's fair. The keep is actually fairly small. There is the sort of central space you're in right now. Off of this, since it is kind of an audience and greeting hall, there's a small kitchen, and there's a room that leads to a stairwell off to the sort of the right of the room. The audience hall itself opens up into a courtyard, sort of a large courtyard. That is surrounded by a massive wall that also has things like the stables and the butcher's kitchen, so where things are actually like cut up and prepped rather than the fancy plating kitchen. It's got a small chapel, just the sort of things you'd expect of a small place that sort of acts as almost a town hall as much as it does a keep. There's a small barracks. The second floor has bedrooms for servants as well as the royals. But you really do get the sense that this place was where it's not where a lot of people lived. It's basically where like whoever would have ruled here lives with their staff and, defenders. But it's not like an army lives here. A bunch of people live here. It's modest.
It's a keep, not a castle.
Exactly right. Yeah. There are 4 towers at each corner of the courtyard that are 2 stories. From the looks of the map, there's a small dungeon under one of them. There is, kind of like a small armory under one, a general storage space under one. Again, fairly modest. There are listed, there are 2 ballistas on the southernmost towers, so sort of massive crossbows. So that is on the southeast and southwest tower. That said, looking at the map and then kind of looking at a couple of the murder holes that sort of give you line of sight to outside, it would seem that this is a very stark space. The keep is up on a sort of a small hill, I wish I had a better visual for this. I'm very much thinking of the place from Army of Darkness. So like there's a lot of kind of desert, as we've said, kind of plateaus around. You're on one of those plateaus. So it's a little bit raised, but beyond that, it's kind of desolation in all directions. Based on what you know and what Molly tells you, this is likely the shadow of a space that in all likelihood was destroyed rather spectacularly in Gren proper. The kind of collective psychic horror of which has reborn it here. But it is rather unimpressive, which you suspect might be why Crackate picked it, since it would be an unlikely target. In terms of defenses and escapes, there is obviously a secret exit out the back, but the primary exit is through the main gate.
Cool.
Crackate's tomb is under the audience chamber. There's a secret room behind the thrones. In that sort of classic video game temple way, the throne platform can slide forward, leading to secret stairs into the tomb below.
And then is the escape from, I imagine, the like royal bedroom, as is traditional in these setups?
The royal bedroom's on the second floor, so there's basically like a ladder chamber that leads down to a small chamber. That said, it is accessible from the throne room as well, through a well-hidden, like, tap the bricks lock.
Great. Good. That's exactly what he needed to know. Mainly that, and the other stuff's good, but mainly that. Wonderful.
Excellent. Looking around, you don't recognize the sigils of any of these banners. But as you walk, every so often your foot sort of squishes into something, and though you see nothing, if you check the sort of tread of your shoe, you find blood. Molly notices you do this and just sort of says, yes, there are some lingering effects from how this place ended up here. Just wipe your feet when you can.
Is this something we should be worried about?
In as much as you should be worried about the Shadowlands in general, yes, mortals do not fare well here. In terms of whether it's a threat to you in any way, shape, or form, unless you're some unfortunate hill dwarves who lived about 600 years ago, no, I wouldn't be too concerned.
All right.
Oh. I should point out 600 of our years. I don't think our calendars exactly sync up.
All right, I got the gist of that one. Yes, rest and food would be great.
I have advantage on gnome religion checks. Based on the stories I was told by the gnomes of the Bone Spurs, do I recognize the banners hanging from any of these chambers?
You do recognize them as dwarven.
You said dwarven. God damn it, I'm sorry.
It's all good, bud. So they are dwarven in nature. You're not particularly familiar with hill dwarves. You know that unlike the people of Golan, they make their homes in the hills. This, again, it doesn't seem of particular historical value, more so just an unfortunate folk who fell upon an ill fate.
It came with the house.
Yep. Excellent. So you're led to what are essentially the servants' quarters. Obviously, there are no servants. You're brought some food and drink. The nature of them is somewhat mysterious. It doesn't look like any food or drink you would normally imbibe, but at this point, you're kind of desperate. So it's a mysterious stew that they assure you has no people in it. So
Okay.
sorry, that's a little bit of witch humor. It really doesn't have any people in it.
Would people make it better?
I like you. No, I don't think so. Plus, we're not really into the cannibalism thing so much. It's not to say we don't use, elven body parts and such for some of our concoctions and rituals, but no, this is mostly just they're fruits and vegetables that don't exactly exist here. That we were able to draw through. Some of our familiars are very good at just popping across the veil here and there. So I hope you enjoy.
While eating, since we went through yet another portal and are in a wildly different place, Makka will once again try to reach out to the cluster to see if this place is any different or if it's still just the cluster within him.
I think it's similar to how you felt about the city. You can sense other organic life with the amount of witches who are here. The food you're being served does feel like it's not active, but it does, at least because it is stuff from your side of the veil, feel like food. So there is some comfort, I think, to that this is part of the standard cycle.
Okay.
So yeah, you're basically put up. Molly calls for a couple of healing mages who come and Duncan see to your wounds. Their form of healing is a bit more jarring than Duncan's. It involves breaking an animal in half and muttering some words, but the magic works quickly, and you find your wounds healing up. And with that, the general has received information that the Chimerans have raided the final 2 dummy sites, which means that logically this will be the last one. Much like Hoth in Empire Strikes Back, it's just such a fucking... Or actually, More like Dantooine in A New Hope. It's just such a fucking remote, out-of-the-way bullshit place that it's on their list. It's always been on their list, but it's absurd that it would be here. And as a result, it's been the last thing they would check, but now they're down to it. So the not the entire obviously force of the Chimerans, but certainly the closest forces will be descending in a day and a half. So you have a half day to rest, and I'm not going to say you can like plan for a day and a half. You have half day to just like get your shit together, which is what's happening right now. And then tomorrow you'll have 1 day to prepare for the siege.
Okay.
Is there anything else you want to do before you kind of step into your rest up from all the nightmares?
I think Makka will want to potentially have a quick like planning session with his two friends, because I'll role play it.
Gwendolyn, Duncan, Jossie has seen fit to bless me with some powerful magic. However, this form is not strong enough to hold all the magic Jossie has to give. And so, I may tap into the cluster, tap into the power of Jossie to cast certain spells. I wish to be as well prepared as possible for tomorrow's siege and our incursion into the tomb. Do you foresee us taking part in defending the castle? Or will we be exclusively raiding Crekate's tomb?
Just for all of your information on this, think of Crekate's tomb less as a massive kind of web of tomb buildings, that like a proper kind of dungeon tomb, and more like an Egyptian pharaoh's tomb. So one kind of large, massive chamber, not a webway.
So it's a chamber they're breaking into. It's not like
and
an elaborate dungeon.
It will take a long time to break into it, but just for your own planning, don't assume that you also have to clear out a dungeon in order to access the tomb.
Okay.
It's much more, in modern terms, they're going to be working on cracking the safe. You gotta hold the building until the safe goes. Now, whether you want to help them with that or defend the castle is entirely up to you.
Ultimately, I am a tool and wish to be wielded with maximum effectiveness. I know not the ways of war, as you may, Duncan, a knight, or you, Gwyn, as a leader, and so I beseech you, instruct me. Help me.
Having seen the two of you in combat, not knowing the strategy tomorrow or what comes at us, you two have been effective at range, and you have powerful magic behind you and in your weapons. I do know. I am good at stabbing things that are right in front of me, and I am good at strategizing about the best place to stab those things. I would imagine tomorrow the best place for me might be with the strategists and trying to open up the tomb, as they may have an outside wisdom they do not. But perhaps you two on the walls, bolstering the forces, throwing swords and summoning apparently a limitless army of panthers. I think you could be useful there. I could join you if things are desperate, but I don't think it's the best use of my abilities out the gate.
Right, I do have that longbow now. So I can shoot stuff.
Yes, you are proficient with the longbow, yes.
I am.
All right, well, if you think it will be more effective than throwing your magic... I mean, is the longbow magic?
No. I don't think so.
I will point out the witches have previously died from non-magic. The librarian was just particularly hardy. Now that said, many of them could be. If any of them, like if they have a bunch of hags with them, that's going to be a real problem. But
all right, yeah, I think the longbow would be useful. But if you see an Omnirath or something quite nasty, then you'll want to rely on the sword for the magical blows.
I thought I could do both.
Great.
It's like shoot longbow, throw sword. Shoot longbow, throw sword.
Also, I don't want to interrupt your planning, but Gwendolyn, if you really like need some help or something, I can help with this thing I can do. Gwendolyn, you gain Hellish Rebuke. It's a reaction. It's in response to being damaged by a creature within 60 feet that you can see. It's got a range of 60 feet. And basically, you extend your arm, and as Karen focuses her energy, a massive spray of high-pressure water will fly out of your arm. The creature must take a dex save or take 2d10 force damage.
Cool.
And that's once a day.
Once a day? Okay. Dex save 2d10.
Yep.
Karen? Mm-hmm. You truly are my best friend.
Oh, that's so nice. You're my best friend, too. And I'm not just saying that because I live in your shoulder now.
What are you saying to the fish who is apparently your best friend? And what is the fish saying into your brain?
She's letting me do, like, magic. I get to, like, force spray, like, water now at shit.
This is a good fish.
What do you have to do in return for the magic? Everyone else has had to have a pact, from what I understand. That's what stumbled us in the mausoleum.
Let me ask. Hey, Karen, what's the cost of this?
And out loud, Karen says, "Hey, I can talk out loud. I just know you don't like me, so I didn't want to interrupt your, like, council of whatever."
Yeah, for the record, if you distract members of the council, you're already interrupting, so...
Yeah, okay,
out loud's fine.
Fine, whatever, old man. Look, I was just saying, I can offer this power because, honestly, by getting to live in Gwenny's shoulder, it means I don't just, like, turn into vapor or have to live in a picture frame. So she gives me a ride, and, you know, she and I get to be besties and hang out, and sometimes I blast things with magic water. You know, like best friends do. Go back to your war thing.
I think I'm coming up on top on this one.
I just really want the camera to zoom in on Ryan right now as Duncan with Hello Darkness, My Old Friend playing.
I think it's it's not even a sad
Ryan's
song.
reaction.
I think it's like a close up on his eyes, and it's just like Slipknot heavy metal, and then back out to like the silent room while he's just standing there looking at her. And he says, "Whatever you need to do out on the wall, just make sure you save something for the room. Unless we're all gonna die, then use it. But we do have to engage with Issa, whatever the name is, and Cricket, and an epic battle between a god and a want-to-be god. And we have a vested interest."
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna just like throw stuff around like willy-nilly, like, oh, here you go, like, that's gonna, I mean, be strategic.
Like you were at the mausoleum?
Well, I mean, I got this, like, friend, and now I can, like, spray water, so, yeah.
Great.
What?
Nope. You've got a plan, and you came out on top of things. And I think that's the point where Duncan will peace out of the room.
Cool. So all of you tuck in for the night. Again, dreams come to you. Gwendolyn, you this time dream a similar dream of being in your human body, but also this time Karen is there, sort of floating along beside you. And rather than being worried about kind of what the nature of being out of your armor is, you two just have a real nice chat. And yeah, all in all, it's pretty good.
Man, just like as Laura, what like a fucking shitty person to bring along. Fuck, man.
Yep. But
God,
you did.
Gwendolyn. Jesus.
But you did.
Gwendolyn did. Let's be clear.
Tomato.
Shut up. Shut up, Karen Tom.
Makka, yeah, for you, I think it's a bit of a meditative sleep, kind of as you prepare to fully tap the cluster for this. You're still getting glimpses of the root folks' memory. You can see them building, sort of like beautifying and building structures for the first time. You see a terrified Leonea running wounded into the village. And you just you start to actually be able to commune somewhat with the Memorarians' memories, and they kind of say to you, I am sorry. This integration must be quite a lot for you. For me it is a release, but for you it is a burden, and I do appreciate that you have brought us into your cluster, though I must admit, I feel our memories being disseminated throughout you, but we feel cut off from the rest of your cluster. Is that correct?
Currently, yes, that is the case. I will rejoin the cluster soon, and the trauma of your checkered past will be filtered and percolated through a massive consciousness, and I will return it to your people so that they may know what they have done and still be able to live on, and perhaps change their ways.
I do not doubt it. I merely wanted to acknowledge the burden that you have accepted on our people's behalf.
Welcoming a new consciousness into the cluster is never a burden, no matter the physical toll.
These people that you find yourself with, not your companions, the ones that helped carry me, but the others, they are who Leonea fled. She feared the decisions they were making, the choices that have led them to this point. Though she herself corrupted us, I worry about what the greatest monster in my story was afraid of.
Yes. Indeed, I share this concern. I hope that as your memories continue to wash over me, work through me, that I might know what Leonea's true fears were in concrete, specific terms.
Well, perhaps one more sleep will do it.
Just one more sleep.
Till Christmas. Duncan, I think you sleep fitfully. The magic that has healed your wounds is working, but it means that you occasionally just get glimpses of like the Ring video. So there's just like random images that don't make sense but are vaguely unsettling, like a piece of cake that just for some reason melts and has maggots come out of it, or a chair that falls over in an empty room. Like, just, it's weird shit. But
yeah, I think probably around like 2-3 in the morning, when Duncan wakes up, he'd actually get up, because he's not used to dreams being like magically induced. So I think
Totally
he
fair.
just assumed that he's like troubled, because he is. And I think he'd go and he'd ask a guard in the hallway, or if there was someone he recognized, if there was like a chapel or some
There is, yep,
place
down
of
on the
worship.
main floor.
Great. He would go there. Is it big? Is it small? What's the space like? What's the vibe?
It's a little bit like an airport chapel, in that it's clearly, if you think about kind of what the use of this space would have been in the mountains previously, if travelers are coming through and need a place to pray in largely the same way that, better equipped spaces have sort of a prayer room in case anyone, particularly of the Islamic faith, needs to kind of like pray to in the direction of Mecca. It's that kind of space. It's small. There are some sort of rugs in the corner. There is what looks like kind of a unifaith statue of some sort. So acknowledging that likely as people of commerce, because they're in the middle of the mountains and are likely, like, I think ultimately you can imagine this keep was likely a rest stop along the way. So as a commerce point, but also weirdly like a gas station or convenience store on a long highway, it's equipped for as many needs as it could possibly accommodate. So it's just like a thing that acknowledges that it clearly will not accommodate everyone, but is also as sort of inclusionary as possible, as well as prayer rugs. There's some pews. Again, enough that, generally speaking, almost anyone that you can imagine from any religion you've heard of could get like a 60% experience here. No one's getting 100%, but it's as good as, the place you can put down a prayer mat in an airport would be.
Cool. I'm imagining it's empty at this time of night.
It's actually always empty because it is part of the reflection of what the space was. The witches don't use this. It's not this keep is no longer in the mountains, but this is definitely one of those just weird details from Gren that has made its way here.
Perfect. Then he would like close the door, light the torches that are hanging, so there's flickering firelight lighting the space, and he'd go up to the statue and he'd draw out his rapier. And if the statue has a hand that the sword would fit in, he'd put the sword in the hand. Otherwise, he'd just lay it kind of on the plinth. I don't know.
Yeah, I think the best way to think of it is it's an icon that is. I mean, in my head, it's almost like think like a nicer version of the Chaos logo from from Fantasy and 40K in the Warhammer universe. It's just a symbol that kind of represents direction, and there's a lot of circularness to it. But yeah, just like a general all-purpose icon, but there is absolutely an altar in front of it that you could place your blade on.
Great. Then yeah, I'll take the blade and I'll put that there, and I'll draw both daggers and kind of set them as well. And then Duncan will just take a knee in front of the altar. And he won't look at it, but he'll start talking to it. And it's just like, Justice, Lord of Blades, this is your son, Duncan Danno. If any other gods are listening, I mean, that's rude, but I can't stop you, so I guess enjoy your eavesdropping. I've sworn myself to your service, and I've sworn myself to the Dawnbreakers. And my soul is in the land of Orville, because I come from nothing, and that is the dream that I could have. And I've sworn myself to the crown. So I've sworn myself to the princess. But I do not believe that she should wear the crown. And I do not believe that she is the ruler that can save Orville from what we face. I just don't know anymore where my loyalties lie, and all I have are my oaths. And as I've seen more and more of the world, they have been more limiting, and I just don't know. I'm a man who knows, and I don't know. So tomorrow, I will keep a princess alive who has chosen ego and narcissism and self-gratitude, and a damn fish named Karen, who's an idiot.
as her closest advisor, speaking directly into her mind, instead of people who care about the land and her and the people. So I'll keep her alive. And I'll put a heinous, narcissistic, cruel, ruthless dictator on a throne to try to stop someone worse from arriving. And I'll do it. I just don't know why I'm doing it anymore.
And then he'll like pick up his daggers and resheath them and pick up the sword and then go dream about melting cake.
Can you roll me a religion check, please?
Yeah.
Good Lord, my heart.
The religion check is a 5.
Cool, you go back to bed and dream of cake.
Yeah.
Why does it fucking melt? They don't do that.
I think the thing that bothers him most is the maggots coming out of the cake, because he's sure it's a symbol of something in his
100%,
subconscious, but
yeah.
he can't math it out.
You should also be able to ascertain how I feel about that Ring video. I think it's scarier than anything else that happens in that movie. It's just so vaguely unsettling. The DVD has an extended cut of it, and it's just...
Yeah, if he'd just dreamed of a girl crawling out of a well, that would have just been a
fine.
Wednesday for
He
him.
can fucking fight a girl coming out of a well. You can't fight a
Duncan knows
maggot.
exactly how many children he could win a fight against.
Guys, that gave me so much trouble falling asleep when I was like 15. Can we just not?
I mean, that scene is over now, so sure, absolutely. We'll talk about it again 7 days. You all awake, and the castle is bustling with people kind of already up and operational. Duncan, as you make your way kind of into the war room, you spare a glance to the chapel, which is off of this main room, and you see a couple of witches just like waving, like fanning the room a bit. And one of them's like, it's so weird. Like, no one's been in there for a long time, but it was just full of smoke, and the torches were all burnt down. It's so strange. One of them's like, it's a symbol. I'm telling you, that's Crecate. That's Crecate telling you we're doing good. It's like, fucking Crecate wouldn't smoke a room. That doesn't make any sense. And they continue to have a whole like Larry David Seinfeldian conversation about it as you make your way in. Gwendolyn, having had a nice night of fun chats with your new bestie, you got a little bit of a spring in your step as you nod to Duncan, who does look a little bit down. But it's Duncan, so he usually looks a little bit down. This is kind of par for the course.
I literally like prance over to him and go, cheer up, punch him on the shoulder, and go on my way.
He really should. Like, just smile more. And Makka, you awake. Is there any sort of morning ritual you think you would do, knowing that by day's end you'll be at it? Or is it more of like a right before?
I think he might have taken a break in his rest overnight to wake up in the middle of the night and confer with Jossie, whose symbol is the crescent moon. And so out in the... Would there be moonlight here? No, there wouldn't be, right? Because the day and night cycle is...
You've got that weird permanent black hole sun, if you will.
I think then it's largely symbolic then. As
well,
a
would you
gesture.
go to the chapel, do you think?
No, it would be... If it was available, it would be get out into the moonlight. So to have that...
Say, Tom,
direct
if he
contact.
was focused on the moon, knowing the nature of the Shadowlands, could it appear to him? Like, could he draw himself to it?
How important is the moonlight to your conception of how you would reach Jossie? To my earlier point, like, I know, like, I've talked to a couple of my Muslim coworkers at various times, and they've been like, yeah, they're the ones who are practicing, at least, being like, yeah, no, like, I'll just go pray in a stairwell. Like, it's not ideal, but, you know, I just want to do it. It's what I need to do. And if there's just a space where I can find for myself, that's the important thing. Is it that, or is it more like in sort of Christian religion, like I need the wafer. The wafer is a vital piece of this for me. I can't have it otherwise.
Yeah, it's not as if this cannot happen without the moon.
With the nature of that, then the moon does not appear because also it's important to note that this space doesn't this is information you likely don't have, but I'm going to give it to you anyway because it'll save some time. This isn't the only space like this that exists. The Shadowlands are the byproduct and consequence of creative failure and creative thinking and lost dreams and all sorts of other shit. A lot of the Fey realms are the positive versions of that. So you'd be more likely to be able to go to a Fey realm and go, I wish the moon was here, and then like a cloud would suddenly part and there would just be a moon. Whereas here, it's less inventing it; it's more being able to find your way to the thing that already exists. If that makes any sense. That said, if you desperately desired it, there might be a chance it could exist. Blah blah blah.
He's ultimately he would still come outside because a lot of it is still like the act is affirming in its own way. Okay,
what I might offer you then, Tyler, is knowing that some of the familiars have been popping into like across the Vale into Gren to collect food. On the ground floor off the courtyard on the west side, there is what would have previously been basically the slaughterhouse when this place had livestock. But now it seems to be kind of the storehouse where all of the organic material that's been brought over for food is. So basically, I can give you like essentially a cold cellar that does have more of the sense of the cycle in it. It's up to you whether you would want that or the courtyard.
I think just the courtyard. Yep. He's really just taking a quick break to pray to Jossie, who he is like the Jossie's will kind of moves through him. So he's just praying to be like effective during the siege tomorrow, and to be strong enough to help his friends in the tomb afterward as well. And he also takes that opportunity to pick different spells that he would prepare for that day.
Yeah, there's nothing like praying to your god with an open rule book.
Yeah.
Yeah. Panthers,
Exactly.
Panthers.
What's my carrying capacity? Capacity.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so I need 10 rounds, and I can summon 54 panthers. And no more magic.
30 feet of rope. That is 30 feet too few for my climb speed.
I'm not asking for anything gameplay wise out of that.
Oh, no, I
think
totally
that's
get
just
that.
something
I think
Makka would do.
that's
It's
great,
just
Tyler.
like-
I think that's a really beautiful little scene and a beautiful little moment, and I think is very true to the nature of who Makka is. And obviously, like as with all things, I know we've been at this a long time, so this probably doesn't need saying, but like I will tell you, I will prescribe a lot of things to you in terms of like things that are happening dream-wise or other things. That doesn't mean that's the only thing you can do in a night or the only thing that happens to you in a night, and it certainly doesn't. I will suggest how I think that would make you feel, but please do jump in if you're like, actually, no. And then we'll fight. And I'll win. But at least you will have been heard. Cool. Okay, very good. Morning breaks, but it's also morning in that kind of incredibly shitty way that kind of all current COVID situation days feel like, where it's morning, but nothing has changed outside. So it's just kind of like, it feels like the same day. It's gross. The war room is in full effect. The witches are preparing. Mostly, it seems that a lot of the preparations are actually to try and breach the tomb. Basically, the deal is that Crecate ordered the tomb sealed and then ordered the witches who sealed it to kill themselves. So there is a very...
Sorry, it's just Duncan's brain to himself. Oh, great. This is the lady.
Yeah.
He doesn't even say it out loud. He just has to run. He's getting a headache just hearing these facts.
Yeah. So keep in mind, this is the Crecate who is entombed. Maybe not. I don't know. It could be anyone. But yes. So it is. They're not sure what weaves have been cast on it. They don't know what mechanical things have been implemented. Odds are it's not going to be a smash and grab. But yes, your danger sense is correct. So that's underway. The other issue in terms of knowing that you have theoretically have Cricket in a picture frame, the instructions were make this impenetrable. Don't tell me, because if I know, I can get out, and that's also not part of the deal. So she unfortunately has no additional information for you, which is also true if she's Proctor. So don't want to swing you one way or the other, but the picture has no information. So a bunch of witches are planning to breach that. The rest are preparing defenses against the Chimeran invasion. So the majority of these witches no longer have familiars. There's only a few familiars about. Most of them are untethered. You can tell the untethered, and Tika is certainly amongst them. There's no longer any need to operate the hearth, so she arrived overnight. Most of them wear their scar pretty openly. You get the sense that it's not a mark of pride so much as sort of a constant reminder of what's at stake and what's been lost. And there does seem to be a clear social division, even though everyone's on the same side, between those who are untethered and those who still have familiars. Obviously, everyone still respects the general and everything else, but like, there's just enough, you can know but not understand, kind of.
Like people listen a hair more to the untethered because they've lost more, kind of thing?
No, more so that the untethered greet each other a little more warmly. It's the common thing with grief or trauma or any social inequity, where just they have all experienced something that is unknowable unless you have experienced it, and as a result, the tethered are all clearly kind of like, no, like, we get it, and the untethered are like, sure, thanks.
Great.
No.
That makes sense.
Duncan, tactically, you don't think this is going to be an issue. You've actually, incidentally, it's not that dissimilar from how you thought about the rest of the Dawn Guard back in Orville, where there were some you got along with just fine. There were a few who were not as disillusioned as you, but like in the ballpark. And then there were just all the Boy Scouts. But admittedly, if and when a threat arrived, you would have all stood shoulder to shoulder just fine. But it's just something you observe. Basically, the challenge put to you is the enemy forces will be arriving this evening. Based on the way that it has been observed that the Chimerans fight, odds are they will not summon the Megazord immediately, largely because it is unknown what the toll of summoning an Omnirath is, but there clearly is one. The mere act of becoming Chimeran, having several familiars tethered to you, is already a fairly taxing process. It offers great power, but it also requires great concentration and great exertion to maintain. As weirdly, Gwendolyn, you're starting to kind of realize, like, Karen, it's been a very positive experience for you so far, but like, Karen's like in there, and the thought of having like a whole family living in your head isn't lovely. And you don't get the sense that there's a telepathic connection necessarily between every familiar and their witch, but you get it. That would be a lot. Right. And Duncan, you only have one familiar. Her name is Gwendolyn, and she's causing you to have a crisis of faith. So like,
yeah, I think Duncan also would look back on the healing magic yesterday and be like, they had to break a person and they didn't have to heal me that, but like, they broke an animal and they didn't heal any of us that much. So fuck, what do you have to do to build something that big? Like, it's going to be bad. The math is bad.
Yikes, yeah.
And weirdly, Makka, for you, I think it's somewhat quaint, because the idea of A, trying to control something you're in a symbiotic relationship with is vaguely absurd. But B, the closest analog you have for the relationship with a familiar is the fucking cluster.
Yeah.
Like, you're used to, an infinite chorus of beings.
You share a consciousness with one thing, huh? Sounds lonely.
It's as close to condescending Wonka as I've seen Makka get.
Yeah. You share consciousness with one
That must be very hard for you.
Yeah, only he doesn't mean it sarcastically. It's just a
yeah.
statement
Yeah,
of
it's just
fact.
like, that would be awful.
Yeah.
So hell does exist on the world.
Yikes. Tough crowd. So basically, the expectation, and it is a limited expectation because up till now, there hasn't really been a proper Last Stand other than the early phases, but that really was like literally like a full-on governmental coup, where it's like people running from buildings and like there's a lot of chaos. The expectation is there will likely be the first wave will be the exploratory wave, so likely a lot of familiars and some stealth folks. The general seems hesitant to tell you this, but she does cop to the fact that the Covenant assassin network that she trained is spectacular, and they all turned. You, of course, have experience with this, both from Orville and from what they did to the Butcher. But the general is there's she clearly has, like, if anything is weighing on her about this, it's that, which was the classic, like, I trained a bunch of bloodthirsty monsters, and they were my monsters, so I didn't feel great about it, but at least they were on our side. Then war happened, and now they're on the other side. That's on me. Also, fuck. It's how William Stryker feels whenever Wolverine comes back to the Weapon X lab. Yeah. So basically the expectation is wave 1 will be familiars, some assassins, and likely ranged attacks. So they'll just be throwing big magic from a distance, just fucking hoping for lucky shots. The second wave will likely be combat witches. So people similar to Tika who are trained in sort of direct assault. The expectation is that too will be serving a somewhat exploratory function, in that it doesn't make sense to throw an Omnirath at this place if you don't know what the weak point is. The expectation is by wave 3, an Omnirath will be summoned.
Okay.
What is the keep's weakest point, and what is the keep's strongest point?
The weakest points are the east and west walls. The front wall, the gate is reinforced, and Duncan, from the way you've observed this, it would seem that when this place was in the mountains, it was likely surrounded by a mountain aside from the front gate. The back is slightly more secure only because it's built up to accommodate the bedrooms and the audience chamber. But the east and west walls are, again, stables and the chapel, respectively. And as a result, it's still a firm wall, but there's nothing hard behind it. You know? Like, if you're trying to come through the north wall, you'd have to come through the audience chamber and a bunch of other shit, so it's all reinforced and been rebuilt. But the east and west walls are just wall. Beyond that, it's tiny chapel, tiny kitchen, like... If you were going to drive a siege engine up to something, that would be the place to do it. That said, as with anything, the gate is both the hardest and weakest point because it isn't built of stone. So it's reinforced heavy wood with metal on either side, thick, but at the end of the day, it is still mechanical and could still be breached. Your biggest concerns, Duncan, are that the east, west, and north were... architecturally designed to assume a wall of mountains that does not exist. So,
All right,
again,
so
not weak, but weakest of the bunch.
Yeah, I think he'd put forward the suggestion when was appropriate and probably from the side, because he wouldn't want to step on anybody's toes.
I think you've earned, particularly you, I think less so the other two, but you specifically have really earned your stripes in General Bridges' eyes. And also, admittedly, like, the witches don't do sieges. This isn't really... It's something she's probably studied and thought about, but siege warfare is not a fucking thing on the menu. Incidentally, not really for you either, because Orvel was in the sky. So I think she kind of recognizes, like, if anyone has insight on this, it's probably you, but we're both playing with half a deck. So if we both play with half a deck, we have a full deck.
Yeah.
Either one of us alone, not great.
Yeah, because he would have been trained in the theoretical rudiments.
And that's what she has.
If the population
too.
attacks a castle.
Yeah.
Duncan's suggestion. So obviously we've got this challenge. We need to survive all 3 waves. There's going to be a temptation to try to hold them off from the position of strength. However, that means they chip away at that strength over the first 2 waves. And then they will send their strongest weapon at what will have become our weakest point. There is an opportunity for a feint if you know these opponents, which is if we over-defend the east and west wall and purposefully under-defend the gate, then when the Omni-Wrath comes, it'll actually come at our strongest wall and we can shift all our defense in that direction, making the most when it counts the most.
Can you roll a persuasion check with advantage, please? This is tactically sound, but we have to roll dice occasionally.
Oh, that's totally reasonable. That's a 24.
Well, that's might bit better than my shoot 'em all and hope for the best plan. So yeah, I guess you get my vote. So the plan will be to defend the east and west walls, perhaps overly aggressively during the first 2 waves, in the hopes of drawing the Omni-Wrath to the main gate on the south wall when it arrives. Is that correct?
That would be the plan, yes.
Cool. You have 2 ballistas that are on the southeast and southwest towers. So with that plan in mind, you could also just, like, fucking spray the Omni-Wrath with those, assuming they survive the initial assaults. Based on anything you know about siege tactics, the odds of those weapons surviving are very low, but worth knowing. Gwendolyn and Duncan, you are providing sort of ranged support for this. Where do you think you would position yourselves for this?
Makka, Gwendolyn and Makka.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. What did I call you? Duncan?
Yeah.
All right.
Makka would want to know what the planned response is. If they're expecting these 3 specific waves, what is the planned response? Because Makka's combat style is basically synergy. Mm-hmm. So if I know what you're going to do, I can help you do it.
So the danger to this many familiars is that each, when with a 1-to-1 tether, the death of a witch or a familiar can be quite traumatic and quite painful. However, the Chimerans have to some extent numbed themselves to that because they have so many that really only the death of their primary familiar would have that effect. So the rough plan during Wave 1 is to throw up not particularly powerful, but hard to dodge magic. So in World War II terms, these would be the flak cannons. Let's just fire shrapnel into the air because you can't really dodge it. Okay. So it's just like, we're literally just going to blast, magic missile and eldritch blasts and like cone of cold and whatever the fuck we need in the hopes that we can make it too costly to continue to send familiars as scouts.
Perfect. I have a spell for that. Great. Good to know.
Fantastic. Wave 2, the main plan is to ignore the familiars as much as possible and just target witches. That, unfortunately, is the pure... If there is going to be, like, a sniper fight, that's it, which is just get them before they can get us, as much as possible. Unfortunately, due to the chaotic nature of the pacts and the variety of pacts that have been made, there's no uniform witch tactic. The general has a vague sense of the regiments she's trained and what they might do. And similarly, they may have trained other people in the same methodology. But again, it's like if she's like a 9th degree karate black belt, some of them are professional boxers.
Right.
So she can tell you what the karate people will be doing, but she has no clue what the amateurs who have barely learned it, or what the people who know, kung fu or Krav Maga, or like literally anything else. She just doesn't get what they'll do. So the vague plan is just like blast them like as targeted as possible, as much as possible. Also because when the Omnirath arrives, the less people that are aiding it, the better.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Tom, these ballistas, are they like single pole weapons, or are they like shotguns? Is it a blast or is it a focus?
The ballistas, unfortunately, are single bolt.
Okay, cool. Duncan would also suggest that the ballistas be covered at the beginning of the battle so no one knows what they are, and then we only open one of them up pre-Omnirath when we hit sniper battle, and then we use the last one when we have to.
Can you roll me a stealth check, please?
Oh, that's bad. That is a 8.
Unfortunately, even though this was low on their list, the fact that this keep exists in the Shadowlands is known, and as a result, the existence of the ballistas is known.
They know it's there. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I think he would quietly approach the princess, and I imagine Makka is standing with her, and say, "Princess, I am sworn to defend your life, which means I am oath-bound to serve you on the wall, if that is where you essentially don't not command me. You have to command me to be somewhere else. My only concern is knowing assassins are coming, and knowing that if this keep falls, we all fall with it. I'm torn whether I stand with you, or whether I disguise myself as some sort of neophyte and wait here with the strategists and take out any assassin that could threaten the mission within. Where do I go?"
Well, I mean, Duncan, you're like, what do you think is best?
Princess, one allows me to uphold my oath to keep you alive in the short term. The other's greater focus is on us saving Orville in the end. I cannot make this call. This is literally the two halves of my heart.
So Gwendolyn, the choice falls to you. Duncan can advise you, but ultimately it will be your decision. I will say, Makka, you can also probably weigh in on this, because even though there's no fealty, I think you and Duncan have kind of come to enough of an agreement about kind of who you are and the roles you serve that your input would also be useful. So the question becomes, where will Duncan be placed for the combat?
Duncan, I will keep an eye on Gwendolyn during the siege. But ultimately, Gwyn, what you have before you is a soldier requesting an order. Yes.
Yeah, but like, all right, Duncan, I got to ask you, like, what is the outcome we want from this siege? Like, what do we want to have happen? Like, what's our priority?
Which one of us is a princess trying to reclaim her throne and crown?
Well, me, but like...
The princess and the future queen decide the priorities, not the bodyguard.
But like, we came here for a reason. If the priority was just to keep me safe, we wouldn't even be here. So let's do what we came to do, and you go with the strategy people. Doesn't that make sense?
Makes sense to me.
Understood. Sire Turtle.
What? Do you not like this? Oh, should you stay with me? Would that be better?
Sire Turtle, and he rests a hand on Makka's shoulder, and he just says, "Thank you for watching over the princess. I know Jassy walks with you, but I will ask Justice to watch over you
Nevertheless, Princess, fight well.
And then he'll just like hit a hand to his chest and turn around to go find fucking witch robes. Like he needs something that'll totally make him look completely forgettable, so he can watch the excavation crew to make sure they don't get like murdered trying to get into the
And
tomb.
I turned to Makka and like, was there any way I could have given a right answer?
I'm not sure the quality of the answer was in question, more the conviction with which it was given.
Well, fucking hell. Can't do fucking anything right.
Yes.
And with those words hanging in the air, the siege of the Tomb of Crecate began. So the siege began, innocently enough, with a single seagull, just taking a casual flyby. Now, that seagull was merely a precursor to the the variety of the veritable menagerie of animals. I got there eventually. We've been playing D&D for so long.
Guys, I really hope the panda didn't join them.
Would be making their way up and over the walls over the span of the day. But that seagull managed to find itself in the crosshairs of Gwendolyn, Princess of Orvel, who raised the bow she assured everyone she was very proficient with, and took aim to fire. Laura, go ahead and roll, please.
11.
It is unfortunately this overconfidence that led the first spy to properly sight the space and yell a chilling "Mine!" Before winging it back to the ominous cloud that was approaching the keep from many sides, which, as you know, is odd for clouds, until it got a bit closer and you could see the individual flapping of wings. And closer still, you could see the hundreds of winged creatures that were flying towards it as large masses of groups on the ground began to sprint towards the castle walls. We find ourselves in wave 1. Makka and Gwendolyn, which wall will you take up position on, the east or the west?
Per Makka's promise to Duncan, he will stick with Gwendolyn.
So which wall will the two of you take?
Yeah.
This would have been a matter of, like, evening it out. So let's just say the west wall.
Cool. Stay out of the west wall. Yeah, the west wall is the one where everyone has walk and talks, and people just hand them paper to sign as they move.
Oh, man.
So you take up position on the west wall. I'm not going to roll for a billion NPCs on both sides of this conflict. Yeah, I know. It's real fun to watch me go. So exciting. Just
God,
rolling
love
the
those dice rolls. Yeah.
Instead, we're just going to, like a Lord of the Rings movie, focus in on your specific wall and what's occurring there.
Is this Helm's Deep?
I wouldn't go so far as to say that, but it is a siege by overwhelming force against a small band of heroes. I
was going to say,
at the midpoint of a story. So
things are flying in from the sky, and you're on the west wall. So really, this is the West Wing.
Also true. Commander Bartlett is on the ground with General Bridge, making plans. Okay, so the swarm coming toward you seems to be a combination of bats and birds of prey. It is a sizable cloud that is rapidly approaching. The witches are preparing their countermeasures. What do you propose to do?
Makka will start by casting Fairy Fire. And just detonating it out in the middle of this swarm, illuminating them all with bioluminescent spores, making them easier to hit. Everyone making ranged attacks or even melee attacks on them has advantage.
Excellent. Gwendolyn, what is your move?
I'm just trying to see if I can spear multiple familiars with Bellows Blade flying through the air.
Cool. So go ahead and roll your attack, please, with advantage as per the spore fire.
19 for me.
That will hit.
That is 11 slashing damage.
Okay, very good. Okay, 11 slashing damage, great. Okay. So with the fairy fire in full effect, the witches will launch their countermeasures. It is very good they have advantage, because their first one was a 7, but the second one is a 19. Ooh. So that's a bit alright. Fucking A, alright. So with the swarm clearly lit, the witches begin unleashing mass Eldritch Blast strikes. You see a bunch of magic missile, just as much stuff as they can throw that's kind of cheap and cheerful. And the swarm seems to be taking a significant damage. Still coming, but you're definitely watching things explode. You see the Aloes Blade kind of wing through an explosion in the middle of the mass. So far so good as these things go. Duncan, clad in a robe, sorry, it's an excitement yawn for this dramatic moment. Duncan, wearing a set of robes that kind of make you look enough like someone just kind of rank and file. You're observing the attempt to breach the tomb. The throne itself has been shifted away, and you, along with the team of kind of basically safecrackers, have moved down the stairs into a small chamber. There's a massive circular door covered in runes. 4 torches have been set up down here to just kind of keep light on it, and basically Muli and her team have begun the careful steps of examining it. So similar to defusing a bomb, the first thing they're doing is taking a look. They have done this over the past few days, but obviously doing a dry run of this is different from doing it on the day. Can you please roll me a perception check?
Ooh, that a nat 1.
No.
You get lost.
Fall down a hole.
Well, I'd think the first thing he would do is memorize the faces of everyone on the team, which is not great for keeping track right out the gate.
Which is which? I'd say the one comes partially from that, also partially from trying to observe what they're observing, but you're literally looking at a door covered in etchings of Crecate, presumably, of the Coven, of that big spooky tree, and then also a bunch of runes and other images. It's very hard to tell what is decorative and what is functional, particularly to someone who's in train. So you're unable to assist. Luckily, they rolled well, so the initial assessment doesn't end in anything horrific. They are prepared to move forward. Back up on the wall, Makka and Gwendolyn, can you roll me... actually, Duncan, you as well, please. Let's get initiative for all 3 of you. It's probably the easiest way to demarcate this.
7.
Whoa!
Oh, twinsies.
Do you have a modifier, Laura?
Yeah, +2.
That's yours.
Tyler doesn't.
Yeah. I was going to say,
And,
you're not very
Duncan,
dexterous, right?
What's yours?
Mine is 12, so pretend I spoke first.
We weren't in initiative order yet, so it doesn't matter.
Perfect.
Cool. Okay. So, yes, Duncan, your action occurs. Gwendolyn. The swarm is getting closer. It is certainly been cut down a bit, but there's still a lot there. Mm-hmm. And they've begun basically their dive bomb run at the wall. So still at distance, but you can tell it's gone from like flying level to starting to arc down.
Okay.
They will be at you in 2 turns.
Well, what I want to do is, with the Elos blade now in the air, I can make it hit with a bonus action. Mm-hmm. So what I want to do is actually fire my bow as a distraction, or I mean, try to hit stuff, but also like as a distraction and follow it up with like a strike by the Elos blade by anything that was paying attention to the bow.
All right. So go ahead and fire with your bow, please. Normally, I would just say that the bow gives the Elos blade advantage, but you already have advantage. So your odds of actually getting to hit something with your distraction went up.
Okay.
So, actually, sorry. Yeah, no. Go ahead. Roll.
What do you want me to roll?
Sorry. Roll your bow with advantage, please.
Okay. 15.
Okay. That's enough to hit the swarm. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Okay. 5.
Yep.
5 piercing damage.
All right.
At 1d8, man.
Okay. So the way we're going to play this then is, given that you were successful with your distraction, you already have advantage with the Elos blade. I'm going to give you essentially double advantage. So roll 3 times and take the best.
Oh, Tom,
Cool.
with a dex weapon like a bow, you add dex to the damage, right?
Probably.
Yeah, I did. I rolled a 3.
Okay, got
Yeah,
it.
just your modifier. Yeah.
In that case,
Oh, yeah.
yes.
I
You
was-
add
It's
I
okay. You
added
just
2
said
for 5.
those d8s, so I thought you just rolled the die. Don't worry, you're good.
Oh, yeah. No. I got a 3 on a d8 because, you know.
every point is going to help against these.
Yeah. No, I
the swarm,
appreciate
so,
the
like,
reminder,
good
Ryan.
call.
Thank you. That's a 23 to hit
Yes.
with the Elos blade. And that'll be double 1s. Awesome. That is 4 slashing damage.
Nice. All right. So the swarm very much still intact.
God damn it.
But again, better than nothing.
Yeah.
Makka.
I need to concentrate to keep fairy fire going, so I can't use any other concentration spells. So let's throw out a chill touch.
Is that ranged?
It is. Yes, it is. It's like 120 feet range.
Oh, cool.
Or something like that. Let me just double check here.
Just make those bioluminescent
Shit,
spores
man.
go to work.
Yeah. Sorry, that's the one spell I don't have up is chill
No,
touch.
it's all
Yeah,
good.
120 feet, and it's ranged spell attack.
I mean,
I'll
dear
make
whoever
that with
named
advantage.
it. Cool name. Weird in a
Bad
game
call.
where you have touch attacks.
The touch
Should be
is
called
confusing.
Chill Snipe.
It's because a skeletal hand comes up and
Oh shit.
grabs.
Oh.
A giant ghostly skeletal hand. Plus 11, plus 7, 18.
Oh yeah, that definitely hits.
Okay, so I don't. That's like a single target spell. So I don't know if that translates to me just going on like one little bird in the sky. Or
We're treating it as a swarm. I'm basically just merging a few rules for this, but essentially the swarm has a collective AC and HP that is higher than any of these individual creatures would have. So you roll against the swarm, you deal damage against the swarm. And honestly, we're playing closer to Genesis rules.
okay, so that's 5 necrotic damage.
Okay. Well, you're definitely wearing it down. It's still up, but it's definitely getting smaller.
Okay.
Looking around, almost as though, as the player characters, your actions are affecting the narrative of the combat, the other teams are doing roughly the same. The witches open fire. They hit. All right. They do 7 points of damage.
They do more damage than the Elos blade.
It looks like they're going to hit the wall in one more turn.
Yep. So you have one more round of them kind of at danger close, and then they hit.
Okay.
Top of the round, Duncan. The witches have begun so there's 4 in total, largely because this space is pretty small. So you get the sense that you got the kind of like the 4 best bomb defusal people, and they left all the I'm kind of good people out, likely as backups. So 2 of them are chanting, and 2 of them begin to kind of work intricate counter runes into the door frame. Can you roll me a perception check, please?
That's a nat 1.
No!
Cool. They continue to work. The chanting is growing louder, and Duncan, shit like this kind of drives you nuts because it is vaguely hypnotic. Like, and it may also just be whatever energies they're throwing at this door, but like, you find yourself starting to fall into like a comfortable lull where you're just kind of nodding along, and you kind of shake your head to clear it and remember, like, no, this isn't a time to fucking chillax. This is...
Yeah, he's like aware that he's kind of sucking at this right now, but a part of his brain is like, well, at least you needed to seem like the least competent man so that the assassin wouldn't come at you and you'd have a chance to spot him. And right now, you're a fucking idiot.
Cool. Top of the round. Oh, sorry, you are the top of the round. Gwendolyn. The swarm is now, like, coming for you.
They're still glowing.
Then, typical Gwendolyn fashion, she's just gonna do what I'm doing, and fire my bow again.
Sure. Go ahead.
Advantage, right?
Yep.
Good, because one of them was a 1. 19.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. All right, and that's 7 piercing damage. All right, and now with the Elos blade. That's 24 to hit.
Yes.
Okay, yay. Well, that's a little bit better. 9 slashing damage on that one.
All right. Very good.
So I'm just imagine I'm just like the sword's just kind of doing like a very pretty like finessey twirl like figure 8s and just like whoop.
Yeah, and honestly, they're so closely packed because they're coming in on a swoop that like it went from like, oh, I kind of have to find them to just like if I just spin,
it would be hard to miss.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Okay.
Makka, you feel like the swarm is definitely thinned. What do you do?
Okay, yeah, I gotta change up the spell now that they're getting close. I deactivate Fairy Fire, and I cast a new spell called Wind Wall. A wall of strong wind rises from the ground at a point you choose within range. You can make the wall up to 50 feet long. I just run it along the edge of what would you call it, the parapet?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you?
Thank you. I've been trying to remember that term from a conversation, Tom, we had way back with Tika that first friggin' time.
Do you have to whip out your college guitar at an open mic night to summon Winderwall?
Winderwall?
Good lord.
I'll see myself out again.
No, the symbol of Jossie on my chest and head glows, and I just point way kind of downrange at the end of the wall, and just with my finger kind of guiding, you can just see like dust and debris being kicked up about 15 feet in the air, and it's a foot thick, this wall of wind.
What happens to things that hit it?
They take 3d8 bludgeoning damage.
You can go ahead and roll that now as
Shit, man.
Like a machine gun. These swarms just blast into the wall.
It's actually a save, so they need a strength save from this swarm of small creatures.
I was gonna say, and Tyler, what does it say about flying objects?
It's a little bit of it's like a chunk of information here. Smaller flying creatures or objects can't pass through the wall. Loose, lightweight materials brought into the wall fly upward. Arrows, bolts, and other ordinary projectiles launched at targets behind the wall are deflected upward and automatically miss.
Dude, this wall is fucking rad. So the majority of them slam into it, and yeah, they're bats, so they're just like, ah. Yeah. The birds of prey, I rolled an 8, which I suspect is not enough to really save anything.
That's correct. They have to beat a 15, and 13 is the 3d8 bludgeoning damage.
My good sir, they had 12 remaining. So the swarm is just like pulped. There's just a blast of bats in every direction, and then just a bunch of birds being like. Really should have put up some like decals of hawks or something.
Yeah, it's like it looks like the world's grossest defensive wall because every corpse just gets thrown up and out, so there's just a wave of dead birds just crashing against an invisible thing.
So good news, you have successfully defended against the first wave. There are casualties on the other walls, but they do manage to repel the first wave as well. Obviously, they don't have a magical winter wall up, so it's not as sexy or clean. It gets to a little bit more like, burning hands at range and flamethrowing them, but it is successful. So, Makka, kind of nodding to yourself, looking at the wall that Jossie has gifted you, you are, although yet again removed from the cluster somewhat, you still feel Jossie's presence even here. And for a moment you feel tremendous calm until you see the two large lumbering shapes in the distance that are rapidly beginning to close towards the walls. And from behind you on the east wall, you hear a general cacophony of what the fuck? Gwendolyn, hearing this, the Ellis blade gets tossed up and over the wind wall twice before you manage to kind of maneuver it up and over and back into your hand. And you also see a shape that perhaps Makka is less familiar with. You see two Omniraths storming towards the wall, and from the calls coming from the other walls, it would seem there are roughly 8 of them.
What? 8 of them? Already?
It's almost like enemies change their plans occasionally, and maybe the general didn't have all the information.
What bastards?
This is true. This is a true fact. Duncan, you are in the middle of berating yourself.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm stoned on magic.
Yeah, stoned on magic and berating yourself. When a couple things happen at the same time that had you been more perceptive, you likely would have been able to prepare for. The lights keep flickering, and it's bugging you because it's fucking with both your regular vision and your night vision. Mm-hmm. But unfortunately, because you're vaguely entranced, you fail to notice that as these lights continue to flicker, the shadows no longer flicker with them. And pretty much as you blink, Wooly takes a blade to the throat as 2 assassins step out of the shadows and murder 2 of the 4 safecrackers. Because you did not notice this, I'm going to say they get a full round to kill both of them, and you'll be able to act in the next round of combat.
Cool. Just got to ask, if I wanted to swash a lunge, would that change anything?
Is that a reaction?
It does not specify. So, theoretically, no.
It's spend a swashing point to do what?
Lunge attack with a single-handed weapon in one hand, adding 5 feet to the attack range. It is the most useless vague ability I have.
Yeah, unfortunately that will not. That's an attack action. Think of it more as like a way to close range if you're slightly at distance. Less effective in games where we don't use a grid, unfortunately.
Yeah, I thought of it as kind of like the way I got Riga. It's just an ambush outside of combat. I get further than you'd think.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah, and that I totally buy. It's just in this case, you're so flat-footed that it's like your sword isn't out. So
Cool.
you could maybe dash, but then just get punked. Cool. Gwendolyn, on your wall, 2 Omniraths are barreling towards it. They will be here in 2 rounds. This being the first of those 2 rounds. What do you do?
As I go to is the wind wall of wind still up?
Yep.
As long as I'm concentrating on it, yep.
All right. Well then, and how high is it?
15 feet high.
15 feet high?
Yeah.
And how far away are the Omniraths?
2 rounds away. They're in the distance. They're probably about 250 feet, but they move at an incredibly rapid pace.
That's terrifying.
Yes.
That is terrifying. All right.
It's kind of the advantage of being like a rolling ball of limbs. You can just kind of keep generating new shit as you go.
It's just the end of inside.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, as I'm kind of like trying to like back up enough to like aim my bow over on like an angle over the wall of wind, I'm just yelling like, Makka, what do we do? And I loose the blade at long range.
Okay,
Or
so
loose the bow, not the blade. Fuck me.
I gotcha. Go ahead and roll disadvantage, please.
7. Shut up, Tom.
Your arrow kills a stunned falcon familiar that was on the ground. Nailed it.
Got him. Yeah.
1 XP. Level up.
It would have been a part of the Omnirath in a minute.
That's actually true. Now your arrow can be 2. Cool. Makka.
So we cleared out the swarm at our end, and do we see 2 Omniraths?
There are
well?
2 Omniraths coming from your direction, kind of from the distance. There seem to be kind of basically 2 on each wall.
And you said 8 in total, so even the south wall is...
Every wall is being
Yeah,
rushed
yeah.
by Omniraths.
Okay.
No one in this keep has ever seen more than 1, so everyone is equally pants-shittingly terrified and confused about what the fuck is going on.
Okay. In answer to Gwendolyn's question, what do we do? Makka will silence this howling wall of wind. Just all of a sudden, the whooshing and gusting just stops, and in the silence, you just hear him say, "Kill them all." And he'll cast Call Lightning, which is my other 3rd level spell. So
Are you Thor?
I'm burnt out of those now. Wind wall and Call Lightning. So there they go. A storm cloud appears in the shape of a cylinder that is 10 feet tall with a 60-foot radius.
Jesus Christ.
Centered on a point that I can see 100 feet directly above me. The range is 120 feet, though. So I believe I can do 120 feet, but up 100 feet? Does that make sense?
It's 100 feet up from you, but it aims up to 120 feet in front of you because lightning's coming down.
They're 250 feet away. Are you summoning this as a...
It's going to have to wait, but it'll...
Oh, it's a concentration spell?
It is a concentration spell, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Num, 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 num.
So that's all it's going to do for now. You just let me know when one of them enters it.
Well, Tyler, this is going to surprise you, but giant monstrosities made of multiple enslaved familiars, not great at dodging walls of lightning. So
That's the hope. Yeah.
Cut it out.
It is just an ominous-looking cloud right now.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah. Cool. Part of the concentration spell is just, as an action, I call lightning down from it.
I really wish you'd used the spell
amazing.
earlier when we all had tornado warnings. That would have been very dramatic. Just like pointing the camera outside.
Yeah.
All right, Duncan. 2 assassins stand before you.
Great.
The two remaining mages, or witches rather, rush to continue what the two dead people were working on, because you get the sense that it's a little bit like a grenade whose pin's been pulled. Once you start, you finish or you die. So
cool.
What do you do?
I think Duncan will throw off his robes and yell, "You fools! It's always darkest before the dawn breakers!" And then he'll just like level Mr. Bang and shoot the assassin on the left.
So swashbuckling.
Whatever he's looking at.
Much swash, very buckle.
Do the assassins know he's there, or does he have advantage? Is he surprising them?
No, they surprised you. They're fully aware
Great.
of everyone in the room.
That is a dirty 20 to hit with the first shot and a 25 to hit with the second.
Yeah, both of those definitely hit.
Beautiful. And that is 15 piercing damage from the 2 rounds from that. And then he is going to draw his rapier and charge them, because he needs to keep them locked up with him and not stabbing the people trying to undo the bomb.
You are correct. He does. Okay, wicked. So you're going to try to engage both of them?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Brings us to them. One of them, so despite being kind of magical in nature, they're both wielding, one of them's got a blade in each hand in kind of a reverse grip. The other one is doing the Lady Deathstrike thing, where her fingers are just like incredibly long, almost talons.
Cool, yeah, I'll have shot Deathstrike, because I think he'd be less familiar with that weapon.
That's totally fair. That makes a lot of sense. So I'll mark that for her. Yeah, so we'll say Deathstrike and blades. So Deathstrike lunges in. What is actually? What's she gonna do? Yeah, she's gonna. Deathstrike's just gonna attempt for a double slash. What is your AC right now?
16, 1-6. Because I am always 16 unless I put on armor.
And I will never remember. So one of them gets through. So you're going to take 6 points of damage, and I need you to please roll me a strength save.
Cool. In that case, I am going to use a swashing point to try to parry the blow aside.
Sure.
So that means I will remove... it was only 6 damage, right?
Yes.
Okay, it's +8 for the removal, so I just bat the strikes aside. Nothing touches me.
Okay, very good. And then, sorry, let me just grab the spell here. Looking up rules on the fly. Google faster. All right, and then the blades comes at you. Double swing. That is hot garbage. So she kind of swings at you with both blades. She misses with both. The swashbuckling of knocking Deathstrike's hand up and away gets in the way of her strikes. So she has to kind of like pull back with the blades lest she chop off her friend's hand, which she does not want to do. Yet.
Perfect.
Brings us to the end of their round. Top of the round. Shit, I keep saying that because in my head you're always at the end of the round because you're in a separate room. Top of the wall round. Hey, Makka.
Yeah.
Makka, I got some great news for you, bud.
Excellent.
Good and bad news. Bad news is the Omniraths are closing distance and will be here in 1 turn's time.
I don't like that.
Good news is... Na thunder.
Dexterity save, please. DC of 15.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Thanks for that offer. That's being a good improv partner. Let me just see their stats up here 1 sec.
Oh my god. Their dex is perfect. It's 40. They're as dexterous as every animal in them combined.
Jesus Christ. All right, I rolled a 9 and an 8.
That's not going to cut it.
You don't say.
Now, let me ask you something about the weather before I cast this spell. Was there an existing cloud cover and things like that?
There was not. We're still in weird, shitty...
Okay, so it's a completely empty sky, save for the
Yep.
inverted sun. Got it. Okay, so this is going to be a choice cut of 3d10 lightning damage. 2. 2 again. All right, and a 1. So 5 lightning damage.
Would have been real good if you could have dropped them beneath the triple digits they have, but sadly... All right.
There's nothing like rolling like a whole bunch of dice and getting like under 10.
Yeah, it's not like rolling 2 1s in a row and now our bomb defusal experts are dead.
Yep. Everything's coming up Millhouse. Okay, cool. Gwendolyn. The creatures are struck by very, very small bolts of lightning. What do you do?
How far are they?
They are 125 feet away.
All right. Well, only thing I can hit them with is my longbow. So let's try to hit them again.
That sounds like a good strategy. You should be like a general.
Thanks, Karen. I don't think you're correct on that one. Rolling. Do I get advantage because of the lightning?
No.
No, lightning's not doing that for you.
I don't know. Just
The
ask.
lightning charges the arrows. It flies through the
It doesn't
sky.
matter.
And
Do I get advantage because they were hit one time somewhere else? They got their heart broken in high school. Do I get advantage?
Did they, though?
Karen would think so.
yeah.
23.
To hit?
Yes.
Yes, 23 will hit.
Okay. Making sure. 9 piercing damage.
You have I think you trained with bows, but it's not like you've had to shoot at this range ever in your life.
Yeah.
So similar to a shot I pulled off in The Last of Us 2 last night, the arrow hits and you're just like, okay, sure. It's a sound hit. You're very proud of yourself, and then you just watch the arrow sink into its mass. You dealt damage, but it's still coming.
Well, mixed bag.
Yeah, like glasses half full, maybe? Like of asparagus water. Makka.
Karen, be helpful or shut up. You're distracting me.
I am supporting you like friends are supposed to. You're mean. Gwendolyn realizes that her new roommate might not be the person she wants to live with. Makka.
Lightning. Lightning happens. DC 15 dex save.
All right, one of them passes, one of them fails.
All right. The one that fails.
Shall we, we'll demarcate these by shot by Gwendolyn and not. So do you want arrow or clean?
Since one passed and one failed, the failed one takes full damage. The one that...
Yes, I know. Which... oh, sorry. I guess this is a me thing. We'll say the one that got hit by the arrow fails because it's busy absorbing an arrow.
Okay. Sure. So 3d10. Here we go, baby. Big numbers. Nice. That's a 9. 3, so 12. 5, 17. And half of that for the one that succeeded.
Okay, very good, very good. Waka. And good, you've dropped one of them to double digits. Nice.
On our way, baby.
Cool. Duncan, you have 2, not great at stabbing you witches. What do you do?
Great. Duncan's fighting with his rapier in one hand, and he's going to reach down to take his scabbard in the other. And unfurl the scabbard of unlikely fellowship, the flag that we got painted way back when. So he's now fighting with a sword in one hand and a giant swirling flag in the other, which will give him mechanically, it just casts Bless on him. So he gets to add a D4 to all attack rolls and saves for the next 60 seconds.
Every portrait artist hopes one day that her work will be shown publicly. And truly, you have given her this gift today.
Yeah, and just like every artist wants, it's context-free by someone who does not care what it looks like.
Twitter.
A corporate sponsor of a museum event. So what you're seeing with
Tutankhamun's Tomb by Grosh.
Duncan is now in like full, like almost capoeira style of just like, it's a whirlwind of like flag and him knocking arms out of the way and stabbing. It looks like he's focused equally on both people opposite him because he needs to keep them off balance. But whenever he has an opening to strike, it's always Lady Deathstrike. Like he just wants to kill one of them so that he can really duel the other.
Understood.
So rapier it is. Let's see what happens with his... I mean, in his flurry of blows, 2 hits are the ones that he actually is counting on. That is a 13. What a shit roll.
Off by 1. Sorry, bud.
Oh, and there we go. And that one is a 29. So the first one...
Off by what?
Yeah.
Needed a 30.
I think the first one is where he was like just an inch too short in his like masterful display where he just estimated a little bit. Hard to swing at shadows. And the second one, he may have overcompensated, but he definitely landed.
Gotcha.
So his damage comes to... That is an additional 10 piercing damage from the rapier strike to Lady Deathstrike.
All right, so you, she like leaps back at the first one, and then you're able to just overextend slightly. You actually feel your shoulder vaguely give way as you do it, but you do kind of just like feel it push through kind of the side of her gut, and she lets out a hiss. You can tell that you've wounded her rather badly. Still up, again, similar to the witches you fought at West Point. To your eye, I think, as based on kind of how you understand fighting, it's likely the magic equivalent of like getting crazy hyped up on hashish or anything that like the Viking berserkers would take. Just like they're clearly on some kind of combat stimulant. Might be magical, but the wound is definitely there. It is like open bleeding, and like you've seen people die from less, so you know she's badly injured, but she does not show any sign of slowing down.
As I've seen with the witches, they tend to fight until you physically stop them from fighting.
Yep, you are correct.
I can respect that. I think Duncan would be okay with that. It's the way he fights.
Totally. Brings us to the witches. So Deathstrike is pretty fucked up. She's actually going to redouble her strikes against you. Can you roll me a dexterity save, please?
Yes, I can. Sorry, I just got to do some math because I have a bunch of weird dex abilities. Because I'm like, it's a save plus bless plus I have an ability. That's 9. That's a 17.
Okay, all right. So basically, Deathstrike is throwing herself at you now in a vaguely like similar to what an ocelot would do if it was cornered, where it's just like, I'm just gonna go fucking bananas on you, and you can feel blades start to try and disengage, but because you passed your dex save, you managed to swing was it the Banner of Unlikely Friendship?
The Scabbard of Unlikely
Scabbard
Fellowship.
of Unlikely Fellowship, out kind of in her direction, enough that, you know, it doesn't hurt her or anything, but it's enough that it's almost like just putting an arm out in front of someone as they try and run. She clearly can't quite get away, so they'll just both stay engaged on you. Bad news is that means they're both going to attack you, but the good news is she isn't murdering safecrackers.
Yep, this is still net gain for Duncan.
Mm-hmm. That said, they will have advantage because you are between two of them. So Deathstrike goes first. I'm sorry, your AC is 16?
Yes.
Okay, so she barely hits with first one, and she hits with the second one. So that will be 4 points from the first strike, and 5 points from the second. I'm rolling like trash.
I will allow those.
I thought you might. I need a strength save, though.
It's a 14.
14. Oh, okay. Yeah, you squeak by. Whew. Woo-hoo. That's good news, Bears, for you. Not so much for the witch, but good for you. Cool. And then Blades is just going to full on try and Drax you in the back while you're dealing with that. So blade up in each fist. She like springs off the wall, and you just hear her yell, "I'm gonna do you like I did that butcher." So she hits with first one and with the second one. So her strike is somewhat different in nature. Oof. So the first one is 10, the second one is 9.
Great. I will parry the first one using a swashing point, which will allow me to block all of the damage of the first strike. So I knock that one aside. I just take the second one, which you said was 9?
Yes, 9. And you are poisoned, which I'm just looking up the condition here. So weird. I looked up poisoned and they gave me every possible poison. That's less useful. Sounds like this I miss having a DM screen, but
that's what the assassins wanted to carry. I attack with every poison.
It's like allspice. They just throw it at you. It's just a little bit of every single possible.
But if you put it in the sink, you're fucked.
So you have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
Okay. Can I fight it off in any way, or I just have that?
You can roll to shake it off on the end of your next turn with Constitution. That isn't always true, but we're going to make it true.
Cool.
Now. Basically, as the poison begins to work, you just feel your muscles beginning to get sluggish. It's kind of a minor detail in the back of your combat brain, but it suddenly starts to make more sense why someone the size of this, like, 5'0", like, willow-limbed witch could drop someone the size of the butcher.
Yep.
Cool. Gwendolyn. Bad news, champ. The Omniraths have reached the wall and are climbing it. They act on an initiative between you and Makka. What do you do? And by climbing, I mean they slam up against it, and then, like the Batmobile from Batman Forever, things in it just, like, all the creatures that are good at climbing start climbing, and the other creatures are kind of, like, climbing up their backs in a mass.
Shit.
I'm just saying this might be a good time for a down B attack. If you really want to, smash bros your way out of this.
What?
Just want to leap off the wall with your sword down, Link style. It's a possibility. It's on the table. You might have to roll a new character, but like...
I was going to say, or you could just launch your whole body in a body smash.
Yeah.
Come on, Handslam. Welcome to the siege.
What were those siege weapons like again? They were probably
ballistas.
for the longer range, right? Now that they're up against the wall, probably not useful.
Yeah, sadly no. Yeah. We will say for flavor that they were used against the ones coming at the gate, which incidentally, not the worst thing to slow those guys down. But yes, they are inoperable at this range.
Fuck me.
I will say, you also can abandon the wall.
I was actually just thinking.
Yeah, because, again, the expectation was 3 waves, and the defense was meant to last long enough that the safecrackers could do their thing. However, the enemy changed their tactics, and now, if we're talking Helm's Deep, it's like we skipped a step where you could have your fun orc shooting contest, and instead, the battering ram has happened. And the trolls are here.
Okay, what I think I want to do is I want to throw the Ellis blade at the creatures who are like closest to Makka, because I want to protect him as much as possible. So I want to do that before, and then immediately basically dashing. I want to try to dash like back to the the audience chamber.
You can just straight up leap off the wall. You'll
okay.
You'll crash through a roof into like the cold room, but
Yeah,
you won't take damage. I won't make you roll for it.
I'd like to do that.
Okay, so go ahead and roll to attack. I'll give you. It's going to give you advantage because normally these things are big as they kind of clay face their way together. But because they're doing this weird spill up thing, presumably to kiss from a rose, they're a little harder to hit. So go ahead and attack.
Okay. How about 11?
I actually haven't looked at their stats in a bit. Oh, no. Certainly no.
Well, I'm leaping. Makka, probably best to retreat.
So you throw the Elos blade, and it like just dings off like the ear of a spectral panther that's making its way up. What you do notice though, Gwendolyn, is the blade, even though it missed, as it tings off the ear, you actually see the ear come with it. It stretches out, almost like a goo, and then snaps onto the blade and seems to just kind of ripple across the surface.
What?
And then you leap.
Yes.
All right, Omniraths. So, Tyler, would they be struck by lightning now?
No, it's an action.
Oh.
So I have to
Gotcha.
call down the lightning.
Well, given the lack of Gwendolyn, they're both on you. I'm giving them disadvantage because they're still spilling up and over the wall. So it's not, exactly a 1-to-1. What is your AC, sir?
That'd be, I believe, 17.
17.
Sorry, 19.
19.
I got my shield.
All right. So, yikes. That is 3 attacks each. But my rolling streak continues to favor you guys, which is not the worst. So that is 2 hits from the first one. So Makka, ooh, that's the wrong dice. That is. Sorry, I'm just doing math here. 22 from the first strike, as a variety of creatures bite, slash, and stab you. Just dropped my dice, so I gotta go get it.
Okay.
All right, second one. Oh man, disadvantages really working in your favor. Wow. I rolled the fanciest fucking roll someone can with disadvantage, a nat 20 and a nat 1. So it misses with 2 and then rolls that garbage. So Makka, I'm going to give you a free lightning strike on that one specifically, given that it, we'll say it's the one that got nicked by the blade, so it's kind of like scattered and confused, and you're not really sure if this will work, but you just kind of trust in Jossie and twitch.
So do you want to roll the save then, or are we saying it hits? Like
Saying
we're
it
treating it
hits.
like a fail. Okay.
Honestly,
So
if you
3d10.
roll a 20 and a 1 in the same roll with disadvantage, I feel like you just earn, it's like getting the 666 life thing in Final Fantasy VII. You just got to get something nice. Or 777.
That's 10 lightning damage.
All right, not bad. Bringing us to your turn, sir.
Okay.
By the end of your turn, they will be up on the wall.
That first hit nearly massacred Makka. I also need to roll a Constitution save, or no, I don't. I'm going to cancel the lightning anyway, so who cares? Bonus action will be to cast Shillelagh, so my mace is stronger. If it moved into space to attack me, it has to make a Constitution saving throw. So my spores will do 1d4 damage.
Incidentally, both of them failed, so go ahead. Just keep death from a million cuts.
Actually,
Roll
I
a
got a
4.
4. I got a 4, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, one of them is still in double digits. One is still in triple, but like getting there.
Look on the bright side. Once you get through those two, there's only 6 more.
I'm ready, baby.
I'm like, I don't think we're supposed to defeat them all.
You would if you were doing better.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, guys, I'm a level 5. Like,
Well, you should have leveled up first. That would have helped.
I knew we should have done that last night.
stop giving me shit, Tom.
I'm giving everyone shit. It's good.
For my action, I'm going to cast Moonbeam. Since they're climbing up a wall, I'm just going to cast Moonbeam.
Where did you come from?
Down the wall, so they can't like move outside of it. They just have to climb up into it.
Okay, so that's a very good placement for it.
It does decent damage, too.
I will say that sort of black hole of a sun that has been hanging over the sky, there's suddenly a silvery light around the edge as a brilliantly silver half moon, or crescent moon rather, begins to form, almost like the end of a solar eclipse that, most of us wouldn't look at, but, I suppose if you held elected office, you could. But yeah, so suddenly just like the icon of Jossie is clear to all in the sky, and the moonlight comes directly down onto the wall.
Yeah. It comes down in a 5-foot radius. So it's the crescent, and then what happens is the crescent sort of spins and spins and spins until it's an optical illusion of it actually being a full circle. And then that.
Oh, yeah. Yum. Very cool. Very cool.
Purple pink light comes down.
And aiming at the one who's been injured a bit, I assume?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Which is admittedly the one that's on you, so...
Yeah.
Yep.
So it has to make a Constitution save. 15. Okay. I'm assuming it's a little bit better at cons.
Not by much, actually. It's +2 on Dex and +3 on Con, but I rolled a 4, so it doesn't actually matter.
Okay. So 2d10 radiant damage. So I'm hoping that's a little spicier. Ooh, and that's a 10 on the first one. Where'd you go? And a 2. So 12 radiant damage.
You feel as though it's super effective.
Great. Too bad I'm almost dead. Makka turns around and gets the fuck out of Dodge. He just jumps.
leap off the wall. The witches are doing the same. Like, this is there's no one's trying to be, like, 2 of them are trying to be heroes, but they don't have backstories. Who cares? Okay, wicked. So you and Gwendolyn crash through the roof of the cold cellar and land in just a pile of vegetables. You are vaguely relieved to see no people in here. You believed them, but legitimate top of the round, Duncan.
Yeah, Duncan feels the stab and then feels the cold of the poison from where the blade struck after it's withdrawn. And these assassins may not know, but Duncan's a fucking Dawnbreaker. He's a goddamn hardcore, following the old books that other people didn't do Dawnbreaker, which means this motherfucker, he's tried every poison in the book over the years. He took them all. He built up a resistance as much as he could. And in the middle of the 2 of them fighting, he says, "Oh, is that poison? Oh, you guys are cute. I love the tang of this one." And then despite the fact that he has disadvantage, I'm going to use a swashing point to add his charisma modifier to his attack and damage rolls. And he's still whirling. He didn't even slow down, baby.
It's like some Durzo Blade bullshit. I like it.
Yeah. So let's see what the fuck happens. So he'll kick out at the guy behind him and go for a pirouette like lunge with the blade at Lady Deathstrike. Yeah. Come on. Yes. Do me even better. Yes. That's a 22 with disadvantage. Because I'm stacking my charisma modifier plus bless. Plus my regular, so.
In the immortal words of Mortal Kombat, Toasty! Yeah, that absolutely goes through. Well done, sir.
And she takes 11 points of piercing damage from the lunge. So if she's dead, I think it might have gone through the eye. I think it was one of those just like, boom, like, I love the flavor. Bam, right in the eye, through the back of the head.
Yep.
Then withdraw, and it's the capes around, like the swirling scabbard around to block the other guy's eye, and that's just literally jumping from one foot on the ground to the other with the sword overhead to like an overhand like scorpion strike.
Yep, fair
not
enough.
seeing that he turned. And that is... that's a nat 1, because I can't fucking fix that no matter how many bonuses I have.
You scorpion strike up and over. You feel the same sensation of a blade sinking through skull. And for a moment, there's a grin on your face until you sweep the cloak away and see the assassin holding one of the 2 remaining safe crackers up. And she just grins and says, "That's good tang," and then shoves the safe cracker along your blade into you. And proceeds to try and leap at the next one. Go ahead and roll a con save, please, to shake off the poison.
It's a 12.
Okay, yep. So you shake it off.
Great.
Yeah, your body just needed a hot second to metabolize it. Also, the fury of critical failure.
Well, I'm fighting a coward, and like the worst kind of coward.
Admittedly, a very effective assassin. So she's going to leap at the remaining safe cracker. Oof. That's really interesting. Okay. Well, I rolled to hit, and I also rolled a 1. So what I'm going to say is, as she leaps at the safe cracker, you just hear "No!" And out of fucking nowhere, a blood-soaked panda leaps in between them and just gets a blade in the face and a blade in the gut. And the assassin's like, "What the fuck?" And the safe cracker just turns around and says, "Lim Lim?" And the panda just like licks the blood dripping from its head and says, "Yup! Avenge me!" And returns into the Esper flow. The safe cracker needs to roll a concentration save. Oh yeah, she's great. So Duncan, you can see that similar to if a bomb's timer jumped, she is no longer being fancy about it. It's literally like her with a blade. She's like basically flayed her hand. And it's her like rubbing blood and then carving quickly. It's manic, but she seems to be doing all right. You actually see that her hair is beginning to ignite with the effort. She is literally starting to burn up from whatever she's cutting through. Cool. But she seems to be doing well. And she's still alive because I rolled like shit. Gwendolyn, you're sitting on some rutabagas. And above you, you can hear sort of the screams and crash as the Omniraths attack. Unfortunately, with them, you hear the war cry of the second wave on foot witches who are now also following up the Omnirath tide. What do you do?
I'm like very aware that we're like outnumbered. So I'm just like, my thought is literally like, there has to be some sort of like useful thing in the tomb that's gonna fucking help us. So I'm just like, book it for Duncan.
Do you resummon the Yellow Blade?
Oh yeah. Oh, 100%.
Great. So as you're running, you just have your hand out, and it's classic Thor, like, I can run away and my weapon follows.
Totally.
And you look back, and it has not followed.
What?
And you briefly hear a voice in your head say, "Not yet."
What? Karen, was that you?
Sorry, are we talking again? Because, like, you told me to shut up earlier, and that was very rude.
Yeah, but just, like, we're gonna have to come up with sort of, like, how we talk during, like, battle and stuff. So, I'm really sorry, and I sincerely apologize. But, like, did you just speak to me?
No, I've been thinking very deep koi thoughts.
Well, then, like, something's
Being
got
coy,
my
if you will.
sword. Something's got my sword.
So get a different sword.
No, but it's my
So
sword.
dumb.
It's literally soulbound to me.
I don't know what that means, but like...
It has a deeper connection than you and I, and that's saying something.
Wow, that is not fair. I talk to you. Does your sword talk to you? I don't think so.
I don't know, but something else just talked to me, and there was something weird on my sword, and it went all ripply.
Wait,
and
you're hanging out with other people and you didn't invite me?
it's
I am a
something's attacking me.
goddamn familiar. Do you know what that means? I get to go places with you. I thought you were cool.
You are going fucking places with me. You're on my fucking armor.
In the background, we just hear
Jesus,
wizards
Karen.
getting screaming.
Oh
as
yeah,
they're absorbed
witches
by
would just be like
Omnirath.
shredded.
Yeah.
Also, I feel
Makka's
like
just on his shell, like.
Gwendolyn's just like clapping, like, get it together, Karen.
You know what? I think I'm just gonna go to my room and listen to some music for a bit, and we can talk about this later. Goodbye.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking, where's my blade?
And you continue to run. Makka, Gwendolyn seems to be having a stroke. What do? You're rolling on your shell.
Yeah. I managed to finally rock.
You use the mace
one
just
way,
like,
and then enough to get the other way, and I get up. And I'm going to use my action to activate my symbiotic entity. Give me them tasty temporary hit points, because those Omniraths hit hard. So I've got 25 hit points, which is good, and I'm stronger. In a
does
bunch
that
of
bring you to a
different
total of 26?
Yeah. And I think I'm up on my feet and running behind Gwendolyn.
Could you roll me a perception check, please, sir?
This is a good roll. Perception. Oh, yeah. 22.
So as you kind of look back, obviously hearing the screams of witches as the Omniraths begin to consume them and sort of like pound the gate, because these ones are obviously coming up and over. Front gate still needs to open to let the witches in, the rest of the Chimerans. You see the Elos blade seeming to kind of snicker snack its way through one of the Omniraths. And the Omnirath is still coming, but almost think of it like a needle that's injecting and withdrawing. So it's like going into whatever creature it can see, and then slowly you see that creature just drain into the blade. But seemingly outside of Gwendolyn's control. I don't know that there's anything Makka could do about this. It's just something you notice as you run.
Yeah.
She's busy yelling at Karen, or she would have noticed.
We'll just file that away under concerning behavior of a flying sword.
You guys have quite a binder of those now, eh?
Yeah.
So many discussions to have later with so many people.
Yeah.
There's a later now?
I am still maintaining concentration to keep my moonbeam up, though, just to keep burning away.
Oh, great. Yeah. Does the effect happen on your turn or its turn?
Happens on the enemy turns, as long as it's in the radius. On my turn, I spend an action to move it. So I use an action to bolster myself. My next action will be to move it over the gate.
Gotcha. Oh, very cool.
Yeah. But for now, it's got to wait.
Yeah. All right. So just to speed things along, you and Gwendolyn are kind of like booking it into the audience hall. You can hear the gate splintering behind you. And Gwendolyn, just as you reach the assembly hall, the Elos blade comes soaring back into your hand. It flies in like a reverse grip, which isn't standard for you. But as it lands, as soon as your fingers wrap around it, you feel a jolt kind of run through you, and it feels like the sword is fucking juiced up. The blade is shimmering, and it is now a +1 weapon.
Whoa!
Ay.
I throw my mace. Do the same thing.
Yeah. Very good. You know how I said that you can use your wooden arm for a shillelagh? Congratulations, your wooden arm is now your shillelagh. So it as it settles into your hand, You again think you see a faint smile on the surface of the blade. And the mouth seems to form the words, "Good enough for now."
I'm holding my sword like in front of me with both hands and just yell, "Who are you?" as I'm running.
I'm Karen. We've been over this. And then the two of you rush in. All right, Duncan, it all comes down to this. The one safe cracker is literally burning up as she breaks through this. It's you and the murderer of your dear sweet friend, the butcher. What do you do?
Duncan swings the scabbard of unlikely fellowship, the flag between the assassin and the bomb diffuser, and he says, "You've made me kill an innocent person, and you killed a ruler of the Lord of Byproduct. So let me say with the greatest pleasure, I challenge you to a duel." And he whips out his rapier, and he's ready to just fuck this guy up duel style. So he's going to use a swashing point to enhance his assault, because this is literally the shit he was born to do. Like, he's functioning at 10,000% normal. And he's just going to go at this guy with the rapier. So let's see, put himself between him and the bomb diffuser. And now he is just like an avatar for justice. I think, he didn't know who he was last night, and he may not know in 5 minutes, but he knows right now. So he's swinging in hard. All right. This is... The amount of bonus I have right now is grotesque. That becomes...
Say that after your roll, though, dude. We've learned.
No, because I rolled a 4, but it's actually a 15 with my current stack of bonuses.
Ooh, fucking hell.
Yeah, that'll do barely, but yeah,
great.
Man, not bad
that
for
works.
a 4.
That's the first strike. So that one does... That one does 10 piercing damage from the first one. And then the second one comes around. And over his shoulder, he quips to the bomb diffuser as he keeps his, elaborate display of defensive going. He's like, "You need some more blood there, friend."
Wouldn't say no, she says as, her skin begins to crackle.
Oh, my God.
Wonderful. Just give me a second. And he's going to go for the jugular with the slash this time, because if he can just open this guy up, he'll spray the wall. And his attack is another 4, but it becomes
a 15.
A 16, because I rolled one better unblessed. So that works.
I thought you were frozen for
I
a
also
second.
thought you were frozen. I was very concerned. It only happens when you do something dramatic and good. So.
I was in my heart. And that one is 11 damage.
Fuck yeah. So you slice across the jugular, and the safe cracker is sprayed with blood. The wall is sprayed with blood. A bunch of the runes begin to glow. And as she burns up, you just hear her say, cool mist. And then she goes supernova. She becomes a blinding white light. Wow. And suddenly all of the carvings she's made sync up in sort of brilliant silver light. And the massive circular doorway erupts in all directions. And Duncan, you quickly kind of drop into a defensive stance. But as the shards of metal hit you, they just evaporate into mist. Which is right conveniently the moment that Makka and Gwendolyn arrive at the top of the stairs. The three of you, do you say anything to each other? You have a brief second before you head into the tomb.
Makka will just look at Duncan. How does Duncan look?
Duncan looks about... You've seen him almost dead, and you've seen him fine, and he's pretty square in the middle of the two.
Okay.
He's fucked up, and he's bloody, but he's not down. You would believe he would throw himself into a duel again. Not fully suicidal, but, a chunk of the way there.
Okay, if he's seeing blood and seeing that you're maybe, breathing heavy, a little out of breath, but ready for more, he would still... wordlessly just approach, hand on the shoulder, cure wounds, and that'll just be 1d8 plus my modifier. Nice, another 8, beautiful. Plus 7, 15.
Oh, thank you. Oh, Duncan feels so reinvigorated, and he just looks at you and says, I may not know magic, but if I ever learn any, I owe you so many favors.
At which point, Gwendolyn, having yelled at your sword and yelled at Karen, you just kind of like raise your arms in vague, like, why fucking me frustration. At which point a portrait is dropped into them. And as you look up, you see a frog hanging from the feet of a sparrow. And Murgatroyd says, hey, go sort shit out. Okay, good luck. This is what my voice has been the whole time. And Jack Sparrow's like, yes, just go do the thing.
Like him.
After all, and Murgatroyd's like, stop fucking talking. We gotta go help the general. And off they fly. And he's like, man, I'm gonna get real tired of you after exactly one movie. So, portrait in hand, the badger says, good. Quickly now. Bring me in.
Oh, fuck, all right.
So the three of you descend into the tomb. And as advertised, it is full of a number of kind of golden riches and, important-looking vases, some of which may or may not be bound spirits. You'll never know. But very much like an Egyptian tomb. So sarcophagus, in this case, leaning against the wall rather than flat against the center. But there have been useful things piled up in and around. Duncan, you look down at your blade and you note that it's at this point actually fairly dented. You've been doing a lot of not proper rapier fighting, and this last battle, every time you dinged against the claws, they seem to take chunks out of it. So as loath as you are to relinquish your blade, there is an incredibly fine-looking rapier amongst this. The guard seems to be a hollowed-out skull, which is a little alarming. But as you kind of tap it, you feel that it feels metallic, despite clearly being organic.
Yeah, I mean, at first this seems alarming, but in the end I have to remember, I'm already dead.
And then I'll take up the skull rapier because it matches my soul.
Great. It is a +1 rapier, and it is considered magical.
Nice.
Now, Tom, because my brain is bad, does that mean it is +1 to attack or +1 to
+1
attack
to hit
and damage?
+1 to damage.
Both.
Dope.
+1 to hit and +1 to damage.
Yep.
That's why it's
I
so
like
cool.
that a lot.
You approach the sarcophagus, and the figure carved into the outside is holding a blade over its chest, and you hear the portrait just say, yes, okay. Use the blade. Slice directly down the center of the picture. Now I must warn you, I do not have full recollection of my capabilities, nor do I know what she has accomplished in my absence. Things might get weird.
All right. Now, am I supposed to use this blade? They'd mentioned a dagger earlier.
It's a dagger.
Specific?
She has a dagger held against her chest on the sarcophagus.
Got it. All right. Let's see how this all plays out.
And Duncan will take up the dagger and just say, Justice, if this destroys this blade, do not curse me. And then he'll stab the blade in and draw it through the middle of the sarcophagus, however hard or easy that is.
Cool. So, sorry, the sarcophagus blade?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. So you do that, and you hear just a sigh. And as you do so, as soon as the blade touches the canvas, I guess, for lack of a better term, it begins to split, but also the gold of the sarcophagus begins to melt. And a hand just comes shooting directly through it, grabbing at the portrait. And you just hear a voice cackle and say, "Too late." And then the hand begins to grow, and around you the walls begin to melt. and the figure that stumbles out of the melting sarcophagus seems skeletal at first, but then begins to grow in mass, and you feel the entire structure around you beginning to melt. At the same time, the badger has fallen out of the picture and is beginning to writhe and twist, and is slowly elongating. The fur is beginning to fall out. Its neck is becoming longer. And you realize that the entire keep is turning to sand around you as these two creatures begin to grow in size. What do you do?
Duncan would say, like, I think we picked our dog in this fight, and then he'd start trying to climb onto and, like, ground himself in the badger, because the badger's got a fur that's getting longer, right? Like,
first falling out, there are scales under it. It's alarming. But yeah, you can like grab on.
Fuck yeah, I think it's just pick a monster and hang on to it, because they'll get out of the sand.
Yep. Gwendolyn, Makka, what do you do?
I'm just following Duncan's lead in a sheer panic.
Yeah, Makka will do the same.
You just hear the badger creature as a frill begins to like burst out of its neck. Just say, yes, good, hang on. This is the weird I was talking about. And as everything falls to sand around you, the badger begins to elongate. Its jaw begins to stretch. And slowly but surely it grows in size as the keep falls away around you and the creature from the sarcophagus. Witches on both sides watch in awe and horror as their god becomes flesh. The badger elongates, its arms elongate until it's kind of a long, vaguely reptilian, vaguely badger-faced monstrosity. Think almost a sort of how a lot of Chinese drawings depict dragons, so like the long body, long arms. You can see smaller arms starting to grow as it embraces its full power outside of the portrait. Meanwhile, the creature from the sarcophagus is a mass of sort of emaciated bone and muscle, and it seems to just be picking up omniraths and just like squishing them across itself to gain musculature. So its body is kind of full of small limbs reaching and grasping. And soon, both creatures somewhat stand scraping the sky. For all of you, this is shy of Orvel, about as high as you've ever been on a creature. And with the armies resuming their combat around their feet, you hanging on to the bottom foot of the creature claiming to be Krekate, the Kaiju fight begins. Let them fight. So you are at the very bottom of Krekate. For visual sake, we're going to say the badger and Krekate being the thing that came out of the sarcophagus.
Great.
You'll still have to ultimately make that call later because drama. So you're at the foot of the badger.
If they both make it.
The Krekate thing, again, think like a massive fucking classic spooky ass mummy, are beginning to literally like fight in a way that they are kind of wrestling and slashing at each other. Please do imagine the amount of magic that is occurring as this is happening. When the creature from the sarcophagus rakes its claws across the badger, its hands become like think Psylocke, like electric scythes. And similarly, when the badger strikes back, its face briefly just becomes an unending void, and the two of them begin to exchange blows. Here's your deal. You are currently at the foot of the badger. The badger is immediately, although large, shown to be outmatched in this case. Krekate's power is much, much, much more vast than what this thing is. Admittedly, impressive that it's been able to do this much, but without your assistance, it will lose. So, strap on your Shadow of the Colossi gear, and let's go to work. What do you do?
Makka's gonna start climbing with his good climbing arm.
Great. Go ahead and roll me athletics with advantage, please.
It's a 19 on the die, plus 2. 21.
Great. So much like a lot of the checks we've been doing this game, this will be a sort of a level to degree based check. So Makka, you managed to climb 1 level up on the Badger.
Okay.
Gwendolyn and Duncan, what do you do?
I realize I have to give our Badger friend as much advantage as it can get. So I think I throw the Ellis blade and just try to hit Cricket right between the eyes, if I can.
Yep, go ahead and roll.
Whoa.
I'll give you advantage because you're throwing at a giant.
Nice. That's great. That's still only 12.
You throw the blade, and almost immediately you realize how much of a vast distance there is. When things are this big, it's kind of like, haha, and then you're like, oh, I'm trying to hit a tower. It's easy to theoretically hit a tower, but between the eyes is a very broad but very far away target. So
fair.
No dice. And then I assume you begin to climb?
Yes, yeah.
Give me dim athletics, please.
Alrighty. Oh, nat 1.
Cool.
Not
Duncan,
cool.
I will give you advantage if you're climbing Kratos style, digging blades. But that's assuming you want to climb. What do you do?
Well, what happened with Gwendolyn? Did she fall, or is she just not moving?
That's I'm going to explain that as your turn continues. Currently nothing. She threw her blade. She starts to climb.
Okay, then. If I would look at he would look at the feet basically to be like, if I go down there, am I just going to get stomped? Because the thing he knows is like big stuff falls hard if you hit little joints at the bottom.
So from where you're looking, not only is it a high risk that you just get stomped, there's also a fucking war happening down there now. Like, it's just, at this point, it is almost kind of like it's literally a swirling melee, because there's like the entire keep has descended into sand. The entire landscape is undulating. Like, it's just people fighting whoever they can see with dust in their eyes. So you could go down there, but like, bad.
No, I think the answer is like he's not sure what to do, and there's no opening where he matters right now, but he will do damn better if he can hit something in the face than if he can hit it in the feet. So he'll climb.
Admittedly, based on your earlier logic, everything has a face, and the Crackgate monster has eyes. So, granted, those eyes are like taller than you, but that's never stopped you before.
No. That means it's hard to miss.
All right, so I will let you roll with acrobatics, I suspect, because I don't feel like you're like, I will tough climb. It's more of a leap from scale to scale, grab hair where you can.
Ugh. Beautiful. Fortunate. A nat 1, but followed by a nat 20.
Oh my god.
Gotta love that advantage. A nat 20.
Okay, so then I'll say as Gwendolyn begins to climb, you kind of leap, and then you notice her start to fall. And I think based on your earlier dragging of her, you realize that because of the way her Azul is holding the armor together, you don't need to drag the whole armor up. So you just grab under like a bicep plate and just hang on enough that she stabilizes. So basically, Ryan, I'm going to use your nat 20 to
negate her
cancel her one, and both of you are on the same level as Makka. I'm just going to number these for ease rising. So one was base level. You're on 2, 3, 4, 5. Ryan, as someone who studied mythology a bit and sort of tall tales, just for the ease of my brain, also because it's important to me because I planned it this way, you realize that the creature you are climbing no longer resembles a badger. It now, in fact, resembles something out of what you always assume to be a children's tale. It seems to be some kind of Jabberwocky. says no mechanical effect, but I don't want to call it a badger no more, because that ain't what it is.
No, so we got the Jabberwocky. In the history and mythology of this world, as opposed to what Ryan knows about the Jabberwocky, what does he know about Jabberwockies? Because he would know those myths, and that would affect any decisions
would be
about...
very similar to Alice in Wonderland. But also, can you roll me an insight check?
Oh, thank God. Roll. That is a 21.
Damn, son. Based on your understanding of how the Shadowlands work, if it's in fact a space built of nightmares, if you were a creature trapped in a picture frame that couldn't really do much, you sure as shit could feed on things people were having nightmares about up on Gren. So you suspect that this is, in vaguely Ghostbusters form, the form of the Destroyer. This is what this creature could create of itself based on likely nightmares caused by this story that you are also familiar with. So less that it is this, more that it is feeding off the idea of that and becoming.
Yes, it's a spooky evil creature, but it could be just a mask of a spooky evil creature because that's powerful. Got it.
Slightly better than a badger if you're going to kaiju fight.
Yeah, if you had to pick.
Cool. Okay, top of the round. Said kaiju fight. All right. Unfortunately, the mummy gets a square strike in. You can see wings beginning to form off the back at kind of layer 4 of the Jabberwocky. And you just see the mummy kind of in vaguely Goku fashion raise its arms up, and the sort of spinning moon of Jossie disappears as it seems to almost summon the black sun. And with a mighty fist, it just fucking palms it at the Jabberwocky, and it comes barreling down the side of the body, annihilating an arm, carving a trench, and I need all of you to roll me a dexterity save, please.
Shit.
14.
9.
12.
Okay. So Gwendolyn and Duncan, you do manage to dodge, because if this thing hit you, it would just annihilate you. Oh, fuck. I rolled so low, and you are so very lucky. That is 11 points of damage on 4d12. So,
shit. Nice. Yeah. Lucky.
Good job. Makka, you're fine. Again, this thing carves a trench. Incidentally, you are able to climb to the next level easier now because there's, exposed ribs and things rather than scales. So I'm going to give you a gimme up to level 3. Okay. The sun hits the ground behind the Jabberwocky, and just like a comet hitting the earth, just blasts into the sand, and there's a shockwave, and you see, Omniraths blown away, you see witches blown away. As the dust settles, they're back up and fighting, but the sun itself seems to be slowly fading out of existence, and the sky is now just an endless red. Top of the round, I'm going to go by the same initiative we had earlier. Top of the round is Duncan.
Great. Duncan's going to keep climbing, and I think he'll yell at the other two, if there's anything you could do to distract the other giant bastard, now's the time! And he's just Kratosing up. That's all he's got, so...
Cool. Go ahead and roll acrobatics, please.
And that is 17.
Nice.
Kratosing away.
Yep. So you've reached the end of the flesh trench, but you're now up at level 4, which is roughly the shoulders. Gwendolyn.
Just hoping, just gonna climb as high as I can and throw that Ellis blade again because that's all I have right now. So, strength check, is it?
Athletics, please.
Oh, athletics check?
Yeah.
18.
Fuck yeah, that's a good climb.
Yay!
So, yep, you're up at level 4 now as well. And Makka.
Say, Duncan's left knife and sword handholds you can use climbing up the back.
Awesome. Can I throw my sword? Or no?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay.
I think you're still probably too far away for this to matter, but who knows?
23 to hit.
All right, I'll say it's enough to give disadvantage on the next Kaiju round.
Sweet.
Tyler.
Yes. How far away is the mummy is the enemy Kaiju?
Yep.
And we're on the Jabberwocky?
Yep.
Okay, how far away is the mummy as I'm scaling this other creature?
It varies between about 200 and 100 feet, depending on... Okay. They've got pretty good reach.
Not much I can do that way then.
Yeah.
So I will instead cast Enhance Ability, just place my hand on the side of the Jabberwocky and try to basically enhance its abilities in this fight. And let's go with I don't know what this thing can do yet, but let's say I will endow it with Bull's Strength. The target has advantage on strength checks, and his or her carrying capacity doubles.
Jabberwocky, I've got good news. Yes. Yes, it's me, your nephew, Tom Jabberwocky. You can finally carry all those arrows.
Yeah.
Cool. That is damn impressive, sir. The spores begin to sort of spread across the Jabberwocky, and similar to how Gwendolyn felt when she re-grabbed the Ellis blade, this is the first time you've like powered up a purely magical being. So it is a fucking jolt to your system. I'll give you advantage on your next skill check of any sort or ability check. But you see the Jabberwocky kind of roll its shoulders despite the fucking trench that's been cut down through it by the sun. And in a voice that shakes your very bones, it just says, "Thank you." Bring us to its round. So disadvantage to the mummy and like bull strength to the Jabberwocky. Okay, that's very good. All right, I rolled a 20 for the Jabberwocky. So, like a nat 20. So it...
oh, nice.
It reaches back, and like obviously it's just been hit by the sun, which kind of sucked. So it just like reaches down, and then with just a scream of fury, it just yells in classic Agent Smith fashion, "This is my world!" and just fucking uppercuts the mummy, who does a full Brad Pitt getting uppercutted and snatch, backward flop. In the distance, you think you can see the remnants of a pink cathedral and a city, and the mummy just fucking slams down into an Avalon, crashing through buildings and towers, taking a massive amount of damage before struggling back to its feet, and crying in a seemingly incomprehensible voice. There doesn't seem to be language, at least that you can understand. Cool, top of the round. Duncan, for the ease of massive combat like this, we're going to say that they're moving back into close range with each other. One more climb will get you roughly on top of this thing's head.
Great. Do I need to be on top of this thing's head to be grounded enough to shoot the other guy in the eye? That's all he's got, is just shoot him in the face.
When they get close enough, you could jump to the other thing.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that sounds awful. That sounds stupid and suicidal, but you know what? I'm already dead. So, yes, whatever. So, the best vantage point for the jump will be from the top of the head, I imagine?
Largely because, again, if you like, we're thinking of this thing almost as like a snake with like a weird elongated half lamprey, half badger face. So it can also, if it feels you up there, it's going to start striking with its mouth at...
To help. Dope. Yeah. Well, then fuck yeah, I'm climbing like a motherfucker.
All right. One more time, brother. Go ahead and roll.
All right. And that is a dirty 20.
Nice.
Fuck yeah, you are up there. You are the coolest haircut this Badger Walkies has ever had. So yeah, you're standing dramatically atop it. I'm gonna find out what happens to these guys, and then I'll narrate the scene. I assume same deal, Gwendolyn and Makka, just making your way to the top.
Yeah.
So go ahead and roll your checks, please. Makka, please include your advantage, given that you're using your climbing arm.
18?
14.
All right, that's enough for both of you. So the three of you reach the top and stand with clouds kind of surrounding you as the Badger Walkie closes distance on the mummy. The Badger Walkie growls at you.
I have not forgotten our deal. Help me end this.
And with that, she just full on, like, jaws go wide, just fucking snaps in at this thing's neck. This seems to be your one chance. What do you do? Do not miss your chance to blow. But beyond that, do not throw away your shot. Okay, beyond that, what do you do?
Say, on the way in, I think Duncan, who's braced himself for, like, the launch forwards, sprints, and then he's gonna full Kratos in the air as it's going in for the stab, and he just wants to put two knives right through its eye. Like, he wants to Drax through the giant yellow goo thing at the beginning of Guardians.
Gotcha. Okay, so Ryan, you start rolling that. I'm gonna find out what these guys are doing. Gwendolyn, what do you do?
It's like just like a two-handed, well, because it's, greatsword, and it's just like jumping off, like with all of my might, trying to just get. I actually want to go up like through its nose.
It does have one of those weird, like, desiccated mummy noses. So, like, you can totally.
Just
carve
like
your
I
way
figured
through
that's like an easy way to get to the brain.
Go for it. And Makka, what do you do?
Makka's he's just making the jump. They just off the Jabberwocky, just like perish, like just free fall, like arms open and legs kind of wide to like help stabilize him as he flies onto this other creature's face.
Cool. Go ahead and roll. Makka, I'm going to give you advantage because you're not trying to attack.
Okay. And what are you calling that? Athletics?
Yeah, please.
Okay, 18.
Okay, attack rolls from Gwendolyn and Duncan, please.
Tom, I want to throw this out there. Could I use a swashing point to use lunge to give myself advantage on the jump?
I would give you... This is the one time you can Adam McNamara brace your way through this.
Yeah, normally I wouldn't ask, but I'm like, this feels like getting that extra distance would be nice.
Honestly, it's a pretty useless ability, except in exact instances like this, so yeah, sure, you can have it.
Yeah. I'm imagining acrobatics for the jump, playing to his strength.
For you.
Yeah. Nat motherfucking 20! As he takes to the air with both blades in his hands, Duncan just yells, "Justice, witness me!" and goes for the eyes.
And Gwendolyn, what did you get?
So I rolled, I got an 8, but I would like to think like I sense myself like missing, and so I like as my bonus action I release the Ellis blade and have it do like a loop-the-loop and hit where I want it to, or at least try.
Okay, dope. Yeah, all right.
And that's a nat 1. Fuck me. I rolled a 2 and 1.
Amazing. Okay, so Makka, you kind of throw wide, your arm starting to expand to clutch properly, and as you land in a face full of mummy, you see Duncan truly become one with his beliefs and his god as he slashes directly through the iris of this creature. And you think you hear him screaming Dawnbreaker oaths as his path of chaos continues. And looking back to see where Gwendolyn ended up, you see her leap, and as Duncan makes contact and as the badger walkie bites again, you see the mummy stumble backward, and you realize that though Gwendolyn judged the jump correctly, her target is no longer there. And as she is just in midair, you see almost a moment of peace and resolve, as she just throws her hand forward, and the Ellos blade soars out of it into the nose of the creature. And as you hear Duncan kind of cutting and slashing, you see its head like bouncing as the blade clearly cleaves through. And knowing that at the very least she's protected the two of you, you think you see just almost a hint of relief in the way her shoulders sink. And then she falls. And you watch as the armor just drifts down out of sight into the swirling melee and chaos below. A moment later, the mummy staggers back. Duncan, you're standing in a room full of brains. Some would call it a brain. Just fucking going to town. And I think all of the rage and frustration about all this magical bullshit you are taking out on the inside of this creature. It's all the frustration about the Sinkai and all these things you can't control. And as you continue to just kind of like murder streak your way through, you come upon the Ellos blade wedged deep in the cranial floor of this creature's brain. And you can see that it has fucking ripped shit up. And you find yourself in a cavern of brain with the blade. And then you notice the blade lose its glow and become dull. A moment later, the gargantuan beast you're inside shakes as the badger walkie literally tunnels into its chest, kind of reverse chest bustering up and into this mummy. And with a final roar, you feel a presence all around you, pure magic. And as the brain begins to reknit itself, almost without thinking, you grab the Ellos blade and black out. Makka, from your position outside, clutching the face of the mummy, you see the badger walkie begin to burrow into the chest of the creature, but it doesn't come out the other end. It is seemingly disappearing as it burrows deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper inside the mummy. And soon you see the mummy's face begin to grin. And with its remaining eye, it winks at you, and everything goes black. When the two of you wake up, there is a woman standing naked, covered in sort of like dust and gore, holding a wriggling weasel in her hands. Around you are a mountain of bodies, witches from both sides. You see esper dust from a variety of familiars. And she looks at the two of you and says, "Thank you for restoring me." And then as her jaw elongates, she bites the head off the badger, which slowly turns to dust. And with a sigh, she reaches out her hand to the two of you and says, our deal is complete. And without waiting for confirmation, she grins and disappears. Suddenly, there is a whoosh of air, and the world around you seems to undulate and shift. And despite your concerns for Gwendolyn, you are forced out of the Shadowlands, ejected rather rudely back into the crossroads that you first accidentally stumbled into it on, along with the remnants of a cart, 2 horse corpses, and 2 wildly desiccated dwarf bodies. As you stumble and tumble, you hear a clattering of metal. And as you rise, you see a pile of armor, a familiar pile of armor that is no longer in the shape of a person.
All right, Princess, time to get yourself up. You're sure you'd come out? I've got your sword.
And then he'll go and like stab it in the earth next to the armor.
Duncan, I saw her fall. I thought when she fell from Orville that it would be the same. I do not think she is there, Duncan. No.
It's happened before. We need to wait. We need to hold vigil until she returns to the armor.
No, Duncan. I do not think waiting will bring her back.
You hear a hinge move. You see the jaw of the armor begin to slowly work, slowly move, and then a hand and a shoulder, and then gradually one hand reaches up and the body begins to reform as it struggles to its feet. And with a roll of her shoulders and a admittedly vaguely cocky stance, Her Royal Highness, Gwendolyn, Princess of Orville, says, "Don't worry, guys. I'm totally fine."
This episode of Curse, Code, and Crown was edited by Ryan LaPlante, and the campaign was created by Tom McGee. Our original theme music was composed by Landon Knoblock, and all of Dum Dums and Dice's art is created by the brilliant Decapitated Markers. If you want to follow our players or our DM on Twitter, you can reach out to Laura at EL Hamstring, Ryan at the Ryan LaPlante, Tyler at Tyler_Hewitt, Tom McGee at McGeeTD, or you can message our whole company at Dum Dum Dice. So please, join us again for more Curse, Code, and Crown!
Dum Dums and Dice has to give a special thank you to the supreme beings of our Patreon at this time: Christian Menicola, Long, the Half-Blind Prophet, James Cuellar, DM Rob, Christopher Little, Olin Anderson, Sue One, Devin Boyce, George Dolby, One True Artistry, Orion Birchfield, Anthony Griffin, and Jill and Noel LaPlante. If you want your name to be added to this list, you can join our Patreon too at patreon.com/dumdumdice. Thanks to them, and a little bit of thanks to you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our post-show debrief chat. We just finished recording a marathon weekend session where we went through our entire adventure. Tom, what was the title? They know, but we don't.
Oh, Toil and Trouble.
Nice.
Sick. Oh, that's nice.
So, does anybody have questions for our venerable DM? Tom, do you want to talk about how your planning went? What we did that went with it, or surprised you, or any of that jazz? Like, where are you at as a DM now that you've done?
This one's a weird one that I'll probably talk about in more depth likely later after more story has happened, or in a behind the screens. But essentially, when I first was coming up with the idea of the world, I sort of hit upon the idea of, as I've talked about, I think, before on this, I want to make sure that there's an interesting spin on all the things we're seeing. Also, I apologize. I'm losing my voice because anytime I do a down here voice, it's just done. That's it for the day. Yep. So with this, it occurred to me that I've literally never heard anyone do a nation of witches. I've heard certainly there's witches, or there's just like a bunch of things. But in terms of like a world where there are a bunch of nations that deal with each other, I'd never heard of someone be like, okay, there's a nation of witches that like hangs out with everyone. It's always like, oh, they're secret and they exist in the fucking darkness and no one.
The floating city in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, incidentally, which we also have. So that kind of spurred an interesting sort of spark in my brain, which was like, okay, well, what the fuck does that mean? What does it look like? And obviously, they've been involved in the plot for a while. But I knew I wanted there to be a Civil War thing. And the challenge, this one was a fucking hard build, because I was trying to figure out, like, I knew what the Shadowlands looked like, and I knew what the Covenant was about, but there were a bunch of things I didn't know, and there were some questions I'd left open purposefully to kind of see how the campaign advanced so I could answer them. So, honestly, a big chunk of this was just answering big questions about the universe, and once I did that, Pokemon weirdly solved it, which was because of the Leonara thing. I'm like, oh, they're all about familiars. That's just their whole deal. And at first I was like, oh, fun. They're just a country of like Pokemon people. And I was like, but there's got to be something more to that. And so I accidentally invented the Golden Compass, and then only realized like deep in planning, I was like, fuck. But by then it was too late. So yeah, that was kind of the rough pitch. I knew I wanted it to end in a siege, because I thought that'd be a fun scenario for you guys to experience, just because it's outside the realm of what your characters are used to. Also, it's a rare chance of just doing a straight up medieval dungeon siege, which we often wouldn't be able to do in the world we've set up.
Yeah.
So there was that. And then as we started playing, I mean, it wasn't even necessarily something you did that surprised me. A bunch of things I'd planned on revealing later, I just realized these characters could tell you and they have no reason not to. So suddenly I was like, oh, fuck, okay, well, I guess Toby's just going to give you the business then. Beep, boop. The Kaiju fight was a pretty late addition, but...
Really?
I had a bunch of scenarios for how this could end.
Are we allowed to hear some of them, or do you think you're going to hang
Well,
on
I
to
can
them?
give you the DNA of it, which was I had a Jabberwocky, and I had a big spooky witch. And depending on what you decided to do about the portrait and how all that went, it could have been as simple as you get to the tomb and now you fight like a super witch. It could have been as simple as like you turn against the portrait and unleash it, and you fight a fucking Jabberwocky. But given that you kind of found a mid-ground, I didn't want it to end with just like, we did it, and then you just hang a picture on a wall. So I think it was on our lunch break. I was like, okay, if this goes a mid-ground, what's the mid-ground climax? And the mid-ground climax was like siege, kaiju fight. Also, all of you are fun characters for two giant monsters fighting each other. And again, like the question ends up being, what do they do? Like what is Makka's version of fighting a giant? What is Gwendolyn's version of fighting a giant? What's Duncan's version of fighting a giant? And there's also just a scale and scope we hadn't touched before. So those were the big kind of building blocks. I had said that the familiars were in suspended animation, and I didn't quite understand what the cool version of that was. I knew the baseline, like, yes, Crackate in familiar is trapped somewhere. And then overnight I was like, oh, fuck, it's a portrait gallery. That's fun. So that's kind of where that came from. And yeah, that's kind of what I got for you.
Dope.
Cool.
Machi.
Does anybody have any DM questions? You don't have to, but if you do.
I have like a Gwendolyn specific question.
Well, if it's a spoiler for the future, then no.
No, I'm just curious.
She can ask it.
How likely was it to like end with like Karen?
Oh, literally
Just
not
Karen.
at all until you rolled a 1. The ending of the scenario was actually drastically different.
Had I rolled anything but a 1?
Kind of.
Or
yeah. Actually. I'm not going to say what it was because it might still happen down the road.
Yeah, for sure.
But no, I knew what the end point of this session was, and I was like, oh yeah, cool. So then this happens, then this happens, then this happens. But failing to connect and then rolling a 1 was kind of too perfect a moment to ignore. Also, given the arc of where your character is and what's going on, the idea that as Gwendolyn is in free fall, her only thought is, no, I think I can still do this though, because it's the right thing to do, is actually narratively kind of a perfect moment to close out that / her arc on, given the recent fight with Duncan. No, I made up a new ending based on what you did, and say so.
Whee!
Nice.
It's
No,
hard
fun
because I
session,
can't
man.
rip up character sheets digitally, but
Do I need to rip mine up?
spiritually. I mean, I might need it for Karen, so keep it for now. But email it to me.
Man.
Okay.
Let me just say,
If it's digital, Tom, should she tear it up in this post debrief? Would you have torn it in the session? Is a sheet a casualty here?
I mean, the thing is, I was making it up as I go, but Gwendolyn ain't home no more. I do need it for reference, though, because Karen's an NPC now. So,
how's your
scan
Karen
it.
voice, Laura?
Oh, we've heard it. It's very similar to a voice in 2099.
I've already done it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're right.
That's also not to say that Laura will necessarily be playing Karen, but we'll deal with that next session.
But Tom, do we have a character sheet casualty? Should Laura tear it up right now? This is the first time we've ever had a player have to do it. This is the pain of Zoom.
Do you have things you can send me? Like,
Yeah.
do you have all this stuff?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'll be able to, yeah. I
This
can
is-
rip it up.
This is a tradition. We have to.
All I'm saying is,
Oh my God.
I don't know why I would have this character sheet in my house.
It's a casualty. Oh my god. This is literally worse than if this had happened. If this had happened during the show, fuck.
Curse code and Karen, baby.
Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah.
Fuck me.
Don't.
I don't like it.
Don't.
One more for good measure.
I was gonna say,
Can
Ryan
you?
said Duncan still won't know this. Oh,
That's fucking gross to watch through Zoom. Well done, Laura. Good tearing. Also, doesn't it feel
Thanks.
so satisfying to tear up a piece of paper that has so much weight? I mean, probably not for you because it's you, but
Yeah.
So we talking a new character next
I was
time?
gonna say.
yeah.
So, knowing that a character sheet has now been ripped up, for those of us who are tagging in with this as our first show, shit just got real. Fuck. Okay, so.
I'm just really glad that characters have died before in our other shows, or I might be really upset.
Yep.
Spoiler
don't
alert
worry.
for mystery shows where that may or may not happen.
Yeah.
Usually,
Listener.
it's the funeral where people get really upset, and that could still happen if you're dead. I don't know. But now we got to do.
I don't know. Gwendolyn's a bit of a piece of shit.
Now we've got the character chat, which is appropriate because we've now hit a character chat plus an RIP.
Yeah.
So let's bounce around and give everybody feedback on the session, on this session specifically, and then at the end, all of us can say our favorite things about Gwendolyn over the course of the show thus far. Because
okay.
RIP.
That's nice. I like
Gwendolyn.
that. I'll go
Eulogize
first.
me, babies.
I'll go first if nobody else wants to. I like getting, first pick of the litter of compliments.
Oh yeah, shit, fuck. I always forget I want to do that first.
You're gonna get left with the fucking
You can be in there
scraps.
first, Tyler.
Yeah. First and foremost, I'm going to start with Laura for this session, right? We still want to do one for Laura for this session. I think.
I'm saying that's
Yeah.
why everybody gets
Yeah, yeah.
stuff for this session, including Laura, and then we'll just talk Gwendolyn at the end.
Yeah. Okay. I noted it immediately when it happened. hands down my favorite moment is Tom giving you just loads of juicy nom 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 morsels of exposition, and because it's not the specific answers that Gwendolyn is looking for pertaining to her situation, she walks away, throws her arms up in the air, is like, well, I didn't learn anything, which is oh my god, so funny and good, and such a great like character-driven choice. Not just like, wouldn't it be funny if I ignored everything he said and just said, I didn't learn anything? Like, that's a cop-out. But because you've been playing Gwendolyn kind of like bratty and a little almost like childlike in her logic at times, it just was such a beautiful, fun moment that my heart was so full with that lovely outburst of just like I was like, am I on another planet here? Why is no one helping me? It was just so good.
Thanks, Tyler.
Ryan, I'm really liking with Duncan. I had it just on the tip of my tongue. There was a specific moment. It's the kind of backseat driver sort of, I know what I would do in this situation, and I cannot influence you, but one of these choices makes an awful lot of sense, and the other one, it's just a little silly. Just that whole kind of vibe that Duncan was rocking with, like, through this whole adventure of just, like, we've done the lessons and stuff like that, and you're coming into your own as a leader, so I need to step back and let you make choices, but I'm, like, just seeing Duncan, like, not ready to kind of let go, and still having that need to be like, I see what you're trying to do, and I can't tell you what to do, just like that frustration. You played it really, really well and made it really fun to see that play out, because it makes a really good conflict too, which obviously makes our show like really interesting and fun that way. Because the other way you could have done is just like, yeah, sure, whatever you want, right? Just like, she'll deal with it. That's just sort of like laissez-faire kind of parenting style almost. But there's no stakes in that really. Like, yeah, she'll make a mistake and we'll deal with it. But when it doesn't bother you, then it's like it's less of an impact, right? This is someone who you've basically kind of had a hand in raising, and seeing her spiral kind of away from the path that you had in mind for her and how that affects you is always a lot of fun and really interesting. So every time you were just like, I just have a note, I can't give it, was always really, really fun, and the frustration that built up in that. And Tom, man, you were getting super proficient at building heists for disorganized D&D parties, man. This is the smoothest and cleanest heist we've ever had to do. We literally went in and stole something without anyone else in the building knowing, except for one person who we killed with little to no incident.
Admittedly,
like,
there was
amazing.
No one else in the building.
Well, I mean, I don't know that, but now I do. But I didn't know that at the time. I was like, holy shit, we're killing this. Tom is like, it's a testament to, like, you know us so well that when we're having to do a heist and shit like that, and you know we're gonna fucking do something bonkers or make a dumb choice or whatever, you've put up sort of like the bumpers, not to make it safe, but to be a situation that you can maintain control of and keep track of, because I'm sure like combat already is like difficult, but like combat under like a time limit, or combat where like stealth is like a priority and stuff like that, must be so much more of a challenge to like manage, like, what do the gargoyles think of all this and stuff like that, and what do each of these paintings want. Like, putting all of that stuff into place is still really, really taxing, I'm sure, but you're getting so fucking good at it that there's no like low point in the heist. Whereas I found before, the low points would be like, we're running up against walls just because we're rolling bad, or we're just not getting creative enough with solutions and stuff like that. But you've basically built it so that it's not easy, but it's interesting. Every time, no matter what, everything that happened was interesting, and you basically built an environment that encouraged us to make like interesting choices. Thanks, man. I didn't know I was going to do my stupid 8 Panther thing until you had that great gift of like, we want more familiars. It's a thing that some of us really, really vie for and stuff like that. And for you to like bake that into the heist of the familiar storage facility was like a great gift that maybe I wouldn't have picked up on, but like you did all the work to like just have it there for anyone to pick up.
I mean, I was pretty excited those 8 Panthers happened. That was news to me. Didn't know that even could happen. And thumbs up, man. It was great. It was great.
Yeah, it couldn't have happened without you. So I really appreciate
Thanks, buddy.
the diverse and interesting encounters that you're building for us now.
Cool. Thanks, man.
Cool. I'll go second.
Fuck you.
I was waiting for
so ready. Like
the moment someone stops talking, I'm in.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Tyler, I want to give you like big props for like zany brain, like creative improv solutions to problems. I feel like you shone throughout the session with just like really cool technical solutions, but also really cool player solutions.
Oh, thanks, man.
Like sometimes knowing that like Makka's not always like the planner guy, when things get stuck, it'll circle back around to like Gwendolyn saying something dumb or Duncan trying to come up with like a reasonably smooth lie. And this was the first time where like we just would sit in quiet for a moment and then you're just like, bam, 8 Panthers. It was like, fuck, this is cool. But even, and the nice thing was they were all based in Makka's version of reality. Like it was Makka lying, which is such... For anyone else, and I've seen you battle with this previously in scenes or stuff like that, where you're like, this character's honesty is like a ball on a chain around a leg to like getting the story to work.
Yeah.
And it was cool to see like Makka and Tyler learn that it's like, oh, okay, Makka knows they need to get to an old painting. He's just going to keep blaming the age because it's the only thing he knows will get them where they need to go. And oh, you want a lot of animals? I got a fuckload of animals. Like it's... And the narrative quality you've given it, even through the way you recharge the spells, of the fact that there are all these new spells, but they're actually just new gifts from Jossie and new presents from the cluster, means they are as new to Makka in the game as they are to Tyler and the rest of us as like players. And it's such a cool fucking like cheat code narratively for how a wizard or like these kind of characters would get new spells, because a lot of time it's just like I know it because the DM just like fire, and it's cool to see something structurally built into the character narratively to make that happen. So I just wanted to give you like big props for like evolution of character in cool new ways that leads to cool new things. And yet again, the character you're playing teaches me shit that I should be looking at for future characters for myself, which is really, really cool.
Thanks, man. The 2 lies that you mentioned were just the most direct lies that I could think of. Like, I couldn't be too artful about it. So it was, we're looking for an old painting. It's like, okay, gotta go older. That's just Makka's like, it must be older then. Because the only piece of information he has is it was the first. And and the thing just being like, I will give you more animals because I understand that is something you wish for.
Well, I think it's the joy of watching a character who's bad at lying not tank the scene.
Yeah. I was trying to walk that line of like, I need to be helpful because like we're a little stuck here and I can kind of sense it. Like we need to figure out how to get to the next piece, but also like it can't be out of character, right? Like I can't be Stefan Urkel if I've been Stephen Urkel this whole time. I need to.
Yeah.
That's a very fucking good baseline, brother.
Yeah. I don't have the cool machine.
It was really great to see, because I think not a lot of people would think the choice of, oh, my character is bad at this skill, but they can get better at it. Or you could be a bad liar who still pulls the lie out that you need that time. And it just like hits a dose of reality in a really positive way. That's really neat.
Thanks, man.
Tom, you built us a world where everything matters, and you continue to do this with this show. And I know we all came into it and wanted this show, and like you talked about the tone and that we were looking at something that was more serious and for us kind of more actorly. And I think you've really done beautiful work with that, with the situations, with the people involved. Your use of the relative sliding scale of knowledge is really great, because I think there's a temptation for like a simpler story, which is like the person on the front lines knows this much and the next person knows this much, and then you hit like the painting and the painting tells you everything and the mystery is solved, and here is my whole world. Isn't it a neat box? Now punch a kaiju. And instead it was like, this person knows way more than you would think. This person is like an insane hermit in a cave. This person's in the military and sort of knows stuff but might be wrong. This person's a general who seems wrong. This painting might be lying. You don't know whose side you're on. Punch a kaiju. And it was just like, oh, fuck. Okay,
Yeah.
there's plenty to play within that for us. Because it didn't feel like you were stringing us along or not giving us a story. And I think it would be very easy for that kind of structure with, like, I don't want to say lesser, so I'll say with a different DM.
Oh, shit.
You might feel like the details weren't sorted, or the secrets weren't there, or you might feel unsatisfied with the ending of the arc. And I think it's so clear the worldview of the characters, because they live in such a consistent world across all of them, and that's really hard to do with the sheer number of vantage points and points of view you give them and their different like slices of knowledge of the world. That instead, I felt like we experienced the exact amount of that world that our characters could in the amount of time that they were there. And if we went back, we'd learn more. And if we don't, I still feel like I saw the part of the foreign country I need to.
Right.
It's a wood vacation again, Shadowlands.
Yeah.
And I think it's really, really challenging to do that. And it's because you've done that, it lets us play the characters in a lot more earnest ways. And you do something really smart as well with these structures, which is you choose venting points for us to be goofy. And it actually allows us to act the darker or the harder or like the trickier scenes more freely. Because if we had to live in a grimdark world of no truth, eventually we just start doing dumb shit because you can't live in a world that dark for too long. But when you have to live in a world of like making new friends that might be enemies and then grimdark truth, and now everybody pick a new witch voice, and oh fuck, they're murdering and torturing familiars. Then I'm like, thank you. That witch interlude in the middle, just such a beautiful tone that freed us to be serious, go dumb, and then go serious again. I think it was a really great placement
honestly,
of it.
after the Lords of Garbage Town and the Imp of Crimpus, I can't really play the serious card too long without feeling vaguely unjustified. But yeah, it's also just fun for me when you guys get to kind of go off the chain a bit. So anytime I can leave that space, I'm happy to.
And Laura, it is very fun to see Gwendolyn just suck. Like, it's great because there's like it's the balance of going back and forth with the character. And the fun thing is, I think a lot of people playing this kind of character, what you did this session would have been our second journey through Byproduct, which is just like, I hate this. I don't know who I am. I hate this. And it would have been really challenging narratively to engage with that at that point, because then it's just the princess who doesn't want to be there. And it's so much more interesting to have her like start her journey, try to become something better, learn to become something better, kind of backtrack, and then just tank it because she's been trying to be good for so long and this is too hard. And to try to carry that kind of emotional through line for that length of time, most importantly with the breaks we have between sessions, I feel like a weekly game that'd be a lot easier to keep track of as an emotional continuity. And instead, you've tracked it beautifully, where like for people who are just listening to all this shit in a row, it'll feel like we recorded all this shit in a row for that emotional arc. And it's subtle and it's smart and it was really, really well handled. I think it was really cool. And Karen becoming your best friend, it was like, oh, fuck. Of course, she's like a weird teenager who would just want a friend. She's way too old to be that, but she's a train wreck. It's not her fault. But she is a train wreck. And it's nice to just see that, which is also like, you do that, you judge her for it, but you also like her for it. And that's a really tricky thing to do as an improviser. And because you do that as an improviser, we get to do that as an audience, which is neat.
Thanks, Ryan.
If I can jump on that point Ryan just made, Laura, it's a really neat phenomenon, I think is the word, that whether intentionally or not, you've basically accurately recreated like a realistic like hero's journey of like, yeah, your kingdom was assaulted, you could put into armor, you had all this kind of greatness thrust upon you, right? The leader of a lost kingdom, you fall from the sky, you have to defend yourself in combat, and you were like really up to the fucking challenge at that point. You're playing Gwendolyn's like, I will figure this out and I will become a great leader. And as the days turned into weeks, it's a fucking chore, man. It's just like, come on, I don't want to do it anymore. Which is like kind of where we hit was so good.
Oh,
I
thanks,
really
man.
like your depiction that way. Because
Thanks.
that's like, I completely identify with that. It's like, fuck yeah, day one of the diet and exercise. I'm all about it. And then, 2 weeks later, I'm less
2
about
weeks,
it.
sir. You've got me beat by a week
yeah.
and 6 days.
Yeah. 9 hours later, I'm eating ice cream and...
Well, honestly, like I watched like the BBC series Merlin like a couple years back, and I really liked how they depicted Arthur and like how like petty he was about stuff, and like even when he like became king, still made like really shitty decisions that were like self-serving, but then would like be super noble. And I was kind of like I was toying with that for like a long time and thinking about that one. So
I like it a lot. I like what you've been doing.
Thanks.
Sorry to jump in there. I think that was Ryan's last one, or
Yeah, that was my last one.
My turn.
I'd actually like to go again, if you don't mind.
All right, Tyler, we're going to allow it. Laura, you can wait.
It's my turn.
Go for it, Laura.
My turn. I'll start with you, Ryan. I have really, really, really enjoyed, and I think this is something you do well with all of your characters, but the kind of duality that you show, there's like the like charming swashbuckler who's like really engaging in battle and who can be like quite like joyful in a sense, at least in the way that he fights and interacts that way, but then there's also this like weight of the responsibility that he has, and it like, and how you express that in the quieter moments, and it's really, really cool because you do it. It just feels so natural and so right and so believable, that you present like real conflict. Like you really drove. I felt that you really drove the conflict like with Gwendolyn, and it was so based in like the core beliefs that you've had since day one, and it's cool to see kind of the ramifications of your belief system and how that runs up against how you're interacting with my character, and then also extending that to like expressing your internal conflict in when you're alone, and kind of letting us into kind of the decisions you're making for yourself, and I just really like that quiet moment that you had in this session of just like really questioning kind of where your loyalty should be, and it was just like so honest and beautiful, and it was so fitting with your character. It touched me actually. Like, well, as you know, it's like we take breaks and I'd be like, Ryan, I need a hug. I'm only fighting with you. So you just do that really well, and I like it. It's cool. It really pulls me into the moment.
Thank you.
So, good job.
Juxtaposition.
Tyler, fuck, you just like make me laugh so hard.
Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, Tyler, fuck you.
No. Tyler, fuck right off out of here. With your turtle
That's what
man.
you get for going first.
Ta-ta, turtle man.
Oh my god, you're
Oh, sir. Chef's kiss.
my favorite part, and like for anyone who watched the video, you'll be able to see me just like cracking up anytime you spoke as Makka the Hag.
Oh, yeah.
Because
yeah.
holy shit, just like maintaining Makka's rhythm and like the word choice and everything, but being spoken in this totally ridiculous voice and that's hard to do.
It took me a bit
It's
to actually
really hard to
figure
do.
it out. Yeah.
No, it's so great. I know, because I'm like, I struggle with it. I'm like, fuck, different voice. Shit, what do I do? yeah, on man, just even like your in your comments, like outside of Makka, like meta commenting on the game. You crack me up, dude. So thanks for that.
Appreciate it.
Tom, something I want to hone in on, like something specific, because I felt this. I was kind of feeling this at like the end of our previous session, but I hadn't quite like sussed out how I felt about it or like put it into words and like sort of like my own feelings about it. But it was like repeated again this time, so I can really say it. I thank you so much for like naturally putting women in leadership positions in the show, because like I noticed this so hard and like it caught me off guard in the last session. It's why I didn't talk about it, because I was still sorting it out. But like you talked about the librarian for several hours before assigning a gender to her, and I automatically categorized the librarian as a he. And when you said she, I was just like, literally like my biases like confronted me and just like smacked me in the face. And I was just like, fuck, Jesus Christ. Like, it just really struck me how like people don't do that a lot in these kinds of situations, or just in like entertainment in general. And then you did that again with the general, where it's like, you talked about her, but like it took, I don't know if it was a couple sentences, but it was like probably a couple minutes until you said her. And I was just like, fuck, you said general. And I thought it was going to be a man. I'm just like, fuck me. Like, God.
For what it's worth, as a straight white dude with a platform, what I started trying to train myself to do, and I did this with creative writing kind of before I got to our shows, but it's not from any lack of personal bias. It's that, generally speaking, anytime the bias, as someone who grew up in the like late 80s, early 90s, has in like a Western Canadian society deal, and sort of the middle class and white, generally speaking, anytime my brain would naturally jump to like exactly the same gender bias as you're saying, I just try and mentally flip them each and every time I possibly can. So this is actually true across almost all of our shows. If there's a nurse, they're male. If it's a general, usually female, and so on and so forth. But then also now trying to find the spaces where we can include the full spectrum is interesting. And
I just really, really appreciate it, because the fact that it surprised me showed me like how important it is to make the decisions you're making. So, yep.
Sorry, I was dealing with dog. So thank you. Yeah, that's great. It's,
thank you.
It's something I'm actively trying to just do and promote wherever I can, and I'm glad you enjoyed.
2 thumbs up.
So for me, I'm pretty brain dead, so these are gonna be pretty quick. As a company, I think these games stand tall when dice are the arbiter of rules, not a necessary function of the story. It's rare. It doesn't happen very often. It's very hard to achieve. But we've been at this a long time, so there were huge spells where like I could just look up rules because I'm like, oh, okay, Gwendolyn and Duncan are going to talk philosophy for like the next 5 minutes. We're not going to need any dice. It's going to be an incredibly engaging piece of content. And it gives me a hot second to look up what like some fucking bullshit spell will do. But if you listen to the first few arcs or the first few recordings of this arc, we are very rarely reaching for the dice. And that's because I didn't, as sort of the overseer of all this, see much or any need to make you roll. Because the story was progressing naturally, the characters were responding to each other naturally, and the three of you do such good work about listening to each other and responding in an organic and honest way that the dice don't actually need to arbitrate necessarily. Occasionally they do. But because often you will allow yourselves as characters to have your mind changed by the other characters. So rather than having to make it a roll each and every time you need to shift, you just do it, which is fucking spectacular. So for all three of you, like, that's kind of my biggest one for this in general, is just, again, listen for how often we're dropping dice. It's not that fucking often. It's because you guys are basically just telling an organic, beautiful, improvised story, which is rad as hell. Individually, echoing earlier sentiments, yeah, man, watching you, Tyler, do the Makka voice as Makka Hag was just fucking aces, man. It'd be so easy to just be like, well, I just get to be a different character and have some fun for now, and instead just like talking through Makka logic in that voice. And again, the bargaining was great. It was a perfect way to dodge the lie thing. It was lovely. Just great.
Thanks, man.
All the way down. Laura, you do some of the best Jackie Chan reaction acting to things that are happening, just in general, but also like with the sword throw off of the Badger walkie. Like, just because I was watching you out of the corner of my eye, you're bottom left for me, as for those of you watching. You can watch my face as I narrate that, because I just kept looking over to just enjoy what was happening in Laura's frame the whole time. But I love that. But yeah, also just like the Karen logic on why you would pick up Karen. And it's funny because I realized it as I was narrating it, but I was like, oh, fuck. Actually, Gwendolyn might just like to vent at someone. She literally has no one to do that with. Also, she's like 20 and was raised in a palace full of assholes where she was trying to be the best person in a room full of assholes and is like still an asshole as a result, but is the best of the assholes. It would be very nice to just have that person. And incidentally, it does sync up so beautifully with Gwendolyn's arc to this point, which has just been like, these are the phases of growing up. You find a bunch of assholes who just want to bitch about everything and it seems great until you're stuck with them. And then you're like, oh, no. So, yeah, really enjoyed that. And also just the fact that, like, yeah, there came a point where you couldn't really account for what Duncan would do, could do, who he is. Like, there was just a nice growing up point there that was very nice before you ripped up your sheet. So
thanks,
that was
Ryan.
all cool. I'm Tom, but all good. And Ryan, the chapel. What a sweet little scene. You play a character who really digs religion in our other show, but it's a religion he made up, and it's all kind of tongue-in-cheek and silly. And it was surprising to see such a kind of like earnest moment of like a mix of a personal creed and religious beliefs, and also just like exhaustion and frustration at what you've signed up to do. Yeah, it was awesome. It was just a beautiful evolution of that character. Also, you got a duel in, which was nice. Thank you for using that thing I forgot about that was on your scabbard. That was real nice. It was a fun callback.
Yeah.
But yeah, great work, guys. This was a lot of brain work for me on the session on the fly, so I'm not as like aware of how all these sessions went. Because as I panic texted Ryan late last night, being like, "Fucking, does this work?" Because particularly with the structural setup of like jumping time and interweaving stories and all that shit, this was a bit of an experiment for me. So thank you for rolling with it and for doing such great work.
It was.
And thank you for those nice things. Yeah, the scabbard. I was trying to save for a big character moment, but then I realized if I didn't use it, I was gonna fucking die.
We're gonna die.
But incidentally, also again, at the moment when Duncan is as done with his friends as he can be, that he like saves the day using a scabbard, celebrating the unusual partnership. Fucking great, man. It all tracks.
And the church thing came back from the idea that you'd pitched in the very beginning, which is him, even though he hates the job and doesn't believe in the system, still visiting the statue. And I was like, oh, this is the guy who goes to church like once every 5 years, and he's just pretty rock solid the rest of the time. And I was like, yeah, this would be the moment. So thank you for supporting that, because you could have been like, there was no chapel earlier. Shut up.
Well, so I do want to do some shout outs on that note. Sly Flourish's Lazy DM's workbook was a fucking lifesaver for me in the planning of this. The keep setup is from their book, the Lazy DM's workbook, which is a fucking, like, I've read a lot of like, here's how to instantly build stuff. fuck them all. It's this one or
so instant.
ride or die, baby. But incidentally, it had a chapel in one of the corners, and so it was an easy jump for my brain. Honestly, if you'd asked if there was one, I probably would have said yes. But it was so nice to be able to just look at my iPad and be like, yes. So the 3 books I want to call out, that one was a huge help. Want to do a shout out to The Tome of Beasts by Cobalt Press, which gave me a character we didn't encounter, but that was helpful for my brain. And then biggest shout out, I think, for the day is, again, I was having a lot of time wrapping my head around the session, and what got me kind of up and over is a entirely different system. It plays off 5e, but it's called Shadow of the Demon Lord. It is a grimdark fantasy book, kind of based loosely on a mashup of like Warhammer Fantasy with D&D. So it's 5th edition rules ish, but the tone is kind of like weirdly it's the inverse tone to this show, which is like the world is ending, it's in decline. This is it. It's just like there's no win. You can die less badly. But because it's much like Dungeon World, it's a system built by people who really love D&D but want something a bit different. And as a result, the way they think about characters and villains is fascinating. So the Jabberwocky is from their secondary book called Terrible Beauty, as well as, again, some monsters we didn't end up fighting. We actually didn't end up using any of their stuff, but it really helped bend my brain in the right way. So just want to give a shout out to them for that. So
Cool.
Thanks, smart people who write good things.
So our final section, R.I.P. Gwen D.
Oh, yeah.
The princess is dead. Long
dead.
live the improviser's
Karen.
new character.
Long live Karen.
Long live Karen, the new princess of Orville. So,
I would like to caveat all this being she is already dead. She has been dead for quite some time.
That's fair, but she's also gone.
Yes, this is true.
Bye. Bye.
Yeah, I think Tyler kind of nailed it with his earlier thing when he jumped in and spoiled this for all of us. When he pointed out that you actually didn't create the hero's journey. You just created a person's journey when they get forced into the hero's track. Because the hero's journey is actually completely reliant on the character being a hero. So their responses to every event are prescribed. If you know, like, the Joseph Campbell Hero with 1,000 Faces, it's like this thing happens, and thus the hero changes this way. And your version of it was the hero thing happens, and you're like, yeah. And then you're like, no. And you're like, I'm tired. And you're like, fuck you, don't expect this from me, that's unreasonable. And I'm like, this is actually how people would react if they went through a hero's journey.
Yeah.
If you're 3 months in and somebody comes out of a lake and they're like, you could be beautiful, you want to live in my lake forever? And you're like, maybe? And I'm like, this checks out. Yeah. I don't know. Someone else make the decision. You seem to be the wiser person who's trying to teach me how to make decisions. What the fuck would you do? And that's shit Luke Skywalker should have done more. Because the hero's journey, it relies in like the traditional stereotypical sense on the hero making decisions without consequence or without listening to the wise person and then them going badly and then them learning. And in real life, yeah, you'd just be like, you're my boss, just pick. I have one advisor. There aren't 10 of you that all disagree. There are 2. You both say, do this thing, do that thing. And I think you had some really fun turns within that logic. Like, my favorite moment of Gwendolyn's arc the whole way through was Duncan trying to get her to consider 2 sides of an argument the most logical way possible. And then when you turned it around and made it a trial where Duncan had to represent the point of view that he didn't believe in, so you had an equal representation of both things to listen to before you decided. Where you're like, oh, okay, Duncan, you argue for killing everyone on the Bone Spurs. Makka, you argue for this thing. And it was a beautiful in-character trap that for me, I was like, and there is Gwendolyn, because she's actually right. And she did the smartest thing here in forcing him just to trap himself with logic, which is now he has to argue a case he doesn't believe in, but he's probably a better arguer than the person he's going up against. But ultimately, this lesson is important to you, so he has to do it, is beautiful. It was just a beautiful setup. And that was my like 11 stars out of 10 idea moment from Gwendolyn.
Thanks, Rand.
I think my favorite Gwendolyn moment, and it's just because it left me so completely like gobsmacked that you were able to pull it off so well, was similarly in the Bone Spurs when you gave that rousing speech that brought two opposing forces together off the fucking dome. Just like that's shit that you endeavor to write beautifully, and you just improvised it, which is a huge achievement. I'm gonna remember that one forever.
Thanks, man.
Because that was just so fucking good. It was the leader coming into her own. It wasn't about rolling dice for like combat checks and stuff like that. It was just like diplomacy, basically the fate that you have coming to you as a royal kind of thing, and just stepping into those shoes and taking it in stride and doing an amazing job and knocking it out of the fucking park. And again, just improvising that shit. No one had to like railroad that, like, you know, your speech was shitty, but they liked it anyway or anything like that. Your speech was fucking awesome, and they liked it because it was justifiably good. So I will always think of that as like one of my favorite Gwendolyn moments.
Oh, that's really nice, huh?
I'll second both of those because both of those were pretty rad moments. Mine is weirdly an incredibly minor thing you did, which are always my favorite. Like, I think weird minor specificity pieces kind of like tell the whole story in a way that like grand moments often don't. And it was just planking and stuffing dirt into your face. Was such an honest and like actually incredibly complex decision. But it set the tone for, at least as a DM, how to deal with your character moving forward, which was just like, okay, yep, this sums up exactly where she's at. Great, I know how to play this now. Which is basically what I would do, which is do the dumb panic thing, which is like, yeah, fucking I'm a haunted suit of armor, that's fine, but like, god damn, I can't blink? Shit. Okay, I'm gonna wear a lampshade. Like, it was just such an honest reaction to extraordinary circumstance, and I feel like, particularly with fantasy, everyone kind of forgets that Bilbo Baggins' first reaction is like, who the fuck are you and why are you in my house? I don't want to do these dishes. And they start breaking his dishes. He's like, those are my nice dishes. Like, he's just a guy who's having a shitty thing happen to him, and most people are like, yeah, I want to be Luke Skywalker and run away. And even Luke Skywalker's like, I just want to go hang out with my buds. Like, he doesn't give a shit about any of the big
pick
causes.
Up some power converters.
Yeah, there's a deleted scene Hamill's been talking about lately where it's just like, Biggs comes back and he's like, well, I graduated from the Imperial Academy, but I'm going to join the rebellion. Luke's like, yeah, cool, whatever, man, I'll join whatever. And it's literally Luke just being like, anything that'll get me out of here, I'm in. I don't give a shit. Just get me off this rock. Which is honestly a much more honest reaction than most people who are like, oh, like, I get to go to wizarding school? Oh, fantastic, my life's great now. Rather than like, what the fuck are you talking about? So, no, it was just a beautiful summation of how horrifying this circumstance would be. And it has meant that everything else we've done about you and the armor has had depth, because it isn't just a cool character class we found on, DM's Guild. It's a fundamental character trait in a way that a lot of classes aren't. Like, I'm a fighter. Okay, I'm good at rolling dice. It's like, no, you're a haunted suit of armor. What does that actually fucking mean? So that was kind of, for me, like, the skeleton key to the rest of the action, which was fantastic.
Thanks.
But then, yes, also rousing war speech, and also the trial. Like, there's been a bunch of great Gwendolyn stuff. And again, like, managing to pull off the arc of becoming a teenager who disappoints your parental figure was chef's kiss.
Thanks. Well, I know I mentioned this actually in the Discord because some people asked. Not sure if I mentioned it before here, but it's like, I really, Gwendolyn's first reactions, like, I really borrowed from Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, which is just like when Al is turned into a suit of armor, and it's like, it's horrifying. It really, really is horrifying, and I really loved the way that they made us know that it was a horrifying transformation and totally changed the way he interacted with the world. So also props to FMAB.
Now, I'm acknowledging that it is late, and we are where we are. Laura, do you have any particular favorite scenes you want to talk about? Do you have any part of the Gwendolyn journey you want to comment on now that you've lived it?
Now that it's over for sure, 100%.
It was like,
never
honestly,
coming back.
like, it was just really fun to play, because I told Ryan this, and I don't think you believe me, Ryan, but like, I do feel like Gwendolyn, in a lot of ways, is just like my worst instincts. Just like the shitty thing that you kind of like have, the shitty reaction you kind of like you half want to do this reaction, but like society is like, and your experience has told you that like it's probably not the right way to go, Laura, you know.
That's the Quinny Brown Barrel school of role play right there. That's awesome.
It's just like, how do I have the freedom to be shitty? It's like, as Laura, I don't in the real world, but as Gwendolyn, I can be.
Oh, fuck yeah. Being shitty can be pretty fucking fun, eh?
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Well, it's fun when the relationships are
play,
not ones you have to live with every day forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I also like hadn't really played that with my other characters so much. I mean, Alan's getting kind of shitty, but that's been a like years long journey, and that's a whole thing. But like, yeah, I was really looking forward to playing someone who just like probably wasn't a great person. And it was very liberating. So, and it was really fun to play off you guys. Like everyone, just like the way you role played and Tom, the way you set things up, I found it very easy to go in to pick a direction that was like that felt very natural while not like tearing apart the story and grinding things to a halt. So thanks to everyone for, rolling with everything.
It was easy. It was great. It was effortless. Made it fun.
That's it. R.I.P. Gwendolyn. Bye.
Yep. Start thinking about what you like about dwarves. And I'll see you all in a few weeks.
Whee!
Is it Mod?
Yay!
Is Mod coming?
Makka dwarf cap. All right. Everybody have a good night. Great session. I'm sure we're all looking forward to the next session of Curse Code and Crown.
Absolutely.
I did. Yeah.